The reason that as Andahoy complained that a dismissal of violation of protection zone determination occurred when the Berserk went to Horseshoe Bay. Andahoy believes action was solely due to necessity. Its purpose of the complaint was to shed light on the circumstances prior to the accident. There are things in here in this matter that are still not resolved, and documentation that we still have not obtained, but that exists. All parties will benefit from that there are no secret issues prior to the event, says Andahoy's lawyer, or Nils Jorgen Vardal, told Dagbladet. Attorney Lars Faust's assessment meant that further investigation of the events is not a police matter, and that the cause, therefore, was sent to AIDN. Director Morten Kven in AIBN Shipping Department confirms that it has received the case. It is a bit unusual that the police have sending a case like this to us. It is also a special case. We have previously taken a decision not to investigate. We shall now consider this again, but there must be new information for us to choose to do it, says Kvime. Accidents of this type are basically not a priority of the Accident Investigation Board, the AIB. That we should prioritize the safety on board vessels, particularly HGV. We tend not to prioritize accidents with pleasure craft, says Kvime, which states that a full decision will be published in the next few weeks. On January 19th, it is planned to have a premiere of TV Norg's Berserk series. It was today the press viewing where the media got to see episode 1, half the episode 8 and episode 9. The last episode is an epilogue, and more documentary than the rest of the series. Here we see how the one before the crew parted in Antarctica took place, and it repeated calls about the risks of the mission. Several of the families wanted to stop the series. Today wrote VG that the mother of Tom Gizzle Bellica and parents of Charles Banks has chosen to summon TV Norge for the series. A temporary injunction was filed yesterday to stop the series, but hopefully their stance may be changed under certain conditions. There is the documentation for this. We believe, however, that we are on safe legal ground, says TV Norge boss Harold Strom Dagbladet.
Flat Earth has long been denigrated, derided, and disparaged as being the most crackpot of all conspiracy theories, marginalized, mocked, and ridiculed for centuries as being an ignorant, ancient, unscientific worldview. But the facts of the matter are far from what you have been told. When thoroughly examined and diligently researched with an open mind, any skeptical, critical thinker will find it is actually the tilting, wobbling, spinning spaceball Earth promoted by NASA and taught in schools that is truly ridiculous and unscientific. The following are 20 ways anyone can prove for themselves that Earth is a level, stationary plane. 1. Common sense. It cannot be overstated or overemphasized. The most important thing to realize and most obvious way to know you are not spinning on a ball is your own common sense and lived experience. You have always and will always experience yourself as living right side up on a motionless Earth, with the sun, moon, and stars revolving over and around you. This is common sense, and what everyone in the world personally experiences every day of their lives. We are taught to believe otherwise, however, many things completely contrary to our own common sense and experience from a very early age. We are told that people living down under the spinning ball Earth in Australia are actually living upside down relative to those residing in the northern hemisphere, while an invisible force, strong enough to hold people, buildings, and oceans stuck to the underside of a rapidly rotating ball, but weak enough to allow birds, bugs, and planes to take off and fly with ease, keeps Earth's atmosphere spinning in perfect balance and holds everyone firmly to the surface without crushing us. We can clearly see that the horizon is horizontal, but we are told it curves. We can feel that the Earth under our feet is motionless, but we are told it moves. We can observe the luminaries revolving around us, but we are told it is us that revolves. It is obvious that stars are stars, but we are told that stars are suns. We can see the sun is bigger than the stars, but we are told stars are bigger than the sun. We can see the sun and moon are the same size, but we are told the sun is 400 times larger. It is obvious that up is up and down is down, but we are told there is no such thing. As stated by Flat Earth author David Wardlaw Scott, with the modern astronomer there is theoretically neither up nor down, though his experience belies his assertion every time he looks up to the heavens or down to the ground. Such aberration of intellect is really to be pitied. The 3rd century philosopher Lactantius was similarly perturbed about the idea, stating, "A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground? The ancient wonder of the hanging gardens of Babylon dwindle into nothing in comparison to the fields, seas, towns, and mountains that pagan philosophers believed to be hanging from the earth without support. Truly, the idea that people are standing, ships are sailing, and planes are flying upside down on certain parts of earth, while others are tilted at 90 degrees and all other impossible angles, is utter absurdity and an affront to common sense. In fact, common sense is the first casualty of globe belief. No child or unindoctrinated man would ever conclude or even conceive, if given to their own devices, based on their own personal observations, that Earth was a spinning ball revolving around the sun. When children are indoctrinated from a very early age to abandon their common sense and lived experience of a geocentric plain Earth in favor of this nonsensical, heliocentric globe model taught in schools, a schism occurs in their psyche. No longer can they trust their own senses and experience, and instead must trust information completely contrary to it, taught by supposed experts and authority figures who insist their version of reality is correct. When children see that every adult around them believes wholeheartedly in the spinning globe, and hear that only our ignorant, unscientific ancestors believed otherwise, they readily abandon the empirical evidence of their senses and adopt the prevailing nonsensical model. As stated by Flat Earth author E. Eschini, the one thing the fable of the revolving earth has done, it has shown the terrible power of a lie. A lie has the power to make a man a mental slave, so that he dares not back the evidence of his own senses, to deny the plain and obvious movement of the sun he sees before him. When he feels himself standing on an earth utterly devoid of motion, at the suggestion of someone else, he is prepared to accept that he is spinning furiously round. When he sees a bird flying and gaining over the ground, he is prepared to believe that the ground is really traveling a great number of times faster than the bird. And finally, in order to uphold the imagination of a madman, he is prepared to accuse his maker of forming him a sensiferous lie. 2. Fake photographs. One of the main reasons the average person believes the world is a globe is because of the globular Earth images and video footage provided by NASA and other space agencies. Hundreds of such pictures and thousands of videos featuring a globe Earth are freely available on the internet, yet most people never critically examine them with a skeptical eye. From the earliest photographs to the latest live streams, NASA and the world's other space agencies continue to be exposed for their Hollywood-style trickery. When conscientiously compared, contrasted, and investigated for inconsistencies, it turns out every single image and video showing a globular Earth has been manipulated in some way. All globe videos, for example, are achieved using either a fisheye lens to curve the horizon or created completely through CGI technology. One clear instance of the latter is NASA's 1990 time-lapse video of Earth supposedly filmed by their Galileo space telescope from 1.3 million miles away. This video features the Earth globe spinning in space uncut for 25 hours and shows the exact same clouds present without ever dissipating, changing shape or location the entire time. In reality, if you watch clouds in the sky for several minutes, three things will inevitably happen. The clouds will all move, some will morph, gradually changing shape, and others will dissipate and disappear completely. In NASA's official footage of the spinning ball Earth, however, the entire world's cloud cover doesn't dissipate, morph, or move for 25 hours, which is, of course, impossible, and proof of fakery. A good example of fisheye lens fakery is the famous 2012 GoPro Red Bull jump, where skydiver Felix Baumgartner was lifted to a record-breaking 128,000 feet in a stratospheric balloon, then jumped back to Earth. 7 GoPro cameras on the outside of the craft, and strapped to Felix himself, recorded the entire ascent and descent. Astute observers will notice that from ground level all the way up to the 24-mile apex, the horizon is significantly curved and remains equally so for the entire ascent. This is because the curve is artificial and being caused by the GoPro camera's standard-issue fisheye lens. Once Felix reaches his peak altitude and the door of his craft opens, an inside camera mounted behind him without a fisheye lens reveals the truth, showing a perfectly flat horizon still at eye level, 128,000 feet high. As for the hundreds of supposed photographs available of the globe, NASA readily admits that these are composite images and not actual photographs. They claim the composites are made by taking strips of data sent from satellites, spliced together in Photoshop, and colorized for the final creation. NASA's senior program analyst and lead data visualizer, Robert Simon, admitted in an interview that they are photoshopped because they have to be. When compared side by side and viewed with a discerning eye, the inconsistencies become obvious. The coloration of the land and oceans and relative size of the continents drastically changes between images, and they often feature far too little land mass for 50% of a globe. Several of NASA's blue marble Earth images have repeat instances of exact cloud patterns clearly copied and pasted into place. Computer enhancements done on Earth images taken during the Apollo missions also show similar photo trickery. When hues are removed from the black backgrounds and brightness enhanced, distinct rectangular artifacts appear around the globe where they were pasted in, again proving them to be doctored composites. Furthermore, when NASA's Earth pictures are compared with those from the Russians, Chinese, and other space agencies, the differences become evident, and the fact that they are all simply Photoshop images becomes obvious. If NASA and the world's space agencies could provide real, legitimate photographs and videos of a globe, they most certainly would. So the fact that they continue producing and pumping out nothing but fisheye fakery and CGI cartoons is strong evidence that Earth is not what they claim. 3. Water. The natural physics of water are that once contained and undisturbed, the surface will always remain horizontal. This fundamental physical property of water is why it has been used as a leveling tool by builders and engineers for millennia. Whether in a bucket, bathtub, pond, lake, or an ocean, the surface of water at rest always remains flat and doesn't have the ability to show convexity or any shape whatsoever upon its surface. This fact is easily demonstrable and empirically verifiable, but completely at odds with what we are told about the globe. For Earth to be globular and over 70% covered in water, the oceans must be somehow curving around and sticking to all sides of a rapidly spinning ball suspended in space. It is simply impossible to make water behave this way. As anyone can experiment for themselves, bodies of water will not stick to the underside of a ball and cannot show convexity or any other shape upon their surface. Globe defenders will often point to water droplets, meniscus, surface tension, or adhesion, claiming these are examples of water bending or sticking to a surface, which is nothing but a fallacy of false equivalency, as these only happen at a very small scale, the size of a coffee cup. The claim is entire oceans wrapping around and sticking to the underside of a spinning ball, not a water droplet or the meniscus in a glass filled to the brim. NASA has also recently taken to faking CGI water balls using augmented virtual reality technology in an attempt to convince the public that water can behave this way. This kind of demonstration, done in a reference frame inaccessible to 99.99% of the population, however, is unrepeatable by the world's scientists and skeptics, and is therefore not scientific or permissible as proof of anything. First, they claim only massive objects the size of Earth have this attractive property. Then, as evidence, they show a phenomenon allegedly outside of our earthly reference frame. In other words, they are claiming bodies of water can bend around, stick to a ball, and show curvature upon their surface, but only at a scale too big for the public to recreate. Then they are claiming water can ball up and float suspended in air, but only in a reference frame too far for the public to recreate. As for water level, globe defenders have actually attempted to completely redefine the term level just to fit with their dogma. The true definition of level is a flat horizontal plane with no deviation in elevation along its surface. Water always reliably seeks and maintains its own level, and that is why it has been used in spirit levels and construction projects from time immemorial to create perfectly horizontal structures, no matter their size. Globe zealots, however, unsatisfied with this obvious truth and clear definition, have attempted to redefine level to instead mean curved. Their globe-friendly version of level means equal heights around a ball when measured from a central point. The fact of the matter is, however, that nobody has ever reached this hypothetical center point of the hypothetical Earth globe, so their redefined term cannot be tested or falsified. Until that day, rest assured there is good reason we call it sea level and not sea curve. 4. The horizon. The horizon is always perfectly horizontal, 360 degrees around the observer, regardless of altitude. If Earth was actually a globe, no matter how large, as an observer ascended, the horizon would remain fixed in position and fall below the observer the higher climbed. In reality, all amateur balloon, rocket, plane, and drone footage filmed without a fisheye lens at maximum altitudes of over 20 miles high show a completely flat horizon still rising to eye level. Only in NASA and other space agency footage does the horizon ever curve or appear below the observer's eye level. In the heliocentric model, the horizon is claimed to be the physical curvature of their globe, and the reason boats receding from a shore-bound observer disappear from view. This was actually one of the original alleged globe-Earth proofs presented by Aristotle and still parroted by believers today. But by using modern zoom technology, we now know that the horizon is not the physical curvature of a globe, and those boats can be zoomed back into full view. This is because the horizon is not an objective physical phenomenon at all, but rather a subjective optical phenomenon based on an individual observer's perspective. If the horizon was actually the objective physical curvature of a globe, then objects receding beyond it could not be zoomed back into view, and it would remain fixed as an observer ascended. In reality, however, the horizon rises along with the observer no matter how high, and modern zoom technology can bring objects receding beyond it back into full view. This proves the horizon line is not some objective point of curvature on a convex Earth, but rather the subjective vanishing line of perspective from a given observer's point of view. Quoting Earth Not a Globe by Dr. Samuel Robotham, on the shore near Waterloo, a few miles to the north of Liverpool, a good telescope was fixed at an elevation of 6 feet above the water. It was directed to a large steamer, just leaving the River Mersey and sailing out to Dublin. Gradually the masthead of the receding vessel came nearer to the horizon, until, at length, after more than 4 hours had elapsed, it disappeared. The ordinary rate of sailing of the Dublin steamers was fully 8 miles an hour, so that the vessel would be at least 32 miles distant when the masthead came to the horizon. The 6 feet of elevation of the telescope would require 3 miles to be deducted for convexity, which would leave 29 miles, the square of which, multiplied by 8 inches, gives 560 feet, deducting 80 feet for the height of the main mast, and we find that, according to the doctrine of rotundity, the masthead of the outward-bound steamer should have been 480 feet below the horizon. Many other experiments of this kind have been made upon sea-going steamers, and always with results entirely incompatible with the theory that the Earth is a globe. 5. Gyroscopes. Gyroscopes are precision instruments consisting of a wheel mounted inside 2 or 3 gimbals, which provide pivoting support and allow the wheel to rotate about a single axis. As the entire contraption moves and shifts angles, the gimbals move and shift accordingly, but the inner wheel never changes its angle with respect to its initial reference frame. This unique property is called rigidity in space, meaning the inner wheel maintains its orientation and axis of rotation in relation to space and not to the surface of the Earth. This means that the base of a gyroscope set in motion with its axis in a vertical position, then placed on a table for 6 hours, should rotate 90 degrees with the spinning globe Earth. As the globe turns under the gyroscope for 6 hours, the axis should slowly turn from vertical to horizontal. This experiment has been tested many times with several full-length videos available online, and never does the gyroscope's vertical axis shift whatsoever. If the heliocentric model were true, not only would the gyroscope detect the alleged 1,000-mile-per-hour spin of the globe, but also the 67,000-mile-per-hour revolution around the Sun, the entire solar system's 500,000-mile-per-hour spiral around the Milky Way galaxy, and the entire galaxy's multi-million-mile-per-hour journey through the universe. Since these hypothetical motions never register on precision gyroscopes, it is clear that they, just like the spinning ball Earth they're based on, do not exist. Gyroscopes are also the technology behind inertial guidance systems and airplane artificial horizon indicators. When military jets are performing loops, barrel rolls, and other dogfighting maneuvers, the artificial horizon allows pilots to easily see their exact orientation relative to Earth without having to rely on looking out the window. If Earth was truly a sphere, by simply flying level, airplane artificial horizon indicators should show a steady decline unless pilots constantly correct their altitudes downwards so as not to fly straight off into so-called outer space. For example, a pilot traveling 500 miles per hour over a globe Earth 24,900 miles in circumference would have to descend an average of 2,777 feet, or over half a mile per minute. Otherwise, in 1 hour's time, the plane would be 31.5 miles higher than desired. In fact, if Earth was really a ball, there should be no reason to use rockets for flying into outer space, because simply flying an airplane straight at any altitude for long enough would already inevitably send you there. 6. Compasses. The mariner's compass is another precision instrument which can only work on a level plane Earth, and is an impossible and nonsensical tool for use on a globe. It simultaneously points north and south over a flat surface, and must be held flat to work, yet claims to be pinpointing 2 constantly moving geomagnetic poles at opposite ends of a spinning sphere originating from a hypothetical molten metal core. If compass needles were actually drawn to the North Pole of a globe, the opposing south needle would actually be pointing up and off into outer space. Likewise, observers holding a compass in Antarctica would be at the bottom of the ball, so to show north, the needle would have to point down at their feet. If the so-called South Pole in Antarctica were truly the southern pole of a magnet, observers would be able to walk in a circle with their backs to the South Pole and have their compass needles show north being in front of them in every direction. This feat has never and will never be achieved because the so-called South Pole is simply an arbitrary point along the Antarctic ice marked with a red and white barbershop pole and topped with a little metal ball Earth. The actual type of magnetism present on Earth is similar to a ring magnet found in loudspeakers, which have a central North Pole, with the opposite South Pole being all points along the outer circumference. This perfectly describes the magnetism of our flat Earth, whereas the alleged source of magnetism in the globe model is emitted from a hypothetical molten magnetic core in the center of the ball, which they claim conveniently causes both poles to constantly move and thus forever evade independent verification at their two ceremonial poles. 7. Plain sailing. Ship captains in navigating great distances at sea never need to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their calculations. Both plain sailing and great circle sailing, the most popular navigation methods, use plane, not spherical trigonometry, making all mathematical calculations on the assumption that the Earth is perfectly flat. If the Earth were in fact a sphere, such an errant assumption would lead to constantly glaring inaccuracies. Plain sailing has worked perfectly fine in both theory and practice for thousands of years, and plane trigonometry has time and again proven more accurate than spherical trigonometry in determining distances across the oceans. It is so commonly used at sea, Navigation in Theory and Practice states that, in practice, scarcely any other rules are used but those derived from plain sailing. The great and serious objection to plain sailing is that longitude cannot be found by it accurately, although in practice it is more frequently found by it than any other method. So both latitude and longitude are found most often and most accurately by assuming Earth to be flat, more accurately even than assuming the Earth to be spherical. Quoting 100 Proofs Earth is Not a Globe by William Carpenter, "If the Earth were a globe, a small model globe would be the very best, because the truest, thing for the navigator to take to sea with him. But such a thing as that is not known. With such a toy as a guide, the mariner would wreck his ship of a certainty. This is a proof that Earth is not a globe." 8. Construction. Surveyors, engineers, architects, and builders are never required to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their projects. Plumb bobs are used to establish plumb vertical datums, with spirit levels then used to establish horizontal datums and lay flat foundations across great expanses. If Earth was actually a globe of given proportions, builders would find themselves constantly deviating from both their established vertical and horizontal datum lines. But in reality, canals, railways, bridges, tunnels, and other large projects are always cut and laid horizontally, often over hundreds of miles, without any allowance for curvature, and no deviation from established datums. As stated by surveyor T. Westwood in Earth Review magazine, quote, "In leveling, I work from ordnance marks, or canal levels, to get the height above sea level. The puzzle to me used to be that over several miles, each level was and is treated throughout its whole length as the same level from end to end, not the least allowance being made for curvature." The Suez Canal, which connects the Mediterranean Sea with the Gulf of Suez on the Red Sea, is one clear proof of both the Earth's and water's non-convexity. The canal is 100 miles long and without any locks, so the water within is an uninterrupted continuation of the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea. When it was constructed, the Earth's supposed curvature was not taken into account. It was dug along a horizontal datum line 26 feet below sea level, passing through several lakes from one sea to the other, with the datum line and the water's surface running perfectly parallel over the 100 miles. Another good example is the Dunyang Kunshan Bridge, the longest bridge in the world, just over 102 miles long, which runs parallel to the Yangtze River and connects the Shanghai and Nanjing provinces. This bridge is approximately the same length as the Suez Canal, and was also built without factoring the alleged curvature of the Earth. If Earth was actually a globe 24,900 miles in circumference, spherical trigonometry dictates that the center of both the Suez Canal and the Dunyang Kunshan Bridge would bulge over 1,666 feet higher than either end. Engineer W. Winkler was published in the Earth Review regarding the Earth's supposed curvature, stating, "As an engineer of many years' standing, I saw that this absurd allowance is only permitted in school books. No engineer would dream of allowing anything of the kind. I have projected many miles of railways and many more of canals, and the allowance has not even been thought of, much less allowed for. This allowance for curvature means this, that it is 8 inches for the first mile of a canal, and increasing at the ratio by the square of the distance in miles. Thus a small navigable canal for boats, say 30 miles long, will have, by the above rule, an allowance for curvature of 600 feet. Think of that, and then please credit engineers as not being quite such fools. Nothing of the sort is allowed. We no more think of allowing 600 feet for a line of 30 miles of railway or canal than of wasting our time trying to square the circle. Railroads are another example of large-scale construction projects spanning hundreds or even thousands of miles, working from an established datum line and without deviating for the entire length. The Manchester Ship Canal Company, in an official statement published in Earth Review magazine, confirmed, quote, "It is customary in railway and canal constructions for all levels to be referred to a datum which is nominally horizontal, and is so shown on all sections. It is not the practice in laying out public works to make allowances for the curvature of the earth." As an example, the London and North Western Railway forms a straight line 180 miles long between London and Liverpool. The railroad's highest point, midway at Birmingham Station, is only 240 feet above sea level. But if Earth was actually a globe of given proportions, the 180-mile stretch of rail would form an arc with its center point at Birmingham raising over a mile, a full 5,400 feet above London and Liverpool. A surveyor and engineer of 30 years, published in the Birmingham Weekly Mercury, stated, "I am thoroughly acquainted with the theory and practice of civil engineering. However bigoted some of our professors may be in the theory of surveying according to the prescribed rules, yet it is well known amongst us that such theoretical measurements are incapable of any practical illustration. All our locomotives are designed to run on what may be regarded as true levels or flats. There are, of course, partial inclines or gradients here and there, but they are always accurately defined and must be carefully traversed. But anything approaching to 8 inches in the mile, increasing as the square of the distance, could not be worked by any engine that was ever yet constructed. Taking one station with another all over England and Scotland, it may be stated that all the platforms are on the same relative level. The distance between eastern and western coasts of England may be set down as 300 miles. If the prescribed curvature was indeed as represented, the central stations at Rugby or Warwick ought to be close upon 3 miles higher than a cord drawn from the two extremities. If such was the case, there is not a driver or stoker within the kingdom that would be found to take charge of the train. We can only laugh at those of your readers who seriously give us credit for such venturesome exploits as running trains round spherical curves. Horizontal curves on levels are dangerous enough. Vertical curves would be 1,000 times worse, and with our rolling stock constructed as at present, physically impossible. 9. Long-distance photography. We are consistently able to observe objects at incredibly long distances, far beyond what would be possible if Earth was actually a globe of given proportions. By inputting the observer height and distance viewed into an Earth curvature calculator, it is easy to check how much a target should be obstructed on a globe Earth. For example, it is often possible to see the Chicago skyline from sea level 60 miles away across Lake Michigan. In 2015, after photographer Joshua Nowicki photographed this phenomenon, several news channels quickly claimed his picture to be a superior mirage, an atmospheric anomaly caused by temperature inversion. While these certainly do occur, the skyline in question was facing right side up and clearly seen, unlike a hazy, illusory mirage, and on a ball Earth 24,900 miles in circumference should be a full 2,400 feet below the horizon. In Genoa, Italy, from only 70 feet above sea level, on clear days it is possible to see the distant islands of Elba, Gorgona, Caprea, and Corsica, which are 81, 99, 102, and 125 miles away. If Earth was truly a globe of given proportions, all 4 islands could never be visible for such an observer, and would be hidden behind 3,300, 5,200, 5,600, and 8,700 feet of curved water. From Anchorage, Alaska, at an elevation of 102 feet, on clear days, both Mount Foraker and Mount McKinley can be seen in their entirety, standing straight from base to summit with the naked eye from 120 and 130 miles away, respectively. If Earth was really a ball of given circumference, both mountains should be leaning back away from the observer, with the lower half of each mountain completely obstructed from view. Based on verifiable curvature calculations, 7,719 feet of Mount Foraker's 17,400-foot summit and 9,220 feet of Mount McKinley's 20,320-foot summit should be hidden behind a giant bulge of curved globular earth. The current record-breaking longest-distance zoom photograph recently captured Pic Gaspard from Pic de Finestrelles, a whopping 275 miles away, with an observer height of approximately 9,000 feet, from which, based on correct curvature calculations, the entire 12,740-foot mountain should be invisible behind nearly 6 miles of curved earth. Even more recently, flat earthers like J. Tolan Media have been filming using infrared zoom cameras at high altitudes to capture lakes, mountains, and other landmarks up to an incredible 1,000 miles away. If Earth was really a globe the size we are told, many of the landmarks photographed would be hidden behind upwards of 70 miles of curved earth. 10. Lighthouses. The distance from which various lighthouse lights around the world are visible at sea also far exceeds what could be found on a globe of given proportions. For example, the Dunkirk light in southern France, at an altitude of 194 feet, is visible from a boat 10 feet above sea level, 28 miles away. Spherical trigonometry dictates that if Earth was a globe with the given curvature rate, this light should be hidden 190 feet below the horizon. The Port Nicholson light in New Zealand is 420 feet above sea level and visible from 35 miles away, where it should be 220 feet below the horizon. The Agero light in Norway is 154 feet above high water and visible from 28 statute miles, where it should be 230 feet below the horizon. The light at Madras on the Esplanade is 132 feet high and visible from 28 miles away, where it should be 250 feet below the line of sight. The Cordonin light on the west coast of France is 207 feet high and visible from 31 miles away, where it should be 280 feet below the line of sight. The light at Cape Bonavista, Newfoundland, is 150 feet above sea level and visible at 35 miles, where it should be 491 feet below the horizon. The lighthouse steeple of St. Botolph's Parish Church in Boston is 290 feet tall and visible from over 40 miles away, where it should be hidden a full 800 feet below the horizon. The Isle of Wight Lighthouse in England is 180 feet high and can be seen up to 42 miles away, a distance at which modern astronomers say the light should fall 996 feet below the line of sight. The Cape Legulas Lighthouse in South Africa is 33 feet high, 238 feet above sea level, and can be seen for over 50 miles. If the world was a globe, this light would fall 1,400 feet below an observer's line of sight. And finally, the lighthouse at Port Said, Egypt, at an elevation of only 60 feet, has been seen an astonishing 58 miles away, where according to modern astronomy, it should be 2,182 feet below the line of sight. 11. Impossible atmosphere. If Earth was truly a globe, constantly spinning eastwards at over 1,000 miles per hour, it stands to reason that helicopters and hot air balloons should be able to simply hover over the surface of the Earth and wait for their destinations to come to them. For example, during the Red Bull Stratosphere dive, Felix Baumgartner, spending 3 hours ascending over New Mexico, should have landed 2,500 miles west into the Pacific Ocean, but instead actually landed a few dozen miles east of the takeoff point. Likewise, vertically fired cannonballs and other projectiles should fall significantly due west on an eastward spinning ball. In actual fact, however, whenever this has been tested, vertically fired cannonballs shoot upwards an average of 14 seconds ascending, 14 seconds descending, and fall back to the ground no more than 2 feet away from the cannon, sometimes directly back into the muzzle. To account for this problem, globe defenders claim that gravity somehow magically and inexplicably drags the entire lower atmosphere of the Earth in perfect synchronization up to some undetermined height where this progressively faster and faster spinning atmosphere gives way to the non-spinning, non-gravitized, non-atmosphere of supposed infinite vacuum space. NASA refuses to answer at what altitude this impossible feat allegedly happens, but the effect such a transition would have on a craft traversing it would be disastrous. It is also scientifically refuted by the simple fact that vacuums cannot exist connected to non-vacuums while maintaining the properties of a vacuum. As anyone who has punctured an aerosol can knows, two adjacent pressure systems, not separated by some kind of barrier or membrane, will equilibrate. If gravity magically dragged the atmosphere along with the spinning ball Earth, that would mean the atmosphere at the poles would be spinning at 0 miles per hour, while over the mid-latitudes it would be spinning around 500 miles per hour, and gradually faster until reaching the equator, where Earth and the atmosphere would be spinning together at over 1,000 miles per hour. Not only would this gravitized atmosphere increase speed from poles to the equator, but would also necessarily progressively increase speed the higher the altitude. In reality, however, the atmosphere at every point on Earth is equally unaffected by this alleged force, as it has never been measured and is proven non-existent by the ability of airplanes to fly unabated in any direction without experiencing any such atmospheric changes. Landing airplanes on such fast-moving runways, facing all manner of directions, north, south, east, west, and otherwise, would also be practically impossible. Not to mention rain, fireworks, birds, bugs, clouds, smoke, balloons, and projectiles would all behave very differently if the Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning. Tests were conducted in the 19th century with cannons facing each of the cardinal directions, which proved Earth and its atmosphere are not spinning. If they were, then north and south-facing cannons would establish a control, while east-firing cannonballs should fall significantly farther than all others, while west-firing cannonballs should fall significantly closer. In actual fact, however, regardless of which direction cannons are fired, the distance covered is always the same. Common sense tells us if Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards over 1,000 miles per hour, this should somewhere, somehow, be seen, heard, felt, or measured by someone, yet no one in history has ever experienced this alleged eastward motion. Meanwhile, however, we can hear, feel, and experimentally measure even the slightest westward breeze. Furthermore, clouds, wind, and weather patterns casually and unpredictably meander every which way, with clouds often traveling in opposing directions at varying altitudes simultaneously. This is altogether incompatible with the theory of a rapidly rotating Earth and atmosphere. 12. Flight times. If Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards over 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, then the average commercial airliner traveling 500 miles per hour should never be able to reach its eastward destinations before they come speeding up from behind. Likewise, westward destinations should be arrived at thrice the speed, but this is not the case. In reality, the differences between eastbound and westbound flight durations usually amount to a matter of minutes, and nothing near what would occur on a spinning globe. As Gabrielle Henriette stated in her book Heaven and Earth, if flying had been invented at the time of Copernicus, there is no doubt that he would have soon realized that his contention regarding the rotation of the Earth was wrong, on account of the relation existing between the speed of an aircraft and that of the Earth's rotation. If the Earth rotates, as it is said, at 1,000 miles an hour, and a plane flies in the same direction at only 500 miles, it is obvious that its place of destination will be farther removed every minute. On the other hand, if flying took place in the direction opposite to that of the rotation, a distance of 1,500 miles would be covered in 1 hour instead of 500, since the speed of the rotation is to be added to that of the plane. It could also be pointed out that such a flying speed of 1,000 miles an hour, which is supposed to be that of the Earth's rotation, has recently been achieved, so that an aircraft flying at this rate in the same direction as that of the rotation could not cover any ground at all. It would remain suspended in mid-air over the spot from which it took off, since both speeds are equal. The spinning globe model dictates that Earth and its atmosphere would be moving together 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, and progressively slower, approaching zero closer to the poles. The following examples all take place at the mid-latitudes, where the globe model claims that Earth and its atmosphere should be moving together at approximately 500 miles per hour, the same as the average flight speed of a commercial airliner. Flights from Los Angeles to New York City, traveling east with the alleged rotation of the Earth, take an average of 5.5 hours, for instance, so the return flight west should only take 2 3/4 hours. But in fact, the average New York City to LA flight actually takes upward of 6 hours, a time totally inconsistent with the spinning globe model. Flights eastward with the alleged spin of the Earth from Tokyo to Los Angeles take an average of 10.5 hours. Therefore, return flights westward against the alleged spin should take an average of 5.25 hours, but in actual fact take an average of 11.5 hours. Another flight duration totally inconsistent with the globe model. Eastbound flights from New York to London take an average of 7 hours. Therefore, the westbound flights against the alleged spin should take an average of 3.5 hours, but in reality, they take an average of 7.5 hours. Eastward flights from Chicago to Boston with the alleged spin of the Earth take an average of 2.25 hours. Therefore, the return flights westward against the alleged spin should take an average of just over an hour, but in reality, they take an average of 2.75 hours. Flights eastward from Paris to Rome take an average of 2 hours. Therefore, the return flights westward against the alleged spin should take only 1 hour, but in actual fact have an average flight duration of 2 hours and 10 minutes. All of these flight times are impossible on a 1,000-mile-per-hour eastward spinning ball, but are consistent with what would be expected over a stationary Earth. 13. Flight paths. If Earth was truly a ball, then there are several flights in the southern hemisphere which would have their quickest, straightest path over the Antarctic continent, such as Santiago, Chile, to Sydney, Australia. Instead of taking the shortest, quickest route in a straight line over Antarctica, however, all such flights detour all manner of directions away from Antarctica, instead claiming the temperatures are too cold for airplane travel. Considering the fact that there are plenty of flights to, from, and over Antarctica, and NASA claims to have technology keeping them in conditions far colder and far hotter than any experienced on Earth, such an excuse is clearly just an excuse, and these flights aren't made because they are impossible. If Earth was a ball and Antarctica was too cold to fly over, the only logical way to fly from Sydney to Santiago would be a straight shot over the Pacific, staying in the southern hemisphere the entire way. Refueling could be done in New Zealand or other southern hemisphere destinations along the way, if absolutely necessary. But in reality, Santiago to Sydney flights go into the northern hemisphere, making stopovers at LAX and other North American airports before continuing back down to the southern hemisphere. Such ridiculously wayward detours make no sense on the globe, but make perfect sense and form nearly straight lines when shown on a flat Earth map. On a globe, Johannesburg, South Africa to Perth, Australia should be a straight shot over the Indian Ocean, with convenient refueling possibilities on Mauritius or Madagascar. In actual practice, however, most Johannesburg to Perth flights curiously stop over either in Dubai, Hong Kong, or Malaysia, all of which make no sense on the ball model, but are completely understandable when mapped on a flat Earth. On a globe, Cape Town, South Africa to Buenos Aires, Argentina should be a straight shot over the Atlantic, following the same line of latitude across. But instead, every flight goes to connecting locations in the northern hemisphere first, stopping over anywhere from London to Turkey to Dubai. Once again, these make absolutely no sense on the ball model, but are completely understandable options when mapped on a flat Earth. On a globe, Santiago, Chile to Johannesburg, South Africa should be an easy flight, all taking place below the Tropic of Capricorn in the southern hemisphere. Yet every listed flight makes a curious refueling stop in Senegal near the Tropic of Cancer in the north hemisphere first. When mapped on a flat Earth, the reason why is clear to see, because Senegal is actually directly in a straight line path halfway between the two. On a globe, Johannesburg, South Africa to Sao Paulo, Brazil should be a quick straight shot along the 25th southern latitude, but instead, nearly every flight makes a refueling stop at the 50th degree north latitude in London first. The only reason such ridiculous stopovers work in reality is because the Earth is not a spinning ball. 14. Latitude and longitude. If Earth was truly a globe, then every line of latitude south of the equator would have to measure a gradually smaller and smaller circumference the farther south traveled. If Earth is an extended plane, however, then every line of latitude south of the equator should measure a gradually larger and larger circumference the farther south traveled. Practical distance measurements taken from the Australian Handbook, Almanac Shippers and Importers Directory state that the straight line distance between Sydney and Nelson is 1,550 statute miles with a given difference in longitude of 22 degrees, 2 minutes, and 14 seconds. Therefore, if 22 degrees, 2 minutes, and 14 seconds out of 360 degrees is 1,550 miles, the entirety would measure 25,182 miles, which is not only larger than the globe is said to be at the equator, but a whole 4,262 miles greater than it would be at Sydney's southern latitude on a globe of given proportions. From near Cape Horn, Chile, to Port Phillip in Melbourne, Australia, the distance is 10,500 miles, or 143 degrees of longitude away. Factoring the remaining degrees to 360 makes for a total distance of 26,430 miles around this particular latitude, which is over 1,500 miles wider than Earth is supposed to be at the equator, and many more thousands of miles wider than it is supposed to be at such southern latitudes. Similar calculations made from the Cape of Good Hope, South Africa, to Melbourne, Australia, at an average latitude of 35.5 degrees south, have given an approximate figure of over 25,000 miles, which is again greater than the Earth's supposed circumference at the equator. Meanwhile, calculations from Sydney, Australia, to Wellington, New Zealand, at an average of 37.5 degrees south, have given an approximate circumference of 25,500 miles, greater still. According to the globe model, the circumference of Earth at 37.5 degrees south latitude should be only 19,757 statute miles, almost 6,000 miles less than such practical measurements. The fact that many captains navigating south of the equator, assuming the globular theory, have found themselves drastically out of reckoning, more so the farther south traveled, also testifies to the fact that the Earth is not a ball. For example, during Captain James Clark Ross's voyages around the Antarctic circumference, he often wrote in his journal perplexed at how they routinely found themselves out of accordance with their charts, stating that they found themselves an average of 12 to 16 miles outside their reckoning every day, later on farther south as much as 29 miles. Lieutenant Charles Wilkes commanded a United States Navy exploration expedition to the Antarctic from 1838 to 1842, and in his journals also mentioned being consistently east of his reckoning, sometimes over 20 miles in less than 18 hours. Quoting Reverend Thomas Milner, "In the South Hemisphere, navigators to India have often fancied themselves east of the Cape when still west, and have been driven ashore on the African coast, which, according to their reckoning, lay behind them. This misfortune happened to a fine frigate, the Challenger, in 1845. How came Her Majesty's ship Conqueror to be lost? how have so many other noble vessels, perfectly sound, perfectly manned, perfectly navigated, been wrecked in calm weather, not only in dark night or in a fog, but in broad daylight and sunshine, in the former case upon the coasts, and in the latter upon sunken rocks, from being out of reckoning? The simple answer is that Earth is not a ball. In the globe model, Antarctica is an ice continent which covers the bottom of the ball from 78 degrees south latitude to 90, and is therefore not much more than 12,000 miles in circumference. Many early explorers, including Captain Cook and James Clark Ross, however, in attempting to circumnavigate Antarctica, took upwards of 3 to 4 years and clocked between 50,000 and 60,000 miles around. Captain George Nares, on his Challenger expedition, also made an indirect but complete circumnavigation of Antarctica, traversing 69,000 miles, which is entirely inconsistent with the globe model. Hervé Raboni, who circumnavigated the world during the 1993 Whitbread yacht race, has recently become a flat earther himself, and claims that the deception is done through the hoax of magnetic declination. Hervé insists that on our flat Earth, magnetic declination does not exist, and the addition of this globe-based chart and mathematics to navigation calculations is what keeps pilots and sailors on course. 15. Arctic versus Antarctic. If Earth was truly a globe, the Arctic and Antarctic polar regions and areas of comparable latitude north and south of the equator should share similar conditions and characteristics, such as comparable temperatures, seasonal changes, length of daylight, plant and animal life. In reality, however, the Arctic and Antarctic regions and areas of comparable latitude north and south of the equator differ greatly in many ways, entirely inconsistent with the globe model, but exactly as expected on a flat Earth. For example, Antarctica is by far the coldest place on Earth, with an average annual temperature of approximately negative 57 degrees Fahrenheit, and a record low of negative 135.8. The average annual temperature at the North Pole, however, is a comparatively warm 4 degrees. Throughout the year, temperatures in the Antarctic vary less than half the amount at comparable Arctic latitudes, and the northern Arctic region enjoys moderately warm summers and manageable winters, whereas the southern Antarctic region never even warms enough to melt the perpetual snow and ice. On a tilting, wobbling ball Earth spinning uniformly around the sun, Arctic and Antarctic temperatures and seasons should not vary so greatly. In the Arctic, there are 4 clearly distinguished seasons, warm summers, and an abundance of plant and animal life, none of which can be said of the Antarctic. The Eskimo also live as far north as the 79th parallel, whereas in the south, no native man is found beyond the 56th. Iceland, at 65 degrees north latitude, is home to 870 species of native plants and abundant various animal life. Compare this with the Isle of Georgia, at just 54 degrees south latitude, where there are only 18 species of native plants, and animal life is almost non-existent. At the same latitude as Canada or England in the north, where dense forests of various tall trees abound, Captain Cook wrote of Georgia that he was unable to find a single shrub large enough to make a toothpick. Cook wrote, "Not a tree was to be seen. The lands which lie to the south are doomed by nature to perpetual frigidness, never to feel the warmth of the sun's rays, whose horrible and savage aspect I have not words to describe. Even marine life is sparse in certain tracts of vast extent, and the seabird is seldom observed flying over such lonely wastes. The contrasts between the limits of organic life in the Arctic and Antarctic zones is very remarkable and significant. At places of comparable latitude north and south, the sun also behaves very differently than it should on the globe model, but exactly as expected over a flat Earth. For example, in the north, dawn and dusk come slowly and last far longer than in the south, where they come and go very quickly. Certain places in the north, twilight can last for over an hour, while at comparable southern latitudes, within a few minutes the sunlight completely disappears. Also, the longest summer days north of the equator are much longer than those south of the equator, and the shortest winter days north of the equator are much shorter than the shortest south of the equator. These facts are inexplicable on a uniformly spinning, wobbling ball Earth, but make perfect sense on a flat Earth with a sun traveling faster, wider circles over the south and slower, narrower circles over the north. 16. The Midnight Sun. The midnight sun is an Arctic phenomenon occurring annually during the summer solstice, where for several days straight, observers north of the Arctic Circle can watch the sun traveling circles overhead, rising and falling throughout the day, but never fully setting for upwards of 72 plus hours. If the Earth was actually a spinning globe revolving around the sun, the only place such a phenomenon as the midnight sun could be observed would be at the poles. Any other vantage point, from 89 degrees latitude downwards, could never, regardless of any tilt or inclination, see the sun for over 24 hours straight. To do so on a spinning globe, at a point other than the poles, you would have to be looking through miles and miles of land and sea for part of the revolution. Some people claim there is a similar phenomenon in Antarctica, but they coincidentally don't have any uncut videos showing this. The few videos available online have been suspiciously edited or manipulated, and the Antarctic Treaty doesn't allow independent explorers to travel there during the winter solstice to verify or refute these claims. Conversely, there are dozens of uncut videos publicly available showing the Arctic midnight sun, and it has been verified beyond any shadow of a doubt, as anyone can travel and confirm for themselves. Furthermore, every year from the 71st degree south latitude onwards, the sun sets on May 17th, and is not seen above the horizon again until July 21st. This is totally at odds with the globe model, but easily explained on a flat Earth. The midnight sun is seen within the Arctic Circle during summer solstice because the sun, at its innermost cycle, is circling tightly enough around the polar center that it constantly remains visible above the horizon for someone at such a vantage point. Likewise, in extreme southern latitudes during that time, the sun completely disappears from view for over 2 months because there at the northern tropic, at the innermost cycle of its boomerang journey, the sun is circling the northern center too tightly to be seen from the southern circumference. 17. Polaris. In the heliocentric model, they claim Earth is a globe spinning 1,000 miles per hour around its axis, while revolving tens of thousands of miles per hour around the sun, while the entire solar system circles hundreds of thousands of miles per hour around the Milky Way, and the entire galaxy shoots millions of miles per hour more off through infinite space. In reality, no one in history has ever seen, heard, felt, or measured such motions, and everyone can clearly see for themselves that Polaris, the pole star, situated directly over the North Pole center of Earth, never moves, night after night, year after year, century after century, with all the other fixed stars remaining fixed in their relative constellations, revolving perfect circles around it. Such circular star trails around an unmoving pole star, seen in time-lapse photos, prove that it is the stars themselves moving and not the Earth. If Earth was truly a tilting, wobbling, spinning space ball undergoing these multiple contradictory motions through the universe, you would only ever see irregular, random, spiral-shaped star trails, and the night sky would never be the same twice. It would be impossible for constellations to exist whatsoever if Earth was truly performing all these various theoretical motions. Quoting 100 Proofs Earth is Not a Globe by William Carpenter, "Why in the name of common sense should observers have to fix their telescopes on solid stone bases so that they should not move a hair's breadth, if the Earth on which they fix them moves at the rate of 19 miles in a second? Indeed, to believe that 6,000 million tons is rolling, surging, flying, darting on through space forever, with a velocity compared with which a shot from a cannon is a very slow coach, with such unerring accuracy that a telescope fixed on granite pillars in an observatory will not enable a lynx-eyed astronomer to detect a variation in its onward motion of the 1,000th part of a hair's breadth, is to conceive a miracle compared with which all the miracles on record put together would sink into utter insignificance. Since we can, in middle north latitudes, see the North Star, on looking out of a window that faces it, and out of the very same corner of the very same pane of glass in the very same window all the year round, it is proof enough for any man in his senses that we have made no motion at all, and that the earth is not a globe. 18. Sigma Octantis. Sigma Octantis is claimed to be a southern central pole star similar to Polaris, around which the southern hemisphere stars all rotate around the opposite direction. Unlike Polaris, however, Sigma Octantis cannot be seen simultaneously from every point along the same latitude. It is not central, but allegedly 1 degree off center. It is not motionless, and in fact cannot be seen at all using commercially available telescopes. There is legitimate speculation regarding whether Sigma Octantis even exists. The heliocentric model claims stars south of the equator revolve the opposite direction around Sigma Octantis, but in reality, all the luminaries revolve the same direction east to west around Polaris, like in a planetarium dome. Our Earth planetarium, however, is too vast for any observer to see all the stars simultaneously from one vantage point, so their apparent motion, angle, and inclination changes based on perspective and the exact direction faced. Quoting Earth Not a Globe by Dr. Samuel Robotham, another thing is certain, that from within the equator, the North Pole star, and the constellations Ursa Major, Ursa Minor, and many others can be seen from every meridian simultaneously, whereas in the south, from the equator, neither the so-called South Pole star nor the remarkable constellation of the Southern Cross can be seen simultaneously from every meridian, showing that all the constellations of the South Pole star included sweep over a great southern arc and across the meridian, from their rise in the evening to their setting in the morning. But if the Earth is a globe, Sigma Octantis, a South Pole star, and the Southern Cross, a southern circumpolar constellation, they would all be visible at the same time from every longitude on the same latitude, as is the case with the Northern Pole star and the northern circumpolar constellations. Such, however, is not the case. 19. Local sun. Heliocentrists' astronomical figures always sound perfectly precise, but they have historically been notorious for regularly and drastically changing them to suit their various models. For instance, in his time, Copernicus calculated the sun's distance from Earth to be exactly 3,391,200 miles. The next century, Johannes Kepler decided it was actually 12,376,800 miles away. Isaac Newton said during his time that, quote, "It matters not whether we reckon it 28 or 54 million miles distant, for either would do just as well." Benjamin Martin calculated between 81 and 82 million miles. Thomas Dilworth claimed 93,726,900 miles. John Hind stated positively 95,298,260 miles. Benjamin Gould said more than 96 million miles, and Christian Mayer thought it was more than 104 million. Nowadays, current heliocentric theorists have settled on a figure of 93 million miles, but all of these ridiculous distances are easily proven wrong by the same method flat earthers have used for centuries. Measuring with sextants and calculating with plane trigonometry, both the sun and moon figure to be only approximately 30 miles in diameter and less than 3,000 miles away. Furthermore, amateur balloon footage taken above the clouds has provided stunning visual proof that the sun cannot be millions of miles away. In several shots, you can see a clear hot spot reflecting on the clouds directly below the sun's spotlight-like influence. If the sun were actually millions of miles away, such a small, localized hot spot could not occur. Another proof the sun is not millions of miles away is found by tracing the angle of sun rays back to their source above the clouds. There are countless pictures and videos showing how sunlight comes down through cloud cover at a variance of converging angles. The area of convergence is of course the sun, and is clearly not millions of miles away, but rather relatively close to Earth. The fact that the sun and moon's reflections on water always form a straight line path from the horizon all the way to the observer also proves Earth is not a ball. If Earth's surface was curved, it would be impossible for the reflected light to bend over the ball. 20. Scientific experiments. Several experiments have been performed and repeated by notable scientists like Albert Michelson, Edward Morley, George Airy, and George Sagnac, proving that it is the stars that revolve around a stationary Earth, and not the other way around. The conclusive results of their experiments are not contested or even mentioned in modern astronomy books, but rather conveniently swept under the carpet to keep prying minds from seeing through the lies. For example, the experiment known as Airy's failure, since it failed to confirm heliocentricity, proved that the stars move relative to a stationary Earth, and not the other way around. By first filling a telescope with water to slow down the speed of light inside, then calculating the tilt necessary to get the starlight directly down the tube, Airy failed to prove the heliocentric theory, since the starlight was already coming in the correct angle, with no change necessary, and instead proved the geocentric model. The Michelson-Morley, Michelson-Gale, and Sagnac experiments also attempted to measure the change in speed of light due to Earth's assumed motion through space. After measuring in every possible different direction in various locations, they all failed to detect any significant change whatsoever, again proving the stationary geocentric model. Suffice to say, these 20 points are just scratching the surface, and there are many, many more proofs available, both in William Carpenter's book, 100 Proofs Earth is Not a Globe, and my own book, 200 Proofs Earth is Not a Spinning Ball.
You guys are going to hate me for this.
What?
You know what I want? I want one example, Eddie, of why we should believe the Earth is flat. That's what I want.
Are you kidding me?
You son of a bitch. I want it so bad, and I am high and drunk.
We can
And
talk
you
about
guys want
flat
it too.
Earth as long as it's a joke and it's funny.
I'm
Because
cool.
if it gets angry,
Dude,
then it's not fun.
I'm not married to that.
If
It's round.
if it's jokey,
I'm not married to it.
And I want you to-
Jokey.
listen,
Convince me that it's flat.
There's no way I could do that, man.
God, really? There's
It would
not
take-
one
it would-
example?
It takes about a year and a half of like one.
Year and a half? That's too much.
Very hard. The indoctrination's so strong. You look at your son's cartoons, it's all space. I look at all my shit, all the shit my son likes. His everything is there taking space.
Star
I'm doing
Wars.
research on this currently.
Space.
I want to direct everyone to hashtag space is fake. 'Cause I've been doing research
Yeah,
on
check
space
that
being
out.
fake.
Check
Is that
that
real?
out.
That's a real site?
Yeah, hashtag space is fake is something I'm investigating for my next hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm for legitimately looking deep into
Dude,
people
flat
that
Earth, there's
flat
so much
earthers
material
mock
there.
them.
They're
Flat
so-
Earth is like, what? Space is fake. What?
No.
You dumb
You
motherfucker.
flat earthers
No,
like
it's the
flat
same
earthers
thing.
chill.
No, it's the same thing.
Oh, okay.
You got it all wrong. You got it all wrong.
Is
Well,
everybody
Eddie,
that
I've
believes
got to
the flat-
think this is not
everybody-
very organized.
No, what I'm saying is
I got to think I
everybody that
couldn't have it
thinks-
all wrong.
No,
There's no way.
anybody that thinks the Earth is flat, they totally don't believe what we're taught about what's above us. So when
the
people
sun?
say space
Wait a
is
minute.
fake, they
What about the
mean-
sun?
They mean all the information we're getting. You're lying about that shit. That it's not that it doesn't exist. Of course it exists. We see
Right,
it.
of course.
But space is fake sounds ridiculous. Like there's
something
we're
up
looking
there.
at it and it's fake. That's ridiculous. That's
just
not what
the
it means. It
Truman
means
Show.
that all the information we got about all
We're
those
off.
lights in the sky.
Yeah, something
they're
else?
They're lying
NASA's
to
lying?
us. They're lying to us.
Why would NASA lie?
And there's a reason,
Well,
and
why
I can sit
wouldn't
here
they,
and tell you,
Brian?
but you guys don't want to hear it.
Hold on.
wouldn't they?
So I don't want to talk
Can you give
about
us the cliff notes?
it. The cliff notes are man.
Have you studied any kind of a?
He doesn't need to
From-
be. Let's hear just a few of it.
The goal has always been for the most powerful emperors is a one world government. They always wanted a one world government. All the Roman emperors, they try to figure out, they try to do different combinations. How about and they would fall, and a new emperor would come and go, you know what? I'm going to fucking rule
World
the world
domination, in other words.
Aztecs.
I'm not going to let my soldiers get married. That way we'll have a stronger army. They have different philosophies. Everyone believed different shit. But they all wanted a one world government. There's no way to have a fucking one world government. Nobody's into that shit.
Right.
Not even other rulers from small countries are like, one world government, that's going to put me out of a job. Fuck your one world government. People that don't know shit about politics don't want a one world government. There's no way you're going to sell a one world government. It's impossible. The only way to make a one world government work is to have the people embrace it. They have to want it. because nobody wants it. So the trick is to make people want it, to embrace it. There's only one way.
I gotta pee.
There's only
Hold
one
on,
way.
Joe. This is very
You're gonna
important.
miss
I've
out
heard
on
this. I know this.
Okay. I don't know
The
that.
only way, and they've known this forever. The Vatican knew this. The Vatican, the Pope wanted to rule the world. They all knew it, but they couldn't do it. They all knew it, but they knew one way, but there's no way how they're
What's
going to
the
pull it
one
off.
way, man?
The only way is if there was some extraterrestrial threat from up above us. That would be the only way to have everyone embrace the one world government. They all knew that for years.
But it didn't work
That's
so
the
far.
plan. They could never
It's a
make
shitty
it work.
plan, though.
They didn't have the technology 500 years ago. The Vatican knew about it. They wanted it. And you go to the Vatican, you see paintings of like
Have you been there?
UFOs with aliens in them. And back when I used to believe in UFOs, but before I figured out that UFOs they want us to believe in UFOs. They're preparing us for a fake alien invasion. That's always been the plan. A one world government. The only way to
freak
do
out.
it is to get us to embrace it. And the only way to embrace it is from an alien attack. Ronald Reagan talked about it many times at the UN, CFR. He talked about it because wouldn't it make, he looked at all the leaders of the nation, of the world, and said, wouldn't it make our lives easier if we just had some kind of extraterrestrial threat? He said that shit. He said that in front of the UN. Like he's trying to get everybody into
I don't think he ever said that,
believing.
but-
No, he said that many times. It's on video many times.
Ronald Reagan?
And what Ronald
Ever
Reagan?
heard of him,
and
Brian?
while-
Ever heard
I've
of him?
listened to
George
a lot of
Bush
speeches.
was vice president.
Right.
He was talking about, and there's many videos of him saying, what lies before us. He's in front of the nation doing a State of the Union address, saying what lies before us is the opportunity to forge a new world order, an order. Because he's talking about like
Do you
it's
think that
time.
means the space is fake?
Yes.
No. When people ask me why would they fake space, it's always been about a fake alien attack. You can't have a fake alien attack.
I've never heard a politician ever talk
You can't
about
have a fake alien attack
though.
without space.
But I've never heard a politician
You
talk
have to have
about
space first. So they always, you know who promoted space more than anybody? Who wanted
Nazis.
Who wanted
Scientists.
Nazis?
Russians.
But before the Nazis, you know who wanted
Cavemen.
space?
Aztecs.
No, the Vatican.
Mayans.
The Vatican. They have all the biggest. They have all the astronomers. They're all Jesuit Vaticans. All of them. All the ones that are giving us this information about space. They all come from the Vatican. The Vatican has the most
But the
powerful
Vatican said
telescope.
that the
You
Earth-
know what the name of the
Wait a
Vatican
minute. The
telescope
Vatican
is?
doesn't have the most powerful
Yes, they
telescope.
do. You know what its name is?
What
It
is
has
it
the
called?
most powerful telescope, the Vatican. And you know what name it is? I've
What?
done the research on YouTube.
on
I have the
YouTube.
links.
But
You know what the name of this? Do you know
Isn't
what the
the biggest
name
one in
of
Chile?
this? The most powerful telescope in the world. It's in the Vatican.
What
Do
is
you know
it?
Lucifer?
Lucifer's
What?
dick balls. Lucifer's dick and balls.
I've never seen this fucking telescope.
Yeah, it's legit, dude. I think the biggest one's in Chile. I think they have to be in high
It's in
altitude.
the Vatican.
Yeah, I don't think it's in the Vatican.
You guys didn't. So when people ask me why would they fake all this shit?
Well, I don't think that's the biggest telescope,
This
Eddie.
is just a crazy theory.
It certainly is.
We're
Now,
talking
I've
a
never
theory.
heard-
Here's
It's
the
funny.
thing.
It's a funny theory.
But Eddie, these new Chile Very Large Array telescopes that they're creating are fucking gigantic, and they
These
take
guys
over
know.
enormous pieces
listen,
of land.
Listen, I
F-
was with you.
Google
I
the
was with
Very
you.
Large
Listen, I was with
Array.
you. It's called the Very Large Telescope. I watched the documentary with you at your house. It was like 2001, and
Yeah, I
it said in
think-
5 years
Yeah.
there's a documentary about them putting together the Very Large Telescope in Chile, and they're talking about by the year 2005 we're gonna have 3 telescopes linked with a computer to make us. We're gonna see further into space than ever before. None of that shit came.
What are you
There's-
talking about?
None
I
of
think-
that shit came.
Is that
They
up?
said-
Is the Very Large Array up yet? Nope,
it's a very
not up.
large telescope.
But
It's
I
all-
know they
all
have
images-
they have them in Hawaii. What's
Isn't
that?
it weird? Isn't it weird that every space documentary, all the series, I had them all, Joe had them all, we watch them all the time. I try to remember all the shit about a neutron star and a superhypernova. I was balls deep. Me and Joe
Hypernova.
were balls deep into space. And then every now and then we'd watch this documentary after documentary. Morgan Freeman got the universe. We had
that
all
shit
that
was
shit.
good.
I DVR'd all that shit. Anything that said space.
Will Smith
I was
has a new
fucking
one.
ball. I thought I was better than people and shit because I knew so much about space. And every now and then I'd watch all that shit and wonder what. this is all cartoons.
Eddie, why not? But,
This is all
hold on a
cartoons.
second.
And then I go, okay, whatever. And then I keep watching. All DVDs on space are all CGI. There's nothing real. And everyone watches that. They believe it. The narration is all programming. What's above us and what we're on, we're being lied to. Once you go flat, you never go back. Listen,
This is a campaign.
Listen, they're lying to us about everything,
Yes.
dude.
Who is
it's
they,
not about,
though?
It's not about.
Who are
it's not
they,
about
Eddie?
belief.
They
Eddie,
are
here's the one
they.
thing. This is the one thing I want to say.
Okay.
It's like it's not that we believe something ridiculous and you don't believe it. We're gullible. We're gullible. We believe some weird shit about the flat earth. We believe some weird shit. You don't believe it, you're smart. It's not about that. It's about we actually don't know what we're on, and we always say that. We don't know, but based on all the shit that we got by the mainstream, we don't believe that.
Here's what I
you
think.
believe that.
I
so
think-
it's not that we believe something crazy and you don't because you smell it, the bullshit.
But isn't there a
It's like
scientific- isn't there a
we look
scientific
at it different.
tradition?
We look
Eddie,
at it totally
hold on, they
different.
told
We
you,
look at it as
Brian.
you believe
You use
all
this-
the
hold
shit
on,
from
Bubba,
NASA.
you
Hold
use-
on. And we don't
Let me
believe
finish.
any of that
Yeah,
shit.
but you use
so
that.
we don't
wait,
believe
wait,
that
Eddie,
shit.
you use that microphone. You use a cell phone, right?
It's science.
Hold on.
I believe in it.
That's science.
I believe in it.
Okay, why do
I
you believe in
it.
that? And
because
why don't you
I don't
believe?
need a study. I don't need to read something to verify.
But you benefit
It's not
from
scientism because
science.
I experience
You
it.
benefit from
I know
science
it.
every day.
I know. I love
listen,
So why wouldn't you
I
believe
wanna-
that
I
those-
think we
I
gotta
love
cut
science.
this off. It's 10 o'clock.
Man,
love
we gotta get
science.
out of here.
It's
I
10
love
o'clock.
science.
Come see me in Vancouver at the Vogue Theater and in Salt Lake City at Wise Guys, March 1 and 2.
I love science too.
I
And,
love science. I don't want to fight. I want to laugh about it. I'm an idiot. I believe in flat Earth. I'm crazy. That's all you need to know.
In the flat Earth model of the cosmos, the North Pole is the immovable center of the world and the entire universe. Polaris, the North Star, sits straight over the North Pole at the highest point in the heavens, and like a slowly rotating planetarium dome, all the celestial bodies revolve around Polaris and over the Earth once per day. The Sun circles over and around the circumference of Earth every 24 hours, steadily traveling each day from the equator during the March vernal equinox up to the Tropic of Cancer at the June summer solstice, back down to the equator for the September autumnal equinox, and all the way down to the Tropic of Capricorn on the December winter solstice. In the flat Earth model, the South Pole does not exist at all, and Antarctica is instead a gigantic ice wall extending the circumference of Earth, holding in the oceans like a giant bowl or a World Cup. As strange as this concept may sound at first, it is a fact that if you set a bearing due south from anywhere on Earth, inevitably at or before 78 degrees southern latitude, you will find yourself face to face with an enormous ice wall towering 100 to 200 feet in the air, extending to the east and west the entire circumference of the world. General Greely in Antarctica or the Hypothetical Southern Continent wrote, "The ice barrier, so frequently referred to in accounts of the Antarctic regions, is the forefront of the enormous glacier covering or ice cap, which, accumulating in vast undulating fields from the heavy snowfall, and ultimately attaining hundreds if not thousands of feet in thickness, creeps from the continent of Antarctica into the polar sea. The ice barrier, yet a part of the parent ice cap, presents itself to the navigator who has boldness enough to approach its fearful front as a solid perpendicular wall of marble-like ice, ranging from 1,000 to 2,000 feet in thickness, of which from 100 to 200 feet rises above, and from 800 to 1,800 feet sinks below the level of the sea." Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "It has been demonstrated that the Earth is a plane, the surface center of which is immediately underneath the star called Polaris, and the extremities of which are bounded by a vast region of ice and water and irregular masses of land. The whole terminates in fog and darkness, where snow and driving hail, piercing sleet and boisterous winds, howling storms, madly mounting waves, and clashing icebergs are almost constant. Antarctica is not the tiny ice continent found confined to the underside antipode of astronomers' globes. Quite the contrary, Antarctica literally surrounds us 360 degrees, encircles every continent, and acts as a barrier holding in the oceans. The most commonly asked questions, and the greatest mysteries yet to be solved are, how far does the Antarctic ice extend outwards? Is there a limit? What lies beyond, or is it just snow and ice forever? Thanks to UN treaties and constant military surveillance, the North Pole and Antarctica remain cloaked in government secrecy, both purported no-fly and no-sail zones, with several reports of civilian pilots and captains being shooed away and escorted back under threats of violence. Dr. Samuel Rowbotham wrote, "How far the ice extends, how it terminates, and what exists beyond it, are questions to which no present human experience can reply. All we at present know is that snow and hail, howling winds, and indescribable storms and hurricanes prevail, and that in every direction human ingress is barred by unsealed escarpments of perpetual ice, extending farther than the eye or telescope can penetrate, and becoming lost in gloom and darkness." Before reaching the Antarctic ice wall, navigating the increasingly tumultuous southern oceans, explorers encounter the longest, darkest, coldest nights and the most dangerous seas and storms anywhere on Earth. Vasco da Gama, an early 16th century Portuguese explorer of the South Seas, wrote how the waves rise like mountains in height, ships are heaved up to the clouds and apparently precipitated by circling whirlpools to the bed of the ocean. The winds are piercing cold, and so boisterous that the pilot's voice can seldom be heard, whilst a dismal and almost continual darkness adds greatly to the danger. In 1773, Captain Cook became the first modern explorer known to have breached the Antarctic Circle and reached the ice barrier. During 3 voyages lasting 3 years and 8 days, Captain Cook and his crew sailed a total of 60,000 miles along the Antarctic coastline, never once finding an inlet or path through or beyond the massive glacial wall. Captain Cook wrote, "The ice extended east and west far beyond the reach of our sight, while the southern half of the horizon was illuminated by rays of light, which were reflected from the ice to a considerable height. It was indeed my opinion that this ice extends quite to the pole, or perhaps joins some land to which it has been fixed since creation." On October 5, 1839, another explorer, James Clark Ross, began a series of Antarctic voyages lasting a total of 4 years and 5 months. Ross and his crew sailed 2 heavily armored warships thousands of miles, losing many men from hurricanes and icebergs, looking for an entry point beyond the southern glacial wall. Upon first confronting the massive barrier, Captain Ross wrote of the wall, "Extending from its eastern extreme point as far as the eye could discern to the eastward, it presented an extraordinary appearance, gradually increasing in height as we got nearer to it, and proving at length to be a perpendicular cliff of ice, between 150 feet and 200 feet above the level of the sea, perfectly flat and level at the top, and without any fissures or promontories on its even seaward face. We might, with equal chance of success, try to sail through the cliffs of Dover as penetrate such a mass." William Carpenter wrote, "Yes, but we can circumnavigate the south easily enough, is often said by those who don't know. The British ship Challenger recently completed the circuit of the southern region, indirectly to be sure, but she was 3 years about it, and traversed nearly 69,000 miles, a stretch long enough to have taken her 6 times round on the globular hypothesis." Dr. Samuel Rowbotham wrote, "If we now consider the fact that when we travel by land or sea, and from any part of the known world in a direction towards the North Polar Star, we shall arrive at one and the same point, we are forced to the conclusion that what has hitherto been called the North Polar region is really the center of the earth. that from this northern center the land diverges and stretches out, of necessity, towards a circumference, which must now be called the southern region, which is a vast circle, and not a pole or center. In this and other ways, all the great navigators have been frustrated in their efforts, and have been more or less confounded in their attempts to sail round the earth, upon or beyond the Antarctic Circle. But if the southern region is a pole or center, like the north, there would be little difficulty in circumnavigating it, for the distance round would be comparatively small. When it is seen that the earth is not a sphere, but a plane, having only one center, the north, and that the south is the vast icy boundary of the world, the difficulties experienced by circumnavigators can be easily understood. If the earth were truly a globe, then every line of latitude south of the equator would have to measure a gradually smaller and smaller circumference the farther south traveled. In other words, the circumference at 10 degrees south latitude would comprise a smaller circle than at the equator, 20 degrees south latitude would comprise a circle smaller than 10, and so on. If, however, the earth is an extended plane, then every line of latitude south of the equator should measure a gradually larger and larger circumference the farther south traveled. 10 degrees south latitude will comprise a larger circle than the equator, 20 degrees south latitude will comprise a circle larger than 10, and so on. Likewise, if the earth were a globe, lines of longitude would bubble out at the equator while converging at the poles, whereas if earth is an extended plane, lines of longitude should simply expand straight outwards from the North Pole. So which is actually the case? David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "Upon the principle as taught by Scripture and common observation that the world is not a planet but consists of vast masses of land stretched out upon level seas, the north being the center of the system, it is evident that the degrees of longitude will gradually increase in width the whole way from the north center to the icy boundary of the great southern circumference, in consequence of the difference between the actual extent of longitudes and that allowed for them by the nautical authorities, which difference, at the latitude of the Cape of Good Hope, has been estimated to amount to a great number of miles. Many shipmasters have lost their reckoning, and many vessels have been wrecked. Ship captains, who have been educated in the globular theory, know not how to account for their getting so much out of their course in southern latitudes, and generally put it down to currents. But this reason is futile, for although currents may exist, they do not usually run in opposite directions, and vessels are frequently wrecked whether sailing east or west. During Captain James Clark Ross's voyages around the Antarctic circumference, he often wrote in his journal, perplexed at how they routinely found themselves out of accordance with their charts, stating that they found themselves an average of 12 to 16 miles outside their reckoning every day, some days as much as 29 miles. Lieutenant Charles Wilkes commanded a United States Navy exploration expedition to the Antarctic from August 18, 1838 to June 10, 1842, almost 4 years spent exploring and surveying the Southern Ocean. In his journals, Lieutenant Wilkes also mentioned being consistently east of his reckoning, sometimes over 20 miles in less than 18 hours. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "The commanders of these various expeditions were, of course, with their education and belief in the earth's rotundity, unable to conceive of any other cause for the differences between log and chronometer results than the existence of currents. But one simple fact is entirely fatal to such an explanation, that when the route taken is east or west, the same results are experienced. The water of the southern region cannot be running in two opposite directions at the same time, and hence, although various local and variable currents have been noticed, they cannot be shown to be the cause of the discrepancies so generally observed in high southern latitudes between time and log results. The conclusion is one of necessity, forced upon us by the sum of the evidence collected that the degrees of longitude in any given southern latitude are larger than the degrees in any latitude nearer to the northern center, thus proving the already more than sufficiently demonstrated fact that the earth is a plane, having a northern center, in relation to which degrees of latitude are concentric, and from which degrees of longitude are diverging lines, continually increasing in their distance from each other as they are prolonged towards the great glacial southern circumference. Reverend Thomas Milner wrote, "In the southern hemisphere, navigators to India have often fancied themselves east of the Cape when still west, and have been driven ashore on the African coast, which, according to their reckoning, lay behind them. This misfortune happened to a fine frigate, the Challenger, in 1845. How came Her Majesty's ship Conqueror to be lost? How have so many other noble vessels, perfectly sound, perfectly manned, perfectly navigated, been wrecked in calm weather, not only in dark night or in a fog, but in broad daylight and sunshine, in the former case upon the coasts, in the latter upon sunken rocks, from being out of reckoning, under circumstances which until now have baffled every satisfactory explanation? The equatorial circumference of the supposed ball earth is said to be 24,900 statute, or 21,600 nautical miles. A nautical mile is the distance following the supposed curvature of the earth from 1 minute of latitude to the next. A statute mile is the straight line distance between the two, not taking into account Earth's alleged curvature. The Australian Handbook Almanac Shippers and Importers Directory states that the distance between Sydney and Nelson is 1,400 nautical or 1,633 statute miles, allowing a more than sufficient 83 miles as the distance for rounding Cape Farewell and sailing up Tasman Bay to Nelson leaves 1,550 statute miles as the straight line distance from the meridian of Sydney to the meridian of Nelson. Their given difference in longitude is 22 degrees, 2 minutes, 14 seconds. Therefore, if 22 degrees, 2 minutes, 14 seconds out of 360 is 1,550 miles, the entirety measures 25,182 miles. This is larger than the Earth is said to be at the equator, and 4,262 miles greater than it would be at Sydney's southern latitude on a globe of said proportions. 1/360th part of 25,182 gives 70 miles as the distance between each degree of longitude at Sydney's 34° southern latitude. On a globe 25,000 miles in equatorial circumference, however, degrees of longitude at 34° latitude would be only 58 miles, a full 12 miles per degree less than reality. This perfectly explains why Ross and other navigators in the deep south experienced 12+ mile daily discrepancies between their reckoning and reality. The farther south traveled, the farther the divide. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "From near Cape Horn, Chile, to Port Phillip in Melbourne, Australia, the distance is 9,000 miles. These two places are 143 degrees of longitude from each other. Therefore the whole extent of the Earth's circumference is a mere arithmetical question. If 143 degrees make 9,000 miles, what will be the distance made by the whole 360 degrees into which the surface is divided? The answer is 22,657 miles, or 8,357 miles more than the theory of rotundity would permit. It must be borne in mind, however, that the above distances are nautical measure, which, reduced to statute miles, gives the actual distance round the southern region at a given latitude as 26,433 statute miles, or nearly 1,500 miles more than the largest circumference ever assigned to the Earth at the equator. Similar calculations made from the Cape of Good Hope, South Africa, to Melbourne, Australia, at an average latitude of 35.5 degrees south, have given an approximate figure of over 25,000 miles, which is again equal to or greater than the Earth's supposed greatest circumference at the equator. Calculations from Sydney, Australia to Wellington, New Zealand, at an average of 37.5 degrees south, have given an approximate circumference of 25,500 miles, greater still. According to the ball earth theory, the circumference of the Earth at 37.5 degrees southern latitude should be only 19,757 statute miles, almost 6,000 miles less than such practical measurements. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "The above calculations are, as already stated, only approximate, but as liberal allowances have been made for irregularities of route, etc., they are sufficiently accurate to prove that the degrees of longitude, as we proceed southwards, do not diminish as they would upon a globe, but expand or increase as they must if the Earth is a plane, or, in other words, the farthest point, or greatest latitude south must have the greatest circumference and degrees of longitude. And William Carpenter wrote, "Parallels of latitude only, of all imaginary lines on the surface of the earth, are circles, which increase progressively from the northern center to the southern circumference. The mariner's course in the direction of any one of these concentric circles is his longitude, the degrees of which increase to such an extent beyond the equator, going southwards, that hundreds of vessels have been wrecked because of the false idea created by the untruthfulness of the charts and the globular theory together, causing the sailor to be continually getting out of his reckoning. With a map of the earth in its true form, all difficulty is done away with, and ships may be conducted anywhere with perfect safety. This, then, is a very important practical proof that the earth is not a globe."
I phoned up Antarctica. There's like a tourist umbrella you have to go through, and I sort of said, "Oh, I've got loads of money. I've got boats in Hawaii and India," which I don't. And me and some friends were going to hack down to Antarctica and walk across it. And I got loads of emails off these people saying, "No, you don't. No, you don't. Fill out your permits. You've got Orange membership. And fill out this. Why are you coming?" I got like totally hammered just for saying I'm coming to Antarctica. What I found is you're only allowed in through New Zealand, South America at the bottom, and South Africa at the bottom. And they take you in, you see some penguins, you sleep somewhere cold, and they throw you back out, all for like $5,000. Now, it's totally locked down, and I did an article about it where I looked at the Treaty of Antarctica, which is some countries got together and locked it down. They've got a lot of science research going on there, and they just don't let anyone in. Now, where this treaty meet, they have a big table that's shaped in a pyramid with the top cut off, which is, you can call me a conspiracy theorist, but there's obviously something there. What would you like to add on the Antarctica rim model, Eric?
Yeah, so Antarctica is not just the tiny ice continent on the bottom of the globe that it shows, but it is the case that no matter where you are on Earth, if you go southwards from there, you'll hit Antarctica. So if you imagine expanding that little Antarctic continent on the bottom of the globe out to an ice rim all the way across, around the Earth, the North Pole being in the center, anywhere you go in a straight line, you will end up going to the ice wall.
Yeah, and many boats through, since the 40s, 50s have talked about my instruments went crazy, there were ice walls for hundreds of miles, I got lost. There's so many of these stories.
Yeah, and so they say that there's a South Pole somewhere too on part of that guided tour that you're talking about. They've got an arbitrary point along the Antarctic ice that they've put a red and white barbershop pole with a ball earth on top of it and claim that that's the South Pole. But they even admit that it's not the real South Pole because the real geomagnetic South Pole is constantly moving. So since it's constantly moving, you're never really going to be able to see it. But the reality is they can't have people going down there with a compass and checking to see if it really is the South Pole.
Last year, Prince Harry was down there, and he basically just made some filming. He was with Rupert and Tarquin and a few of his friends. And the story was on all the mainstream news, Prince Harry in Antarctica. Oh, we had to go back, it was just too cold, my foot got blisters and frostbite. What the message to the subconscious is, it doesn't matter how rich you are, don't go there, it's too cold.
They know that Prince Harry and a team of injured servicemen and women have been walking to the South Pole. Well, they've got there, they've completed the 200-mile Walking with the Wounded South Pole Challenge, that's its proper name. They've spent more than 3 weeks trekking through Antarctica, and this was what it sounded like at the moment when they arrived at the bottom of the world.
Let's go!
Oh, it sounds quite restrained, doesn't it, after all that effort? Well, they spent 20 hours in a cold chamber. This was the prince and the other competitors who were with him to prepare for the conditions that they were going to find down there. The expedition was supposed to be a race. You might remember it being billed that way before it started, but the weather became so bad as they went along that they scrapped the competitive side of things and just joined up as one big team instead. And this was how Harry reacted after completing the mission.
We're here, we made it. It's Friday the 13th. We've had so many things go against us. We've had beautiful weather, but bad weather before. and bad terrain and injuries and stuff like that, but everyone's made it, all 12 of them, the whole group of 20, whatever it is, but the 12 wounded soldiers have made it. Couldn't have made it without everyone's help, especially back home. You know, the founders, Ed and Simon as well. But everyone is so happy. Everyone's touched the ball. We've all had photos. We've all had hugs, a few tears here and there. But all in all, mission success, basically.
If you're wondering about that ball that he was talking about, it's the ceremonial South Pole at the Amundsen Scott South Pole Station. It's like a metal sphere on a red and white pole, and it's partly surrounded by the flags of the signatories of the Antarctic Treaty. So it's lovely for a photo, but the problem with it is it's not the real South Pole. It's about 300 metres away.
So at the real South Pole, what is that?
Well, there's nothing. That's the thing. You can't see. To do it properly, to cover all your bases, you have to do both. You have to do the picture with the ball, and then you have to go and kind of hang around at the exact
why don't they move
longitude
the
and
ball to where
latitude.
the actual thing is?
Well, that's a very sensible question.
Something for you
It's
to
not
work
one
on.
I can answer,
Okay.
but it's a very good.
Earth is a level, motionless plane with the sun, moon, and stars revolving over and around us just as you experience every day. The North Pole is the magnetic monopole center point, with Polaris, the North Pole star, situated directly above. Polaris is the only motionless star in the heavens, with all the other constellations revolving perfect circles over the Earth every night. The so-called planets, known to the ancients as wandering stars, were named such because they were observed then, as we can observe today, to wander the heavens, taking their own unique spirograph-like patterns, making both forward and retrograde motions over and around the Earth during their cycles. Meanwhile, the fixed stars were named such because they were observed then, as we can observe today, to stay fixed in their constellation patterns night after night, year after year, century after century, never changing their relative positions. If Earth was truly a tilting, wobbling, spinning space ball, as NASA and modern astronomy proclaim, rotating 1,000 miles per hour on its axis, revolving 67,000 miles per hour around the Sun, spiraling 500,000 miles per hour around the galaxy, and shooting off several million more miles per hour through the universe, the star patterns would never look the same 2 nights in a row, let alone be fixed in exactly the same constellations for thousands upon thousands of years. The reality is that the Earth and Polaris do not move, while everything else in the heavens revolves over Earth and around Polaris, east to west, like in a planetarium dome. Our Earth planetarium, however, is so vast that perspective won't allow any observer to see all the stars simultaneously from any one vantage point. We can see Polaris, Ursa Major and Minor, and other northern constellations from every point north of the equator simultaneously, but conversely cannot see the so-called South Pole star, Sigma Octantis, the Southern Cross, or other outer constellations simultaneously from every point south of the equator, because they all sweep over a great southern arc from their rise in the evening to their setting in the morning. Facing north, the stars turn counterclockwise from right to left. Facing south, they turn clockwise from left to right. Facing east, they rise in front and set behind, while facing west, they rise behind and set in front. So their apparent motion, angle, and inclination changes depending where you are on Earth and what direction you are facing. But their actual movement is always east to west.
So human beings who live on the globe spinning in space with curved water and with these type of satellites, I seriously do not understand you. Why are you so hypocrite? You're such hypocrites and you're anti-scientific and you're anti-reality. I don't understand you. So let's see science and reality and stuff, and let's make you feel disgusted with yourself. This is a message for people who live on the globe spinning in space with curved water. Why do you accept these satellites? I mean, everybody knows this is video games, 3D, three-dimensional computer graphics made on a computer, cartoons, invented stuff. Everybody knows this is fake. So why do you keep on accepting that this is reality? I'm going to show you the reality right now, which is going to make short circuit. This is what you say is reality, according to you. 3D CGI animations on computer software. And I'm going to show you reality in the real world, in places like South America and Brazil. And not only, this is just an example. We have satellites that crashed in the back garden of normal people, normal peasants. And all these satellites, what they have in common is they float with helium balloons on the surface of the Earth. Helium balloons because they float, because the density of helium is less than the density of air. Therefore, it floats. There's no gravity. There's no globe Earth. There's nothing. So I understand you're frustrated with your lives and that you only care about insulting and stuff. These are the satellites. I'm going to show you more pictures. Stay tuned. Keep on staying with me, because you're gonna hate me for this, because I'm going to show you reality and the truth. But hey, I don't care. I mean, I am a real human being, not like you. So this is like a crash satellite in Brazil. It's just satellites exist. The thing is, they do not exist the way that you believe it exists. They do not exist floating around the globe, spinning in space, and gravity keeps them. No, everything is helium globes like this. And because helium floats, because the density of helium is less than density of air, there is no gravity. Everything is density and buoyancy. That is pure science. You are anti-scientific, my friend, and that's the truth. So this is NASA. This is official NASA footage. This is not something like a stupid flat earther in the basement of his mother, like you say, is doing. This is original footage from NASA, pure science. This is what NASA does when they're sending, since the 1950s, after the Second World War, they're sending the satellites in space, above the Earth, what we call space, with floating helium balloons. There is no such thing as what you see in cartoons and movies. This is what happens in real life. So do you tell me, is real life and reality inferior in your brain compared to what you want to believe? This is like footage from the 1950s. Back in the day, in the 1950s, because the world was so primitive, the only way to launch helium balloons up in the air was from aircraft, like aircraft carriers, because they were so huge and big and gigantic. They had to be in the middle of the ocean. And I believe they had to be in the middle of the ocean as well, because it was away from the public eye, so nobody would have actually had the camera or like the capacity to actually follow the army or the navy onto the ocean and see that for themselves. But that's what they were doing back in the 1950s and 60s. And today, this is what they're doing. NASA has programs. NASA is actually the largest helium consumer in the world. You can check it out. It's not made up. NASA consumes helium like no other company in the world. Why would NASA need so much helium if the world works with gravity and globe spinning in space with curved water? Because there is no gravity. Everything is helium, and they need this to launch the satellites. And they have people like scientists and retired NASA Goddard Space Flight Center speaking about the importance of buoyancy and density and how the satellites float, thanks to the fact that the Earth is not a globe. It's flat and it's motionless. It doesn't move. And I don't even know what to say anymore. So you have the footage. You have this, for example, this person who's chief technologist for the balloon program. There, she was saying, and this is like public knowledge, that when they fabricate these balloons to actually launch the satellites, each one of these balloons, when it's inflated and when it's ready to launch, it has the size of a football stadium. This is American football, but who cares? American football, European football, a domed football stadium. So that's the size of those things that are up there in space somewhere above the surface of the flat motionless Earth. And also many of these, look at this, this is official this is how satellites are being launched, and they're launched from Antarctica. Lots of the satellites are launched from Antarctica, from the places where common mortal human beings like you and me, because we are useless birth certificates, we do not have access to go there. And that's why they're launching them from so far away in Antarctica, because there's nobody there to actually film it, so there will be no witnesses. So therefore, they can get away with it. But this is actually the truth. This exists. This is reality. Why the heck do you keep on saying that your reality is this? Why do you accept this reality? Because this is just like invented cartoon and computer graphics. This is reality. They're launching satellites with helium globes, helium balloons from Antarctica, where nobody has access, like you and me, only the military and themselves, because that's the way the world works. And this is public knowledge. This is not something invented or conspiracy. So the only reason why you keep on insulting people who search for the truth and people who accept the truth is because you're frustrated and you're a hypocrite and you hate your life. And that's it. So you accept this because, I don't know, because you know that nothing is going to change in the world. Therefore, you have a reason to be happy, to insult and to laugh at people who just accept the truth for what it is. It's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. I actually feel disgusted and ashamed to share the same DNA with people who live on a globe with curved water spinning in space. I feel super disgusted. And you're going to say now, why do you keep on focusing your video, like this type of video, with people who live on the globe Earth? Well, very simple, because you people who know the truth, you're fine. You don't need help. People who need help and to go to a psychologist are those who live on a globe spinning in space with curved water. So that's why I'm trying to help people here. I'm actually a good human being, you know. This is what a person with his Nikon P900 camera, those cameras that make super zooms, the P900 and the P1000, and cameras that you just insult because you tell people buy yourself a telescope or something. Well, this is something you can use your camera for, and this is a satellite with a helium balloon or globe floating around in front of the moon. And that's it. That's what you see with 83 times zoom. That's the P900. And the P1000 has 120. And by the way, everywhere you look right now, they're out of stock. Probably there's a reason why these cameras are out of stock, in my opinion. Anyway, so yeah, it's very simple. And this was seen in The Simpsons. It's not like The Simpsons tells you the future. It's more like in The Simpsons, they're actually telling you the truth, because that's the way that politics and the world works. They're showing it to you in cartoons in The Simpsons and stuff. They're showing you reality, and this is reality. From Antarctica, from the North Pole, which is not actually the North Pole, it's just a central part of this crater, because we do not have access there. It's forbidden. So that's how they launch the satellites. Buoyancy, density, there is no gravity. The only reason why you keep on insulting people that speak the truth, it's because I would say something right now, but I'm not going to say it because probably YouTube is not going to like it. So anyway, that's the whole thing. I didn't do anything bad. I'm just showing you reality versus invented cartoons and 3D CGI and video games. I love video games. I love cartoons. I love 3D CGI. But when it comes to the truth, when it comes to actually understand how the world works and what's reality, this is reality. This is not reality. And what else? What else here? And was the other satellite here? And this is not reality. This is fake. This is just animation. Reality is this. On the moon, reality is what you see in Antarctica when they launch satellites with helium balloons, because helium floats and the Earth does not move. There is no spinning. There is no curvature. There is no gravity. NASA knows this. Of course, they have their own program for the public, because that's the whole part of the whole system and the whole process, right? But the videos exist, the documentaries exist, science exists. If you go in front of a judge right now, and you want to prove these things, the judge is going to give you, the person who actually speaks the truth, the right to actually go out clean, because a judge has to respect the truth if you have the materials. And these are the materials, and this is science, and this is irrefutable science. And this is one thing that I know. It's just I am ashamed of the human race, of 99% of the human race, because it's so simple. It's just a matter of like sitting your ass or your butt on a chair for like an hour to actually understand this with your human intellect. And you're just going to realize, okay, I was lied all my life. I feel frustrated and I feel like a piece of crap, but who cares? At least I know the truth, right? That's the big thing that people don't want to do. They don't want to sit on their asses and just understand with their human intellect. Oh, it's easier to just insult flat earthers because, you know, that's a norm. That's simple. what can you do, right? So I'm hoping that at least one of the people who actually lives on his fantasy globe bird spinning in space, they're gonna actually watch my video and they're just gonna actually sit down for a second or for a minute or for a day and just think. Use your human intellect. Don't be like a monkey, because monkeys don't think. They just eat bananas and they have sex in the jungle. Just think for a bit, and probably you're gonna realize the truth. And I don't care if it's frustrating for you or if you're gonna go crazy or something. That's your problem. Hey, the truth is the truth, and if you cannot handle it, then that's your problem, my friend. So, and that's it. I'll see you guys in the next one.
Do you guys ever meet someone named Flat Earth Truth? I know someone named Flat Earth Truth. Did you guys ever meet someone named Flat Earth Truth?
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere, tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these
Heavy things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density that is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe. Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules on a spinning ball. It makes us sick. Gravity is magic. It's magic. It's magic. Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth? Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules on a spinning ball. It makes us sick. Gravity is magic. Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society. Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules on a spinning ball. It makes us sick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being in his proper senses can believe that the sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion. We've been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light, that some masons from NASA actually walked on the moon, that some other masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars, that satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease. We've been taught that the ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion, wind, or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because the magical Velcro of gravity pulls atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this motion because the stars are so incredibly far away. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. 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 By a cosmic fairy tale.
Well, let me tell you something about the space station. It's only really there in your imagination. That thing ain't real. It's science fiction. It's there to feed your space addiction. Those astronauts are not in space. It's written all over their stupid face. See, I can spot a lie from 100 miles. And I can spot a fraud from the way they smile. Didn't you learn nothing from the fake moon mission? That puppet show from President Nixon. Well, listen up, they're doing it again, it seems. Check out the harnesses and green screens. I used to work a lot in film and TV. I know a bit about the television trickery to create the illusion that you're somewhere that you're not. A green screen is what you're gonna use a lot. Or if you wear a harness and attach it to the ceiling, the illusion that you're floating is what they'll be believing. All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the human race. So let me tell you something about a zero-G plane. This thing flies up and then down again. Some weird stuff happens if you're on the inside. You start to float as the plane takes a dive. Simply add an actor that's trained to deceive, and you got yourself an astronaut, or so you believe. Plane flies up and that's everyone's cue. Then action, we got some deceiving to do. Plane flies down and then everyone knows to start the ISS live show. Floating in a plane with zero-G, but you only see astronauts on your TV. All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the human race. Well, another thing I noticed when I looked at these fools, they're filming spacewalks in buoyancy pools. NASA's gonna tell you that it's just for training to practice for space station maintaining. Well, I thought about that, but if that's the case, then why the hell can I see bubbles in space? Take a hard look at the next spacewalk. Tell me if you can see bubbles at all. Open your eyes, man, I'll bet you a quarter. Those spacewalks are filmed underwater. I can see space bubbles everywhere. Hey, NASA, how the hell did those get there? All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the human race. So when you see an astronaut aboard the ISS, take another look at your TV set. They're pretty good at faking, so you gotta look close. Pay some attention to the way the actor floats. If you ask me, that ain't zero gravity, but Hollywood effects that I see on my TV. Take a good look at the whole damn thing. These lying bastards are just puppets on a string. It's all a big science fiction puppet show. The game's up, assholes, cause we all know. Thanks for the show, NASA. It's been a blast. Now take your fake station and shove it up your... All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the whole human race. All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're just actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the whole human race, man. All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the whole human race. All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're just actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in
There's this one video where the actor is going around a corner and he is faded out before making it completely out of the viewer's sight. Let's not forget space bubbles.
Dave Williams about to move out of the Quest airlock. Those particles that you see emanating from the airlock is said by the EVA officer Paul Boehm in Mission Control to be particles of water from the crew's sublimators on their spacesuits.
So many times during spacewalks outside the International Space Station, we can see air bubbles rising up. Can you touch on how there are air bubbles in space?
Can you be more specific? Air bubbles?
So yeah, like a lot of times during the footage, the NASA footage, you can see bubbles coming up out of the helmets or kind of from underneath you. How do you explain bubbles in space?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about.
Oh, and it just happens that actors train in an underwater tank. NASA tells us that the Earth is photoshopped because it has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
There was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space.
Some NASA actors say that you can totally see stars when you're in space.
Whilst in space, have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah. Because you can see. Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
Yeah. It's not a black
cool
void.
thing.
I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
Yeah, you can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas. Magellan clouds of the Milky Way
you see
galaxy.
the Magellanic clouds.
Magellanic. See, I just wanted the Magellan
clouds. Well, there's a large
clouds.
one and a small one, right?
Yeah.
And then you can see the zodiacal light.
Whoa. But the NASA actors from 1969 say that you can't see the stars in space.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon by eye without looking through the optics. I don't recall during the period of time that we were photographing the solar corona what stars we could see.
I don't remember seeing any. You can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
I don't remember seeing any.
NASA says that we can't leave low Earth orbit.
Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go.
The kinds of technologies that we're testing out on Space Station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
And this is really the beginning, I think, of human beings leaving low Earth orbit.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
NASA tells us that they lost the 1960s technology that took us to the moon.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
The ultimate destination is Mars. So if you gave me all the money in the federal budget today, I could not get a human to Mars.
I think that what you're doing is taking a shot in the dark. You have no way of knowing if any commercial entity will ever be able to put a man in orbit, no matter how much money you throw at them. What you're doing is you're taking NASA's manned space program and making it a faith-based initiative. I yield the rest of my time.
NASA also says that they lost the telemetry data for the moon missions.
I haven't seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence, and as I said, even if we had it, we don't have the machines to play it back.
Unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't really give you much of a clue as to where this data ended up and whether it still exists or not.
time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten doublethink?
It's been a long night, you know what I mean? Yeah, so I've got a feeling with these funny flat earthers, you know. We're gonna go to Jupiter, gonna go to Mars. Yeah, but hold on, have a little bit of me energy drink. And then, you know, because last night I was out partying really hard, you know what I mean? So today, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go online and try to, like, you know, talk to these, like, flat earthers, you know, because we're gonna have a party on Jupiter. Who's coming, man? Alright, hold on, I need to have a little bit of me energy drink. Yeah, hold on, I need one of them, yeah, like one of them Red Bulls or something, you know, just, I wanna go to Jupiter, gonna bring some alcohol, gonna bring my gal Susie, cause she's gonna do it, oh yeah. I'm gonna go and have a big fun on Jupiter. Gonna put my flag in one of the moons on Jupiter. Yeah, but hold on, need a little bit of me energy drink. Need a little bit of me energy drink and a little bit, bring a little bit of alcohol. Bring something for eating too, because I don't know, bring barbecue maybe. Bring barbecue, yeah, we got the bottle, alright lads, alright, we decided we all want to go to Jupiter to show these stupid flat earthers that you can't really, you know, you can't just say that the earth is flat, you know what I mean? Like, hold on, I need some of me energy drink. Hold on, need me energy drink. A long night last night now, partying with me girlfriend, you know. Now I'm gonna get online. I'm gonna tell these flat earthers, you know, you can't just criticise anything, you know. You can totally just go and just get a rocket. Just get a rocket. Let's get our own rocket. Right, fuck it, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I mean, shit, we just got together and just, you know, decided, you know, like, if we could do a meeting like at the UN or something, we could just decide that we was going to go to the moon, you know, and get we could launch pad party on the moon. Hold on, need some of me energy drink. Hold on, need a little bit of me energy drink. Yeah, need a little bit of me energy drink. Hold up. Some Red Bull or something. Yeah. Ready, real.
CIA be lurking, I be in the turban. Little ones stay cursing, older ones out twerking. Talking about lack of education, streets are always dangerous. Bluetooth speakers playing, do you really hear what they saying? Do you know what that means? Are you down for the teens? They speak through signs and symbols, you can learn about these things. Live by 9/11, Club of 27. Once you think that they in heaven, nah bruh, it's a legend. It's all according to the code. Damn Illuminati with my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in a Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. We call that an auto hoax.
Man, what you trying to prove? Don't you know we've been around the globe and been to the moon?
Get it, that's an auto hoax.
You tripping, times two. What about the shootings that they always cover on the news?
That's an auto hoax.
They don't move, we will make the way. Let it spray, right reality like an AKA. Let them know we don't play. They live like life's a party, but it's really like a breakaway. Meditate, focus your attention on your better days. You know what I'm talking about. Don't let these slimy narcissists, the Antichrist out there turn your eye. Freedom of speech is actuality. That's why the truth must spread by word of mouth, word of mouth. It's all according to the code. Damn Illuminati with my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in the Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. Let me turn on my auto hoax. Not even a proven fact. The floor curves into a spinning ball, and you can test for that.
Globe is an auto hoax.
Man, you must be trolling me. Scientific theories aren't what they are shown to be.
Yup, that's an auto hoax.
So what you're saying is you don't accept the claim that's missing proof, then you label it.
Exactly, it's an auto hoax.
Wow, sports is scripted by the number code. What do I really do? Let me turn on my auto hoax.
Squad.
Let me turn on my auto hoax and look this stuff up when I get home. Cause boy, I tell you, these kids today is tripping. I ain't tripping, he must be tripping. Cause I am not tripping, not one little bit. I know my things, I know my shit. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened. Listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball. But it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go. History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Basement.
NASA. It's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
What is gravity?
Okay, I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privation. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper fleas, with no ball to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your more tonight, boy, scientific. All the thicker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons. Mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe charts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day and no containment. It's automatic. You sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like Sub-Zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make it hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigmatic sweet. You once obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks in the head. She keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best team since butter toast. When it comes to FE, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. This crunch time, your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what I hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums, an empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off the space. We understand no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground. They say that ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere in no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously. Maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
A friend of mine once told me to do a search online. Search for photos of Earth, he said. This shit will blow your mind. So I opened up the Google and I looked for photos of Earth. Well, a lot of photos came up. He said, click on the first. He said, that's the famous blue marble that everybody's seen. We've seen this photo 1,000 times upon our TV screen. But let me tell you something about that famous shot. It's not a photo at all, man. It was made in Photoshop. Cause there ain't no photographs of us. Somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons. They're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a code. No, none at all. Why the hell can't no one take a photo of this ball? He was goddamn right. That shit did blow my mind. Cause I thought the blue marble was a photo all this time. Well, don't you think that's strange? He said suspiciously. Now, the fact that it ain't a photo seems pretty weird to me. I mean, the most important photo that man could ever take, this huge iconic image turns out to be a fake? Well, I couldn't quite believe it, man. I was pretty shocked. I needed further proof that this photo's photoshopped. He said, look up Robert Simon. He made that cartoon ball. He's the guy you should research. He works for NASA and all. He openly admits that it's all just artistry. He said, and I quote, it's photoshopped, but it has to be. There ain't no photographs of us. Somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons. They're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a code. No, none at all. Why the hell can't no one take a photo of this ball? Yep, every photo of the Earth is artist trickery. All the photos on Google, man, are as fake can be. Download all the photos and put them side by side. Compare all the continents. They're each a different size. Compare all the colors, each globe a different shade. If all of these were photos, man, they should look the goddamn same. Where's the continuity? There's none. No, none at all. All that NASA gives us is a bunch of cartoon balls. Cause there ain't no photographs of us. Somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons. They're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a code. No, none at all. Why the hell can't no one take a photo of this ball? Now we're supposed to have this telescope, right? That's flying past the stars, taking beautiful photos of Jupiter and Mars. Well, I've got a small suggestion, NASA. Here's something you could do. Point that thing at planet Earth and take a shot or two, because there should be goddamn thousands of photos of where we live. But Hubble ain't taken one. That's suspicious, don't you think? We got all these fancy pictures of spinning galaxies, but not one goddamn photo of the Earth for us to see. Cause there ain't no photographs of us. Somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons. They're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a code. No, none at all. Why the hell can't no one take a photo of this ball? There ain't no photographs of us. Somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons. They're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a code. No, none at all. Why the hell can't no one take a photo of this ball?
One of heliocentrists' favorite supposed proofs of their ball Earth theory is the ability for ships and planes to circumnavigate to sail or fly at right angles to the North Pole and eventually return to their original location. Since the North Pole and Antarctica are covered in ice and guarded no-fly zones, however, no ships or planes have ever been known to circumnavigate the Earth in north-south directions, only east-west. And herein lies the rub. East or westbound circumnavigation can just as easily be performed on a flat plane as it can on a globular sphere. Just as a compass can place its center point on a flat piece of paper and trace a circle either way around the pole, so can a ship or plane circumnavigate a flat Earth. The only kind of circumnavigation which could not happen on a flat Earth is north-south bound, which is likely the very reason for the heavily enforced flight restrictions. Flight restrictions originating from none other than the United Nations, the same United Nations which haughtily uses the flat Earth map as its official logo and flag. David Wardlaw Scott says, "Circular sailing no more proves the world to be a globe than an equilateral triangle. The sailing round the world would of course take very much longer, but in principle it is exactly the same as that of the yachtsman circumnavigating the Isle of Wight. Let me give a simple illustration. A boy wants to sail his iron toy boat by a magnet, so he gets a basin, in the middle of which he places a soap dish or anything else which he may think suitable to represent the earth, and then fills the basin with water to display the sea. He puts his boat and draws it by the magnet round his little world, but the boat never passes over the rim to sail under the basin, as if that were globular, instead of being simply circular. So is it in this world of ours. From the extreme south we can sail from east to west or from west to east around it, but we cannot sail from north to south or from south to north, for we cannot break through intervening lands, nor pass the impenetrable ramparts of ice and rocks which enclose the great southern circumference." Samuel Rowbotham says, "A very good illustration of the circumnavigation of a plane will be seen by taking a round table and fixing a pin in the center to represent the magnetic pole. To this central pin attach a string drawn out to any distance towards the edge of the table. This string may represent the meridian of Greenwich, extending due north and south. If now a pencil or other object is placed across or at right angles to the string, at any distance between the center and the circumference of the table, it will represent a vessel standing due east and west. Now move the pencil and the string together in either direction, and it will be seen that by keeping the vessel or pencil square to the string, it must of necessity describe a circle round the magnetic center and return to the starting point in the opposite direction to that in which it first sailed." So the ball earther's logical argument is that only a globe can be circumnavigated, the earth has been circumnavigated, and therefore the earth is a globe. This is indeed a logical modus ponens statement, but the conclusion is rendered invalid because the first premise, that only a globe can be circumnavigated, is categorically false. Another similarly logical but unsound argument ball earthers make is that only on a globe would one gain or lose time when sailing or flying east or west. Time is gained or lost when sailing or flying east to west, and therefore the earth is a globe. Again, the logical conclusion is rendered invalid and the argument unsound because the first premise is incorrect. The same effect would be experienced on a stationary flat earth as it would on a spinning ball earth. William Carpenter says, "The sun, as he travels round over the surface of the earth, brings noon to all places on the successive meridians which he crosses. His journey being made in a westerly direction, places east of the sun's positions have had their noon, whilst places to the west of the sun's position have still yet to get it. Therefore, if we travel easterly, we arrive at those parts of the earth where time is more advanced. The watch in our pocket has to be put on, or we may be said to gain time. If, on the other hand, we travel westerly, we arrive at places where it is still morning, the watch has to be put back, and it may be said that we lose time. But if we travel easterly so as to cross the 180th meridian, there is a loss there of a day, which will neutralize the gain of a whole circumnavigation, and if we travel westerly and cross the same meridian, we experience the gain of a day, which will compensate for the loss during a complete circumnavigation in that direction. The fact of losing or gaining time in sailing round the world, then instead of being evidence of the Earth's rotundity as it is imagined to be, is in its practical exemplification an everlasting proof that the Earth is not a globe.
You have got to be kidding me. Are you actually serious? Bill Gates is the one in charge of all the vaccines they're giving us. He promotes population control and he lacks the experience. But now humans are reduced into stupid mask-wearing idiots. I'm not having a hissy fit, it's just sad and ridiculous. The world is burning to ashes like a package of cigarettes. And that ain't even the half of all the madness we're dealing with. We're barely scratching the surface of how bad that it really is. We're kept at a disadvantage, I know thousands of instances, like the way they hijack our freedom and snag it in increments, or how TV distracts us and keeps the masses oblivious, keep us broke with student loans, credit cards, taxes, and interest. The establishment's full of assholes, rap bastards, and miscreants, rabid psychopath power addicts and ass-kissing sycophants. How could you trust a government that attacks its own citizens? I'm just trying to be polite, bet you're glad that you have the right to remain ignorant. Every day when you watch the news, you believe that what they are telling you is true. You have the right to be ignorant. You leave for work with a mask on, scared to take it off until you're back. You have the right to remain ignorant. Good little girls, good little boys, stay inside the house and play with your toys. You have the right to be so ignorant. We keep you misinformed and despondent, just a product that was born into bondage. You have the right to remain ignorant. You have the right to be ignorant.
3, 2, 1.
You have the right to remain.
It's a big game they play to have your minds captured, and the media keeps doing its thing to pass the lies faster. 6 million burnt charred bodies, the ash lies scattered. That's the only time whenever you gon' see the Black Lives Matter. You either get it or you don't, Georgie, or you float. The red helium-filled balloon versus the heliocentric cartoon, it's a joke. I provoke motherfuckers to think, but they won't, cause they believe in a cult that believes in a goat. They don't see the result. It's ideological subversion, misleading adults, but it's too late. They got your news feed, turning everyone two-faced. You see, they clever, they got the KKK running the blue gang, and they want the black community drinking the Kool-Aid from the blue lane. If you still asking who's they, then by now your brain is probably toothpaste. So just tiptoe through those crypto Jews and all the Talmudic Zionists, and when it comes to exposing them, shh, the Q is silent. Man, look at this shit, that germ theory got you scared of invisible figments, but I guess it's legitimate when you consider you have the right to remain ignorant. Every day when you watch the news, you believe that what they are telling you is true. You have the right to be ignorant. You leave for work with a mask on, scared to take it off until you're back. You have the right to remain ignorant. Good little girls, good little boys, stay inside the house and play with your toys. You have the right to be so ignorant. We keep you misinformed and despondent, just a product that was born into bondage. You have the right to remain ignorant.
CNN, it's true. I've seen it on Fox, it's real. It was on CNN, it's true. I've seen it on Fox,
you have the
it's
right
real.
to remain ignorant. You have the right to be ignorant. You have the right to remain ignorant.
The sun is not so far away. The moon isn't what they say. Everything that glitters is not gold. They sell a dream and steal your soul. They see the victim as she cries, and all the poor not so far away, and the moon isn't what they say. 600 miles using stars around the compass was our arm. The lies and love too much to bear. Tell the story, make it fair. The sun is not so far away. The moon is not what they say. The sun is not so far away. The moon is not what they say. The thinker thinks is on his own. The sound adjusting to the tone. And dreams of revolution's dome. The clouds they hide the mystics home. The sun is not so far away. Everything isn't what they say. The sun is not so far away. The moon is not what they say. Everything that glitters is not gold. They sell a dream and steal your soul. They see the victim as she cries, and all the poets wonder why. The sun is not so far away. The moon is not what they say. The sun is not so far away, and the moon isn't what they say.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Still wanna know any signs, still wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just still wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door, I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G-up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up.
Don't wanna hear nothing. I was a real if it's not what I felt. Does it feel to it out?
Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I want to speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't want to hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When a so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians, different type of same old station, crowd ovation, whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of you. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? 'Cause I filter it out.
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Just to a normal guy living just to die, digesting what he buys, ideas he can't decide. His thoughts aren't his inside, they put their from up high. Spiritual wickedness, deceptive and perilous. Parasites meticulous, watch your trust with ignorance, feeding off your solemn bliss. Snakes a hiss, NASA's piss, drunken like a maiden's hiss. Venom, Satan, plague and twist, digress, regret, withholding evidence, drowning in incompetence. Ever sent, million billions represent, lacking things we need to test. Never verify, they press photographs with leak a mess. I just molded as a stress, incentives and belligerence. I'm spent, resorting just to less and less, delving deeper with interest. Yeah. Since a boy, I was told that I'm spinning on a globe. Who we kidding? Now I'm old, and I notice that the whole world folds and can't think freely. What we witness, what we demonstrate clearly. How it's measured flat, imagine that. Water never bending over, and it's facts. Gravity just ain't exact. When two words can replace it simply, so you need to retract. Relative density, perspective and velocity. The sun is closer than it seems. Living in a movie scene, universal pictures gleam. Everything we're fed believed, and I gotta look harder just to find reality. Sitting right in front of me, horizon in the breeze, atmospheric symphony, melancholic naturally. Globers frolic in the sea. Walls of lies just to please, a narrative just to hide a deep freeze for the mind. Destitution that we're stuck behind, resolutions that we need to find. Break the barrier just to free the blind. Saturated in a realm of time, unwind and try to be kind. It's easy to get mean when you're pointing out NASA's crimes, or the cables and the bubbles that we tend to find. Not to mention about the harness star's absence and Don Pettit's inability to speak a proper sentence. Study, look at me, we got sources you can read. You can test it, you can see with the method scientifically. It's all you need, but the knowledge you will grieve, cause the way the truth hits you hard eventually. Typically, open heart, open doctrines messing with your paradigm. Emotions getting all entwined, sitting back with truth to grind. And you're losing part your mind, getting renewed about the cave, cause mentally it's too soon. Stay true, follow through, we all here to help with you, yeah. Take it slow.
that spinning ball. Indoctrination blinded us all. From the very first day that we went to school, they put a globe in your face and that thing looked cool. The teacher explained how it all worked. Of course it sounded so berserk, but who was I to question it? Because I was just a tiny kid. It sounded crazy as could be, but teacher would never lie to me. She was real nice, she didn't know. She too was taught to believe in that globe. I don't blame her, it wasn't her fault. She was only repeating what she'd been taught. I went through life believing that lie. That spinning ball was now in my mind.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man, no.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man. Alright, man, listen up. So I'm hurling through space on a road to nowhere. So I live my life without a care, cause I was taught that there ain't no creator. That's what I was told from my educator. So I live my life so selfishly, there ain't gonna be no hell for me. I'll do what I want with no care for others, with no respect for my brothers. Until one day when I woke up and I drank some truth with my coffee cup. I learned that things ain't what they seem. This so-called reality is just a dream. There's deception everywhere that I look. The news, the TV, and in my school books. And pretty soon I'll realize that everything's just a pack of lies, man.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Yeah, man. It's deception on a biblical level. It's orchestrated by the devil. Many think that hate don't exist, but that's what he wants. That's one of his tricks. But I found out that dude's real. And I tell you, man, that's a bitter pill. So I questioned everything I was told. I had to question that spinning globe. I had to relearn it all again and get some truth inside this brain. And pretty soon I realized that the globe I was taught was a pack of lies. So I studied as hard as can be. I found the flat earth conspiracy. Man, it hit me like a ton of bricks. The globe I was taught was a devil's trick.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man.
Hello, how are you doing?
I started to connect the dots, and I'm telling you, man, there are lots. I soon realized that the earth was flat. It's not a belief, man, it's a fact. And once I found out that reality, well, it did a funny thing to me. For a while there, I was pretty shocked, but now I know that there is a God. And once you get to that point of understanding, and once you know there ain't no moon landing, and once you know that space is fake, you view your life with a different take. It ain't just random chance that we're here. We ain't living on no stupid sphere. It ain't some ridiculous spinning ball. The earth is flat and God created it all.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you
realize I live a completely different life. I stopped reading the news and turned off the TV. That thing is evil as can be. I started being a nicer guy, and God forbid I tell a lie. I treat people with more respect, and I've got me a wife that I'd never neglect. Yeah, being good's working out for me. Now I ain't blinded and I can see. I know that there is a God above, and if I'm good, then he'll show me love. I try to live life selflessly to be the best that I can be. I treat people how I want to be treated since my indoctrination was defeated. So don't believe in the devil's lies because it's God he wants to hide. That's why they teach that spinning ball to make you think you ain't special at all. Don't believe what you're being told. Don't believe that you're evolved. It's all an accident and you are too. No, you're someone special and God made you.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, no.
Take control of your soul.
You gotta take back control.
Find the truth.
Find the truth.
Find it all.
Find it all, man.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind. Yeah, play that guitar.
Hello, boys. How you doing? Good morning. Who's here right now? Hello, who stopped the bot? I know it was a human. Free market capitalism.
Truth Seekers, welcome to another edition of Anarchast, your home for anarchy on the internet and around the world via satellite radio on the Liberty Radio Network and on over 140 radio stations in the U.S. We have a great guest coming on today. It's going to be an incredibly interesting episode. We've been talking about so many things lately, spiritual stuff. We've also been talking about economics. We've been talking about love, all kinds of stuff. We've been getting into all sorts of different areas. And one area we really haven't gotten into lately are conspiracy theories. And there's a lot to talk about that. And we actually, it's going to be an incredibly interesting episode. Let's just put it that way. We have who I consider to be the world's leading person trying to bring forth this theory on the flat Earth theory. And now, don't turn off your computer yet. Don't just laugh and go, these guys are crazy. Give us a minute or two here to talk about what we're talking about, because I've looked into this and it has some very valid points. And I'm not saying I believe in it at all, because I just found out about it about a month or two ago. But when you hear some of these points, you're going to go, whoa, this is very interesting. And so we're going to get into all of that. He's coming in from Bangkok in Thailand, in my old neighborhood where I used to live in that area. He's been there for about 10 years. His name is Eric Dubé. He's written numerous books, including The Flat Earth Conspiracy, The Atlantean Conspiracy, Spiritual Science, and Asbestos Head. He's very prolific. He's also very well-spoken and very well-written, which I found very interesting. He doesn't really come off as one of these wild, crazy sort of people at all when he's talking about these wild, crazy ideas. To some people, he comes off very professional, and you're going to see that. So stick around and at least see what he has to say, because I think you're going to find it very interesting, as I did. So let's get right into it, Eric. I got to ask you first thing, we got to check your credentials, make sure you're a good person, at least morally sound and person. How did you become an anarchist?
There you go. Yeah, just trying to find what is the viable system of government. What is the only morally viable system of government? As you start ticking down the list, it's like a process of elimination, and you find yourself an anarchist or a voluntarist, because it really is the only moral option. If you hold morality above dogma of any other sort, then you're going to come to the point where you realize that all the other forms of government, they include taxation, coercion, a monopoly of force, violence. And the word government itself just means govern, to control, mental, the mind. So it's like mind control. And in reality, it doesn't even exist. It's an idea. There is no such thing as government. There's just people who believe in this idea of government and then use this fallacious power they've given themselves over everyone else. And everyone believes it. And so that's how we're kind of corralled by this belief system called government that doesn't even exist in the first place. So I'm into things that exist, and so that's why I'm into anarchy.
Yeah, government is conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
I really want to just jump right into this because I found it fascinating. Let me give you a little bit of the background about what happened here. So many people know that I've been researching many things over the years, not as heavily as you. I haven't written any books on it or anything, but I've been just looking into a lot of things. And I think the first one that just blew my mind was 9/11. And how anyone can look at what happened there and think that what the government said happened is true just goes to show the amount of mind control they have over people, because it's just physically impossible what they said happened. I'd like to see someone try to knock down 3 skyscrapers with 2 planes at free fall speeds in a laboratory experiment. Just build a model. Show me how that works. And then you go on and on. So 9/11, I'm 100%. There's not even a whisker of doubt that what the government said about it is not the truth. Once you see the evidence, you can't just think anything else unless you're completely brainwashed or totally deluded. And so I started looking into other things. I was like, well, if 9/11 wasn't what they said it was, what else isn't? And it's pretty much everything else. So I started looking into everything, and it's like every single thing was fake or some sort of a hoax or some sort of a setup. Even the Vietnam War, the Gulf of Tonkin, that's one's public, but no one talks about it, where the U.S. Army or Navy sank their own ship just to get into the Vietnam War, and that's actually been put out by them, and no one really notices. No one seems to care. As George Carlin said, they're all fairly not connected, so not paying attention. I guess the next one that really started to blow my mind was the moon landing. I'm not 100% sure it was fake, so I want to just be honest here. Like with 9/11, I will stand by it 100%. 100%, I have no doubt in my mind that that was not what they said it was. Moon landing, I'm about 98% now. I've been going up 1% per year for the last couple of years, the more I look into it. And so then I had a person send me some stuff on the flat Earth theory. And I was like probably what the people watching right now are doing, going like, oh, come on. Like, they can't, like, that's too crazy. I know this other stuff sounded crazy at the time, but that's too crazy. The place where we live has been a total lie. So I ignored him, actually. And this is sort of like a friend. I didn't ignore him, but I just said, yeah, I watched a bit. I don't know. That's too much. But he kept sending it. And then I started noticing all over the internet people talking more and more about it. So I'd watch another video or read another thing and look at this evidence. And finally, after a certain period of time, I was like, is there something to this? Because what's going on here? And then I came across you, and that's where this all started with me and you, is that I saw what you were doing. I watched a couple of your videos, your interviews, and you were the most well-spoken on it and the most rational. You've written a whole book on it, and you've got so much evidence on it. So I was like, well, and I found out you were an anarchist. I'm like, oh, well, that's interesting. He's actually a morally sound and a peaceful person, which is very rare. And that's a markup in my book any day. So maybe I should talk to this guy and see what's going on. So that's where we're at. I'm going to let you talk for as long as you want on this, and I know you're going to probably be giving us some images and stuff as you talk, if you'd like. I'd first just like to preface before you talk here that Aristotle said that it's the mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it, and that's all I'm saying here. I'm not saying that I have accepted the flat Earth theory. I'm just saying I'm entertaining it. I've seen they've got a lot of good information on why this could be true. And so I'm just going to let you go with that. So Eric, take the floor a little bit here and tell us, if you want, tell us a little bit about maybe how you found out about this theory or got into this theory, and then give us your best shot at explaining to someone who's never heard this before why this theory has potential or could be true.
Sure. When they first started explaining it to me in school, I do distinctly remember raising my hand and not understanding how the spinning ball Earth would keep people and the oceans from falling off the bottom, right? And they tried to explain gravity, and, okay, I'm shaking my head and writing down the answers, and, over time you see the NASA images and you just go along to get along, but it was always a nagging doubt in my mind, so I brought that into my 20s when I got into conspiracies with 9/11 as well. That was the first kind of breakthrough, unplugging me from the Matrix kind of event that got me into the whole conspiracy scene in the first place. So I definitely learned how to suspend judgment while you look at evidence like you were talking about, and you got to do that for this flat Earth thing, because you think you've got so much evidence and proof and that the Earth is a spinning ball. You've seen it from NASA, you've heard some proofs that your teachers have given you, you've seen the globe on the desk for years, but in fact the horizon, for instance, is always completely flat. And you don't feel any motion. So if you were just born today and looked out, you wouldn't assume that you're standing on a spinning ball. You'd assume that you were on a flat, motionless plane. So to assume that we are on a spinning ball is actually contrary to our common sense and our everyday experience. And there's also experiments that have been done to test whether we're on a spinning ball or not. For instance, amateur balloons have been sent up past 20 miles, amateur rockets as well, and the horizon rises all the way up with the camera up to 20 miles up, and it's flat all the way around. Now, in NASA images, they claim to be hundreds and hundreds of miles up, and then you start to see curvature. But if you notice, these images are often clearly CGI, computer graphic images. Sometimes not so clearly. Sometimes the earlier ones were actually done through a round window. So they've used many different tricks throughout the years, but NASA is essentially Hollywood, and all the images that you think you've seen of a spinning ball Earth are faked. And all the amateur balloon and rocket footage that we've sent up there shows a flat horizon that rises all the way up. And that's impossible on a ball. No matter how big a ball is, as you rise up, you would have to look down to be able to see the horizon. The horizon would not rise up with you. That's a characteristic of an extended flat plane. And it's, when you're in an airplane, you can see out both windows and you can see the horizon at eye level at 35,000 feet and higher, out both windows. But think about it. If you're on a ball, over a ball, no matter how big that ball is, you shouldn't be able to see the horizon out your plane window. Now, some people think that they see the curvature of the ball out their plane window, but in fact, they're just seeing the curvature of the glass because the windows are all slightly curved to fit with the fuselage. And when you look at the horizon through a window like that, it does give a slight effect. And GoPros and traditional cameras, wide-angle fisheye lenses, they also give this kind of effect. So a lot of footage you'll see of the horizon, it'll warp, and sometimes it'll be convex, sometimes it'll be concave, but as the camera stops moving and stops tilting, it will always pan out to completely flat and on level with the camera. Again, this is just impossible on a ball. It doesn't matter how big the ball is. The ball could be 10 times larger. They tell us it's 25,000 miles in circumference. Even if it was 25 million miles in circumference, if you're above it, you're above it. You would have to look down to the horizon. But you just never will on the Earth, the actual Earth. So the horizon proof is one obvious one, a go-to. Another one is just the natural physics of water. It's the natural physics of water to find and remain at level. If water is dammed up and then released, it will flow out in all directions until it becomes level again. But on a spinning ball Earth, we would have to have oceans that were hundreds of miles of curved water. And this is impossible. I mean, they can't show you any example of this happening, but they claim this is what's happening on the Earth. And then they claim that there's a force called gravity that holds these oceans in just so, you know, that it's strong enough to hold the oceans in, but weak enough to allow, you know, bugs to take off and smoke to rise out a chimney. So the magical force of gravity, which was created by knighted Freemason, Sir Isaac Newton, is basically their go-to answer that explains away anything they have a problem with. Gravity is what they say caused the Big Bang somehow. Gravity is what formed the planets and the sun. Gravity is what causes the planets to orbit around the sun and moons to orbit around planets. Gravity is what causes the water to stick to the planets. Gravity is what causes the tides from the moon. You know, you name it, gravity does it, as far as they're concerned. But in the flat Earth model, gravity is just density or buoyancy. In other words, an object in a medium, depending on their relative densities, will float or sink based on the friction between the two. So whether it's a gas, liquid, or solid, dense things sink and light things float. There really is an up and down in nature. They try to tell us that everything's a ball, and so up and down is an illusion. People in Australia are hanging upside down, and they don't know it. So that's another philosophical impossibility they kind of get us to believe by thinking that gravity sucks everything into the center of the ball and holds us under the ball. Meanwhile, gravity causes planets to orbit around us. So like I said, when they want to, gravity causes some things to stick to and we could become central, and sometimes it causes them to orbit things. Sometimes it causes big bangs, apparently. Yeah, gravity's a big catch-all term for whatever they want it to be.
Am I right on that I heard that gravity really has never been proven? Like, what did they say gravity is? Like, do they even have like some sort of model, or is it just a word?
Yeah, they've got plenty of calculations, and you can look at Wikipedia, and they've got pages of complex mathematics that I have no idea what it means, and supposedly it all has to do with gravity. But again, in actuality, everything can be explained through density and buoyancy without assuming that there's this magical pulling force that pulls things towards the center. They call it a mutual attraction of masses, and that a mass, by virtue of its mass alone, causes this force called gravity, which causes other smaller masses to orbit or stick to those larger masses. But they can't actually show you any example in nature where this happens. They can't show you some object that's so massive, why can't they create some CERN, massive thing that's so massive and dense enough that they could at least cause a dust bunny to gravitize around it? They can't create any sort of experiment to prove that this gravity exists, but yet it's their catch-all explanation for everything that they can't explain. So really the science that people think is so solid that we've been believing with gravity and astronomy and the whole Big Bang cosmology with billions of planets and stars and suns and all this is all science fiction. What's actually going on is we're on a flat plane. I don't know how far the flat plane goes. That's still a mystery. But the sun, moon, stars, all the celestial bodies rotate around us. And this has been proven, too. Since the 1800s, they've done experiments. You can look up Airy's failure is one. George Airy put water in a telescope to slow down the starlight coming in, and comparing it with control telescopes, you're able to see whether it's the starlight that's moving over us relative to a stationary Earth, or is it the moving Earth rotating under a relatively stationary star. And this and many other experiments by Michelson, Morley, Gale, Sagnac, and some others in that time proved that the celestial objects in the sky are all revolving around us, and we're completely still. Those conclusive findings, however, were philosophically debunked by Einstein and his relativity theory, where he banished the absolute ether to absolute relativity and said that you can't determine what is the most central thing in the solar system, and even what is moving around what, essentially, because everything is moving and everything is relative to everything else, and we don't know where the center or the edge of the universe is. So it's like absolute relativity is what I call it. It's a paradox, but through this philosophical paradox of absolute relativity, they banished these conclusive experiments that prove that the Earth is stationary and everything's revolving around us. Since then, we've had planes that can prove even further that the Earth is stationary, helicopters as well. You'd think if the Earth was revolving under us, you could just hover up in a helicopter and the Earth would revolve underneath, and then you could land when your destination got to you. But of course, they tell us that the magic of gravity holds the atmosphere to the spinning ball too, and so, relatively speaking, you're moving with the ball. Okay. But they've done experiments with projectile cannons as well as planes taking off in all cardinal directions. And if the Earth was spinning 1,000 miles per hour eastward, as they say, and the average commercial airliner goes about 500 miles per hour, your eastward destinations should come up behind you long before you ever reach them. That's just a fact of this. But it's not the case that going in any direction changes the resistance or speed of a airplane. So, and you can imagine how difficult it would be to try to land on a runway that was going at 1,000 miles per hour. Pilots land at all 360 degrees. If the Earth was actually spinning tilted 23 degrees on its axis like that, the only way it would be able to come in on the runway would have to be on very specific angles, otherwise it would be totally off. But again, they just tell you the magic of gravity and the Velcro of the atmosphere somehow makes it so that that's all negligible. Another thing they say is negligible is that, if the Earth was a ball and you're flying over it, you'd have to descend gradually to stay at the same altitude. But it's not the case. Whenever pilots are flying, they go up to their desired altitude, they level off, and their artificial horizon remains level, and they just keep on going until they're ready at their destination and ready to come down. At 500 miles per hour, they would actually have to descend approximately a half a mile every minute just to stay at the same altitude. And this just doesn't happen. If the Earth was a ball and they didn't descend, after a half hour you'd be out into outer space just from going straight, right? I can go on. Like I said,
Yeah.
I've written a book about it. Maybe what I should ask you instead, which is more fun, is why do you think you're on a spinning ball, Jeff?
Well, I don't. I'm glad you asked me a question on that because I have a lot of thoughts on that. I was just thinking as you were writing or talking. Sorry, I was writing, trying to take some notes. That what I've found in my life is that, okay, I'm going to give you an example. I started off more the economics side of things when I started to wake up. So my first introduction to, hey, maybe we don't need government, maybe government is evil, was after the tech bubble burst in 2000, and there would seem to be no explanation for it. So I started looking into how the money system worked, and the very first book I read was The Creature from Jekyll Island, and I was like, whoa, this is not what you're told. And then I just kept looking into it, and the further I looked into it in Austrian economics and stuff, and, back then, especially, I was like, hey, I've got to learn this economics because, I have to understand how this system works. I'm quite involved in the financial monetary systems, investing, things like that. If I don't understand economics, that's crazy. And I looked at, what they teach you in school, and it's all these formulas and craziness and Keynesian sort of craziness. We add up all these numbers and then that tells you what the economy will do. It's like, okay, so I was like, well, I'm not smart enough for that kind of stuff. But then I found the Austrian School of Economics, and they're like, no, you just look at everything from first principles. You just say, this is the way it is, and you go from there. You don't need all these formulas and stuff. And so what I've discovered over time is that in the economics profession, there's a ton of garbage they just teach you in school, and it actually makes it look really confusing. And you have to be this super genius in math to even think about becoming a really serious economist. But what I found out is most of that stuff, or quite a bit at least, is totally just BS. It has nothing to do with anything. It's useless at the very best. And so when you ask me, why do I believe that I am on a spinning ball or whatever, what came to mind is that, a few years ago, I looked into it's called the Thunderbolt of the Gods, the electric universe theory. We'll put a link to that video down below. And the same thing with astronomy. I was like, oh, I don't know. They've got all these computer models, and I'm not very good at math. That's my thing. And I was like, how could I ever even understand any of this stuff? And then I watched the Thunderbolt of the Gods, the Electric Universe theory, and it just made sense. They just asked questions like, why does a comet have a trail of stuff coming off of it, ice or whatever it is, if it's, they've got all these things. And I was like, that makes total sense. If you watch the Thunderbolt from the Gods, you'll understand what I'm saying. And so basically I've come to the conclusion that I just have to use my own brain and my own senses and my own ability to perceive information and go from there. I can't listen to these professors and PhDs because I think they're mostly just spinning garbage. And so that's why I'm so open to what you're talking about, because you're right. I don't feel like I'm on a spinning ball. I might be. I don't know. This is a very new idea, by the way, started by the Masons, 500 years ago or whatever. And before that, it was fairly understood you were on the flat Earth. Then something happened. Some people took over and started killing you if you said you weren't. And then so yeah, it is definitely all the perceptions that I have go with your theory, and that's why I'm attracted to it. Maybe it's that physical law of attraction or whatever, that I'm open to these ideas. I'm listening to you and writing notes as you speak because it makes so much sense.
Right on. So, thinking about it, back to your education, do you remember any proofs that you were taught as to why you're on a spinning ball? Why is the Earth a ball? Or things you've seen on television, perhaps?
Well, I just didn't go to school much. I think that's why I am able to think fairly freely and not just listen to dogma and not just accept and repeat what I'm told. But no, I think it's mostly just growing up in a situation where, like you said, you got that globe on the desk. You listen to the news or anything, and they talk about NASA did this in outer space, and here's the photos of the Earth, which now that I look at them, they all look fake. But so yeah, I think you're just sort of ensconced in this sort of environment where these things are just never brought up, and so you just assume it must be the case.
Yeah, you got it, man. And yeah, like you're saying, the people that are the most indoctrinated are the professors and the people who've looked into this so much. They've just been buying what is being told to them by authority, and so they're arguing from authority, and you can see it in the comment sections of everything I make. The argument is always from authority. When you argue from evidence, experience, and experiments, you're going to come to a flat, motionless Earth every single time.
Yeah, I'm sure we're gonna have a million comments down below, and I have this one. There's a few people every now and then that say this. They say, you're hurting the liberty movement by talking about things like this, because a lot of people think this is crazy, including myself. They say, and it's usually some little loser, and I've had this happen even just in the last few weeks. Just some loser who's never done anything, and he's like watching you because he's never done anything, so he's got to watch everything you're doing, and they'll say, you can't talk about this stuff because you're hurting the liberty movement. It's like, fuck off. You're not doing anything for the liberty movement. I'm working like morning to night on it. I've probably brought in more people than most people into the liberty movement in the last few years. So yeah, go, take a walk, you're a bunch of losers. So we'll see that down in the comments down below. But let's talk to the people that are really to science, or as I'm starting to call it, scientism, after I got that word from Mark Passio. There's going to be a lot of people who are really into the science. And hey, don't get me wrong, I think it's possible that the science stuff is right. I don't know. I have to see with my own eyes more to see it. But they're going to say stuff like, what about when they, there's all these scientific sort of reasons why, that this can't be right. Maybe you can talk about a few of those sort of things that you debunk a little bit from the flat Earth theory, how some of these, what the people are going to say about how science proves this is wrong. Like, for example, some experiments or something like that. I'm sure you know more about it than me.
Sure. Yeah, this is what I was trying to get out of you in the first place. So, so for instance, people will usually come at you with, well, what about circumnavigation? That's one you learn in school. We can circumnavigate the globe, so it must be a globe. You can go all the way around it. So if the Earth was flat, you couldn't go around a flat Earth. But the flat Earth model, what we're looking at here is, imagine a disk with Antarctica being an ice ring all around it, and the oceans being held in, and the North Pole at the middle. So with this model, circumnavigation just means east to west, like a compass point. Set it in the middle, you can trace a circle. And Magellan's journey, for instance, basically was that, with a few inlets and outlets along the way. All he did was go around from east to west, the flat Earth. This doesn't prove that you're on a globe or a flat Earth either way. It can go either way. So basically, the circumnavigation proof is not a proof at all. It could happen regardless of whether the Earth was flat or a ball. Another scientific proof that they'll come at you with is that ships, as they're disappearing on the horizon, as they get further and further away, the bottom, the hull, will start to disappear before the masthead. And so what's happening is it's slowly going over the curvature of the Earth. It's going over the ball. And this is, Aristotle used this. This has been a proof of the ball Earth for a long time. The ball Earth has been theorized back as far as Pythagoras 2,500 years ago, but it didn't really pick up steam until 500 years ago. But so anyway, yeah, this one is one they use a lot. But in actuality, if you use binoculars, a zoom camera, a telescope, after the ship has completely disappeared over the horizon, you can bring it completely back into view, proving that it hasn't descended over a wall of convex water, but in fact it's just gone beyond your perspective. The horizon line is not the curvature of the ball Earth as you're told. The horizon line is the vanishing line of perspective from your point of view. And that's why as you raise altitude or on a clearer day or with a zoom camera, you're able to see further and further along the horizon. It's not a fixed point as it would be on a ball, as they tell you. So again, this is another supposed scientific proof of the ball Earth, but when you do experiments yourself with a telescope, you can see that that's bunk, and in fact, you've proven the opposite.
And just, I know there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be devil's advocating, watching this. So I'll do it for them because I've asked these questions as well. So my question was, why, if it's a flat Earth, why couldn't you stand on the coast of California with a telescope and see Japan or Hawaii or something? And I think you know the answer to that. I'll let you answer that.
Yeah. You can't see an unlimited distance, regardless of whether the Earth is flat or a globe. And the lowest layer of the atmosphere is the densest and not transparent. So if you imagine like a hot, humid day, the haze over a road, all telescopes will eventually blur out in that same kind of way due to the air. So no, you can't see an infinite distance. And the reason people think this, again, is they think that when they point their telescopes up, that they're seeing starlight from trillions and trillions of miles away, because that's what they've been told by NASA. Now, in fact, you can measure with sextants and plane trigonometry how far away the sun, moon, and stars are, and they figure to be only a few thousand miles off the surface of the Earth. But they tell you that they're like the closest star is 25 trillion miles away, 4.2 light years away. Their science fiction term they created to make it sound more plausible. And the reason they give these ridiculously long distances to the stars is because they have to for it to fit their model. Because day after day, year after year, the fixed stars stay fixed in their constellations as they revolve over and around us. But what they say is that the Earth is spinning, and it's spinning around the sun, and the sun is spinning around the Milky Way, and the Milky Way is spinning around the known universe. And so you've got spinning upon spinning, and it's faster and faster, all these multiple spins happening. But if this is the case, you'd see movement in the stars. So the only way they can claim that you don't see movement is to use this ridiculously huge mathematics to make the math fit. So if you say the closest star is 25 trillion miles away, then you can still say that, oh, there's no parallax change between the fixed stars every year because they're just so far away. But no, you can't see that far through even the best telescope. And by the way, the Hubble telescope doesn't exist, and all the images supposedly coming from the Hubble telescope are wonderful CGI Photoshop. Look again.
Yeah, I was just looking that up yesterday. So, I'm just like looking at, okay, let's go look at what the Hubble telescope things are. I've never looked at them. I don't care that much. I'm busy doing my own thing. So I said, well, what's this Hubble taking anyway? So I went and looked at the images, and these images are, wow, these are amazing. Like, how are they getting such amazing images? Like, why don't they turn it back around on the Earth and get some really amazing images of the Earth? Like they don't really have any images of the ball Earth that's ever been taken, right? Like, that was my question. And I actually had another one too, was about Antarctica. This is a really interesting one in my opinion, and I want to hear your answer. It appears like no one has ever crossed Antarctica from one side of the Earth to the other side of the Earth, even in a plane. Which seems insane to me, and maybe you know of some evidence that they have, but I don't know of any. Or at least someone's claiming that they have. And so I was sort of chatting with a friend the other day, because I've been so interested in this, I've been looking it up, and I said, well, if, we really just need to get a plane and fly it over Antarctica, like just to see what's going on. And my friend who doesn't know anything about your theories or anything, he said, oh, no, it's just way too cold. And I'm like, well, they fly over the North Pole pretty much all the time. And he said, no, it's just way too cold. It's too big, too, down there. And I said, well, in the 1960s, they had the technology to fly to the moon, which is way colder and way hotter, play some golf, drive around in a golf cart, and come back. Why can't we ever get a plane to fly over Antarctica? So I'll let you respond to that one.
Absolutely, exactly. That's exactly what they say. They say that it's too cold, and that's why there aren't these flights. But there's flights from Australia to South America, for instance, that if the Antarctica is a little ice continent underneath the ball, as they tell us, then you should take the most direct flight. But they don't take the most direct flight in all these cases. They go around, the long way around, and the excuse they give is that it's too cold. And like you said, well, that doesn't make any sense because it's way colder and hotter out there on the moon and on the way to the moon that they supposedly went. So why is Antarctica giving them such a problem? And,
they haven't gone to the bottom of the ocean yet. The more you think about it, it's like a lot of things don't make any sense. It's like, well, if they can do this, why can't they do that? And if they can do that so easily, why can't they just fly over the Antarctica? And then, of course, as you know, and you mentioned Antarctica is pretty much a no man's zone. It's a militarized zone. If you try to get in there, you'll probably be turned back. So they don't want you to know what's there, from what I can tell.
That's right, yeah. People like Jarl Anderhoy have been turned away when you try to just go there on your own without one of their pre-approved tour groups. They will turn you away at gunpoint, fine you, and put you in jail. They don't take kindly to that at all. And yeah, they don't want you to expose the hoax. There's a UN treaty that's been going on since the 50s there, so they don't let anyone in there other than their pre-approved guided tours that they take people to the fake South Pole. They've got a ceremonial South Pole there at an arbitrary point along the Antarctic ice, and they take people there. It's a little barbershop red and white pole, and there's a ball earth on top of it. And they take photos there and tell people that they're at the South Pole. And it's interesting, though, you can hear on a BBC clip them talking about how, well, it's not actually the South Pole. The real South Pole is somewhere, several meters away.
Everyone's made it, all 12 of them, the whole group of 20, whatever it is, but the 12 wounded soldiers have made it. Couldn't have made it without everyone's help, especially back home. The founders, Ed and Simon as well. But everyone is so happy. Everyone's touched the ball. We've all had photos. We've all had hugs, a few tears here and there. But all in all, mission success, basically.
If you're wondering about that ball that he was talking about, it's the ceremonial South Pole at the Amundsen Scott South Pole Station. It's like a metal sphere on a red and white pole, and it's partly surrounded by the flags of the signatories of the Antarctic Treaty. So it's lovely for a photo, but the problem with it is it's not the real South Pole. It's about 300 meters away.
So at the real South Pole, what is that?
Well, there's nothing. That's the thing. You can't see. To do it properly, to cover all your bases, you have to do both. You have to do the picture with the ball, and then you have to go and kind of hang around at the exact
why don't they move
longitude
the
and
ball to
latitude.
where the actual thing is?
Well, that's a very sensible question. It's
to
not
work
one I can answer, but it's a very good point.
And so they tell us with this spinning ball Earth model is that the magnetism of the ball Earth happens from the molten metal core in the middle of the ball, and it causes the geomagnetic poles to constantly shift. So the north and south poles are constantly moving. So this is their perfect excuse that they can give for when people go to the South Pole and break out a compass and see that north isn't in every direction as they go around the pole. They can just say, oh, well, the pole's constantly moving, so there's no way that you can find it. And in the North Pole documentaries, they never break out a compass there either, nor do they give any star readings to prove that they actually are at the North Pole. So I'm quite skeptical of all the footage I've seen claiming to be at the North Pole or the South Pole. Whether they're actually there. They just show a Garmin, which is GPS, Global Positioning System, which is created by the U.S. military. And I'm not trusting the U.S. military just to show me 90 degrees north latitude on a Garmin, and I believe that they're where they say they are. So yeah, I have some serious questions about why people can't go to the North Pole or to Antarctica and independently explore it. Pilots are also not allowed to go over there independently. They have some polar routes, they're called, but they don't go directly over the North Pole, and nor do they ever circumnavigate under the supposed ball from one side of Antarctica to the other. They always go around. You can check for yourself on all these flights. If the Earth was really a ball and they can survive the cold of outer space, they should be able to fly a straight route across Antarctica.
Yeah, you'd think we'd have the technology for that, to just fly a plane from South America to, I guess, what's on the other side in their theory, Africa or something. Well, I think we should push for this. Let's do like a crowdfund or something to try to do the first manned aircraft flight over Antarctica. We probably need about at least I don't know what we need because if your theory is right, they probably won't be coming back because they'd get so far that they wouldn't have any gas to get back. And I don't know what's out there, but probably not anywhere good to land. Right. And who knows, but or they get shot down. That's probably the other thing, especially as it got public. So if you're a really rich guy out there, if you're a billionaire and you want to do something super cool for humanity, and you're willing to die, try to fly over Antarctica and see what happens, and try to get us that information back somehow in real time using some sort of radio frequencies or something, so that we know what you see before you die, as you either get shot down or something else happens probably. Or if you get to the other side, great, then this theory's wrong and that's it. But this is what we have to do is question these things and look at real evidence. And like you pointed out, after everything I've seen, I don't listen to anything the government says. I don't believe anything the government says, and that's where I start. So you said, oh, the government says here's your Garmin with your GPS. It's like, well, who made up GPS? Oh, the U.S. military. Okay, I don't believe it. I believe those numbers are there, and I believe they actually work on where we live to get from place to place. But as far as it being a whole theory that makes sense, and I'm just going to take it from them, no.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd like to see some experiments done like that. If people could get a drone or a plane, either the North Pole or Antarctica, or take ships out there and try to walk it out. Somebody could fund Matt Boylan. He was trying to get an expedition to go from any entry point in Antarctica in a straight line and see whether he comes out the other side or what happens. What else could people do? I'm up for anything. I would love to see people who are, once you figure out this is definitely what's going on. As far as I'm concerned, we don't actually need to do this to figure out the Earth is not spinning and not a ball. That's been decided. But as far as what's beyond the Antarctic ice, that I don't know. Whether there's an edge, a barrier, a dome, or an infinite plane and it just goes on forever. Who knows?
Yeah, we should point out that it is kind of dangerous to talk about these things. There was David Cameron, the prime sinister or the prime murderer of the UK, was at the One World Government headquarters, the UN, which actually uses the flat Earth as a flag. That's very interesting. And he said that the non-violent extremism is just as dangerous as terrorism and must be eradicated using all means at the government's disposal. He references 9/11 and 7/7 truthers, examples of the type of extremism that must be dealt in a similar fashion to ISIS. And of course, the U.S. government and the CIA is ISIS. So, but no, this is quite serious. What he's saying is that they should kill us if we question what they're saying. And so, for people out there, if you're wondering why you don't hear a lot of these other theories, or especially this theory, it's probably because people are too scared to say it. Like if we're gone in the next few months and I die of a heart attack or something, and Eric, whatever, some strange car crashes unexpectedly, pretty much you can assume that we probably got taken out. But what we got to do is spread this information. And I'm not saying, again, I'm not 100% on the flat Earth. I'm going to need to see more evidence, but I think the evidence is incredibly compelling to the point where I will continue to look into it for sure. I think it is a point, though, as well, that David Cameron said that us people who are questioning what they're saying essentially is what he's saying, and actually rationally looking at the evidence. He's saying that we're as dangerous to them as terrorism. And that's actually right, because if enough people wake up and look at all the evidence and listen to their own senses and what they're seeing, and not to some professor on TV who's got all these charts and numbers that you don't understand and probably no one understands, and if anyone understands it, they probably don't even get that how it relates to anything. They're just like math freaks or something. This actually is dangerous to the government, and he's right. And so they're going to try to shut it down any way they can. So we have to just get this information out there. I'm not saying, again, that I'm a flat earther yet. Man, the more you look into it, I'm going to have to see some real solid evidence that I can see with my own eyes to prove one way or another at this point, I think.
Yeah, man. The second president of the International Flat Earth Research Society, Charles K. Johnson, he had his house burned down and all of his flat earth materials, books, correspondence, his whole library, and he swore till his dying day that it was a NASA agent that did it, who also tried to kill him on more than one occasion. So it's definitely that aspect to it. They also have controlled opposition set up to defer people away from the legitimate flat earth. So for instance, the International Flat Earth Research Society I just mentioned was started in 1957, and in 1970 they started out the Flat Earth Society of Canada, and then they took off the word Canada right away. And this one was a satirical society set up to control the opposition, to make it look ridiculous, and they did a wonderful job. Their president, Leo Ferrari, would go on television interviews claiming to be a flat earther, but then doing ridiculous things like taking on a big rock and saying, I was just at the edge of the earth and I almost fell off. I lost all my shipmates, but I held on to this rock and I saved me. And so I just brought this here from the edge of the flat earth to show you. And he'd say things like this. And nowadays, the Flat Earth Society promotes false flat Earth arguments, such as the flat Earth disk constantly rising to account for gravity. They say instead of the force of gravity pulling us down, the flat Earth disk constantly rises up. And they claim that this is what flat Earthers believe. But as I said earlier, we don't take gravity as being real in the first place. We just take experience and experiments, the zetetic method as it's called, just common sense. You don't need to, Occam's razor, you don't need to make unnecessary assumptions and call something gravity when it's completely explained with the already existing laws of density and buoyancy. So that's characteristic of their pseudoscience that's nowadays taught as science. And when somebody presents you with ideas of a flat Earth or a geocentric system, that's thought of as ancient pseudoscience that our ignorant ancestors believed, when in fact the experiments, experience, evidence, common sense is actually on that side, and we've been fed a bill of lies, pseudoscience, for so long that we believe it to be science.
Yeah, they always try to flip everything like to be the opposite of what it really is. And when I say they, I don't know exactly totally everything about all this stuff, but it appears to be Freemasonry seems to be a big one involved in what they call the occult, hiding the knowledge. Occult just means hidden. And for whatever reason, over the last few hundred years, it looks like they have just decided they don't want people to know what life is. They want to totally try to confuse them in every single way, including the money system. If you're in the U.S. and you pull out a $1 bill, just look at the back of the $1 bill. That's the Masonry symbol, the all-seeing eye pyramid. So you have an occult symbol in your pocket. So this is not crazy theories. This is what's going on. I've heard that what they're trying to do is trying to get humanity away from God, whatever God is, spirit, gods, from themselves, from understanding truth, from being human, basically. And I don't know why they're doing that, and I don't know if it's satanic, or I don't know if they're just screwed up psychopaths. I don't know, and maybe you do know. And if you feel you have some evidence on that, let me know. But isn't that right that it's basically been sort of from Freemasonry? They've been trying to hide this knowledge for a long time. And if it is true, do you know why they're trying to do it?
Yeah. Like you said, on the dollar bill, the mono eye, that's the one eye of Freemasonry, of the Illuminati, whatever you want to call it. So money is definitely part of the scheme. As you mentioned, the UN, their symbol, their logo, their flag is a flat earth. And it's divided like a target, like a bullseye. It's divided into 33 sections. And there's 33 degrees of Freemasonry. The first 3 degrees are called the blue degrees. The flag also happens to be blue. So yeah, you've got that encoded there. And then the people who originally brought us the spinning ball Earth from all the way back to Pythagoras and Copernicus, Galileo, Newton, Kepler, these people are all Freemasons as well. I showed in my Freemasons Exposed book, there's pictures, paintings of them doing Freemasonic hand signs, standing with Freemasonic objects and everything. And of course, nowadays, the NASA astronauts are unabashed Masons. You can just look online and find that literally every astronaut that claims to have walked on the moon and every astronaut that even claims to have been in Earth orbit is a Mason, or their father was a Mason, and it's openly admitted. So this deception has been orchestrated by and acted out by these actronauts, or astronauts, depending on how you look at it. They're Freemasons, on the mathematical, astronomical side, as well as the exploratory astronaut side, the whole thing. Even the Hollywood side, Hollywood is run by Freemasonry as well. So the special effects, everything they're using, right from their gravity, think of the G in the compass and the square, another possible meaning for that G. You've got God, geometry, gnosis, and perhaps gravity, their biggest deception. And you can see even Masons today, like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Carl Sagan, they're always given their little Masonic hand signs and whatnot. So it's definitely part of the big boys club that's given us every other deception, and it's worth looking into based on that alone. And the more you look into it, the more you're going to find that, like you were saying, the reason they've done this is to position themselves as the authority. Once they tell you that because of their special telescopes and their special rockets and all these technologies that they have that you don't, that are able to see out into the cosmos and determine all of these things, that they are the authority. And so you have to go to them. You have to watch their documentaries. You have to go to Neil deGrasse Tyson, and you got to prostrate yourself at his feet and ask, "Oh, mighty NDT, tell me, please, what is the universe like?" And you give up your own common sense and your own experience to him, and he tells you that you're on a spinning ball, and he tells you all the, he weaves quite a nice story, and he does a lot of nice little NLP stuff. I don't know how he does it. Well, you got the Mason hand signs going, you got the little NLP, you got the flat earthers over here, and the ball earthers over here, So they've got all their little magician tricks that they're using, from CGI to zero-G planes to underwater pools, to make you think that they're floating in outer space. But in reality, what goes up must come down. There is no point where you can just go up in a rocket and suddenly pop out into the nothingness, the vacuum of infinite space, they call it, which is a paradox if I've ever heard one. How can there be a vacuum in infinite space when it's adjacent to an atmosphere and not separated in any way? You can't have a vacuum. And how does gravity pull you back to the Earth but then get less and less to the point that you float? How does that happen? And they said that the atmosphere is spinning because the gravity is sticking it to it. So if you figure that, the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, but then as you go up higher and higher, the atmosphere must be spinning even faster because it's further away from the point of the center of rotation. So as you're going up in your rocket, you're going through layer after layer of constantly faster and faster spinning atmosphere hitting your rocket until finally you pop out into non-spinning vacuum of infinite space, says NASA. Interesting that we all buy this and just accept this, even though it's physically and philosophically impossible. We just watch a little CGI image and a little camera trickery. You splice a rocket launch together with something else, and then you think that they're in outer space. But again, if you use your eyes and you watch those rockets, you'll see that they don't go straight up. Every single rocket forms a parabolic curve, just like every amateur rocket, just like any projectile that you would send up. It couldn't just go straight up and keep on going until you go into outer space. It comes right back down. but what does NASA tell you? And you ask them the question, well, why is there a parabola formed by all of your rockets? Well, that's because it's going to spin around the ball Earth before it reaches escape velocity, and then it will go out into outer space from there. Right. I've seen a documentary full of nothing but NASA rocket launch failures, and if you just watch that, I don't think you'll be able to believe that they've put a man on the moon or even put a rocket out as far into outer space as these supposed ISS images are coming from. It's absolutely ridiculous. The technology we have is nothing like the science fiction that we've been shown.
Yeah, it's amazing. So much deception. You know, I was talking, we could talk forever about this. I don't want to keep you too long. And if people really like this, we can have Eric back on another time to do it and maybe answer your questions or whatever. And if you don't like it, then that's the last time he's on because I need ratings. So I'm just joking. So I was chatting with a friend who, again, was because he's a very science guy, which is fine, you know, whatever. And he said, we started talking about the space station. And I said, why do they even have the space station? Why don't they just put it on the moon? And he was like, well, no, they want to have it there because they want to study orbits or whatever. And I said, okay. And I said, well, why don't they just put one on the moon? It was so easy like 45 years ago just to fly up, drive around a go-kart, play golf, take some really awesome, amazing pictures and then just, hop in like this little tinfoil thing and then float in outer space and then come back and then it was really easy back then. I don't know what's changed since then, but why don't they put like something on the moon, like, because now I'm hearing they're starting to talk about Mars, and they're like, we want to do put humans on Mars and start a colony. It's like, why don't you do it on the moon? It's so much closer, according to what you guys say. It's like, and it'd be so much easier. And if it's so easy to get to the moon, the guys on the space station should, just every weekend go to the moon. Why not? They're already out there. It's just like, bloop, hop in that little tinfoil thing and just, land down, no problem, go, drive around a bit, have some fun, then come back. It'd be like a nice little weekend getaway, because the hard part's really, according to them, getting outside of the atmosphere, right? So once they're out there, just take off to the moon for the weekend, but they never do. No one's ever going there. I don't know why. It's strange.
That's a good point. Yeah, why haven't they been back there in 45 years? Then, if you look at the moon on a clear night during a waxing or waning cycle, you can see through it. Especially if you look during the afternoon, you'll notice that the supposed craters on the moon, you can see the blue sky right through those craters. Just look up, type in moon afternoon or something in Google and take a look. Or when you can see the moon sometime around 4 or 5 o'clock, when it's still, the sky's still blue, the sun's still out a little bit, but you still got the moon there, you'll notice that what is called craters is clearly not craters. And the supposed solid globe-shaped moon that they've presented us with cannot be the case, because you're seeing right through it. And even astronomers from the Royal Astronomical Association from hundreds of years ago have have written periodically having seen stars and planets through the moon. So like the popular Islamic flag and the symbol you see on mosques, for instance, with a crescent moon and a star occulting it, that actually happens. You can see that happen. So the moon, it appears, is its own unique light. It's semi-transparent and self-luminescent, whereas they tell us it's a spherical terra firma body that reflects sunlight. But you can prove that this is not the case, and that the sun and the moon are actually the same size as they appear. That's another thing. We were talking about things that you can see with your eyes, but then are told to be different by so-called science. They tell us the sun is 400 times bigger and 400 times further away than the moon. And from our faulty parallax perspective, we just see them appearing as exactly the same size. But no, one's really big and really far away. But if you're just using your own eyes, you would see that they are the same size. And the horizon is flat, and the Earth isn't moving, and everything in the heavens does revolve around us. Like you said, why haven't they been to the moon? Because you can't go to the moon. The moon is just a light. It's not a spherical, terra firma, Earth-like body that you can land masons on.
Yeah, we should keep this a little shorter because I think if anyone's watched this far, they already know most of this stuff. And if they haven't watched this far, then they've already given up because they're like, oh, these guys are crazy, so there's no point even talking any further. So, but there is probably some people who are like, whoa, and watching and watching and watching. So why don't you let us know where people can get more information on this sort of stuff? That's one thing I noticed. It seems to be all over the place. Maybe you, since you've already written what I consider the only book I know of that looks like it makes a lot of sense, The Flat Earth Conspiracy. Maybe you can sort of figure out a way that people can, or maybe you already have it, some sort of place where people can put evidence that proves the flat Earth theory that can be all collected, actual evidence using video cameras and showing, whatever. It obviously could be fake, but some sort of repository for this information that you can build off. But anyway, let people know where they should go if they want more information on the flat Earth and about your books and everything else.
Yeah, I actually just restarted the International Flat Earth Research Society that I was talking about earlier that ended after he died and his materials were all burnt down. So I started it up again as a forum, and I've put on all the materials that I have on there, and everybody on there is collecting their own experiments and evidence as well. So I definitely recommend going over there if you're interested in learning more about the flat Earth. It's ifers.boards.net, which is ifers.boards.net. My website is atlanteanconspiracy.com. I have a flat Earth section on there. You can see a bunch of research I've compiled there. And my book, The Flat Earth Conspiracy, you can get from the website as well. I have a documentary called The Flat Earth Conspiracy you can see on YouTube. Go to my YouTube channel, Eric Dubé, and actually I have a lot of documentaries on the flat Earth and other related subjects. That's a good place to go if you're wanting to look into some more of this information. Check out Eric Dubé, ERICDUBAY, on YouTube.
That's great. And I have to say, after talking to you in person, I'm even getting closer to pretty much being a flat Earth person. I think I'm going to hold that still because I haven't done enough research on my own to be totally comfortable. But just the way you are and the way you talk and how you're on the same wavelength as me on 9/11 and all these things says to me that either we're both crazy, which a lot of people are going to say, or I should listen to you because you're on the similar track to me, so you can bring me a lot more information which I can decipher and figure out for my own self, make my own decision on what I think is correct. But in fascinating stuff. I'm really glad to have had you on. I think we're probably going to end up having you on again if you're open to it because already we're up to an hour here, and we want to make this quite a good video as well, so we're going to put in some graphics and stuff. So this could be quite a bit of work for a lot of people involved here to kind of show you what Eric's talking about. So let's keep this one to about an hour now. And like I said, if you like this, if you're interested, you want more, please comment anywhere you see this on Facebook or on YouTube and just say, yeah, I want to hear more about this. And if not, no big deal. It was just information. We're just trying to figure out what's real and what's not. And there's a lot more unreal out there than we appear to know. So we're just digging into all that kind of stuff, and now we're the terrorists. So welcome to 1984. And so if you like this information, share, like, subscribe to this channel, download this may get taken off YouTube, and that should be a sort of a little bit of hint. YouTube, owned by Google, I believe, with the slogan "Don't be evil." I think it's should be don't expose evil is really what it is. And so yeah, like, download this, put it on something that can't be destroyed by an electromagnetic pulse, which they could totally do at any time. All this kind of stuff. They want to hang on to their control of this reality grid, and the more that we can just get information out there, the better. So please like, subscribe, share, and download this video and keep it and re-upload it. I don't care. Re-upload it anywhere on any video channel because they will probably be starting to ban a lot of these pretty soon if people start talking about it. And so that's it for Anarchast, your home for anarchy on the internet. Peace, love, and anarchy.
fantastic flat Earth observations of Observable Reality. He only has 25 subscribers at this time, so please head over there and subscribe. The link will be in the description. Observable Reality's location is the Wanapum Dam in Washington State. His observations are from 2 locations, and we will be looking at both. From the 2 camera positions, which were both very low to the water, we are going to show clear evidence that the accepted ball model is demonstrably false. The 2 camera positions and their coordinates are provided on the map. As you will see from the video, his camera is right above the water, with a camera height of less than 7 inches, or 0.6 feet. At this very low camera height, the maximum distance to the horizon would only be 0.95 miles under the globe model. Again, the horizon's maximum distance under the globe model at 0.6 feet observation height is only 0.95 miles. From his first camera position, we have a distance of 9.04 miles from the camera to the east side of the Vantage Bridge. With his camera at 0.6 feet above the water and a distance of 9.04 miles, 44 feet should be hidden. Now, let's watch the video evidence. Look at this eastern section where the bridge begins. At first glance, it doesn't appear as though any of the bridge is hidden by a curvature, but let's make sure. I'll zoom in a bit. It's a little cloudy, but you can see the slope of the ground from the water that rises up to the bridge. What's great about this is that we can compare the footage with a second video pointed at the same bridge section at a much closer distance of 1.6 miles. There's the same slope. When comparing the 2 images, it doesn't appear as though there is any curvature obstruction at 9.04 miles when a minimum of 44 feet should have been hidden. At least according to the elevations provided by Google Earth, this entire east side of the bridge at 37 feet above the water should be hidden. All 37 feet should be hidden by the Earth's alleged curvature. Here's a quick view of what it looks like from the road above. Remember how the horizon could be no further than 0.95 miles at 0.6 feet observation? The rocks in the next video clip are 3.64 miles away from the camera at position 1. Once I zoom in, you can see a horizon further than 3.64 miles. Again, the globe model fails horribly. Now we're back at the second camera position. In this clip, Observable Reality will be filming the Wanapum Dam at 6 miles distance. Here's what the Wanapum Dam looks like at street level. You can see that the dike is not very tall at all. In fact, Google Earth says the dike is only 14 feet off of the water. Again, Observable Reality is 6 miles away from the dam. At the same observation height as his first position at 0.6 feet above the water, In this case, 17 feet should be hidden, and absolutely none of the 14-foot dike should be visible. Just one more point I want to make about the horizon distance. Remember, the maximum distance to the horizon could not exceed 0.95 miles. Here the cameraman is looking at Vantage Bridge. This point is 1.6 miles away. Without question, many miles are visible beyond where the globe horizon should be. It looks like the horizon reaches all the way to the dike, which was 6 miles away. Do you think that the hump of water that should be in front of the bridge simply disappeared but left the bridge unaffected? I don't believe in such nonsense, and neither should you. I was just about to end the video here, and then Observable Reality went ahead and uploaded another globe-busting video today. Now he's at 26 subscribers, so please show your support and subscribe. Observable Reality was at the same camera height at 0.6 feet off of the water. You do have to appreciate the risk he's taking by filming so low over the water. The new coordinates for this third camera position are provided. The location was 3.28 miles to Vantage Bridge. We are going to determine whether the globe horizon distance of 0.95 miles holds up. Observable Reality was also 7.7 miles away from Wanapum Dam. Remember, it has a dike height of approximately 14 feet. The observation height of 0.6 feet is the same, and so the horizon distance on the globe model stays at a maximum distance of 0.95 miles. The hidden height for the Wanapum Dam at 7.7 miles distance equals 30 feet. If the globe model was correct, the entire Wanapum Dam dike should be well hidden behind the purported Earth's curvature. There should be a big wall of water in front of it. Here is the video evidence.
So let's see, there we go. Okay, so Wanapum Dam, part of it, 7.7 miles away.
There it is. Vantage Bridge was 3.28 miles from Observable Reality's camera position. The horizon was supposed to be less than 0.95 miles under the globe, and the horizon is clearly miles beyond 3.28 miles. That is a huge globe fail, or maybe you believe wizards caused the hump of water to selectively disappear, leaving the bridge behind. And how can I convince wizard zealots otherwise? In addition, you can see the Wanapum Dam dike, 7.7 miles away, which only has a height of approximately 14 feet. But under the globe model, 30 feet should be hidden. The dike is not hidden. That is a second globe fail. How can you independently minded skeptics doubt such overwhelming evidence that you can personally gather yourself? Don't trust us. Go out and do it yourself. Thank you, Observable Reality, for these indisputable proofs of the flat Earth. You don't really need calculators or GPS coordinates or maps to see the flat Earth here. Just look at the footage. I don't think it's so difficult to understand. You can see it with your own eyes. The water has no curvature to it. And you can see how perspective works with these different sized boats. And no amount of sophistry and deceptive arguments are going to fix the globe here. I don't know what the future brings, but I exhort everyone to keep fighting for the truth so that we together can break this spiritual and mental ball and chain that has enslaved humanity for far too long. Thanks, everyone.
Told me to do a search online. Search for photos of Earth, he said. This shit will blow your mind. So I opened up the Google and I looked for photos of Earth. Well, a lot of photos came up. He said, click on the first. He said, that's the famous blue marble that everybody's seen. We've seen this photo 1,000 times upon our TV screen. But let me tell you something about that famous shot. Not a photo at all, man. It was made in Photoshop. Cause there ain't no photographs of us. Somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons. They're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a globe. No, none at all. Why the hell can't no one take a photo of this ball? He was goddamn right. That shit did blow my mind. Cause I thought the blue marble was a photo all this time. Well, don't you think that's strange? He said suspiciously. Now, the fact that it ain't a photo seems pretty weird to me. I mean, the most important photo that man could ever take? This huge iconic image turns out to be a fake? Well, I couldn't quite believe it, man. I was pretty shocked. I needed further proof that this photo's photoshopped. He said, look up Robert Simon. He made that cartoon ball. He's the guy you should research. He works for NASA and all. He openly admits that it's all just artistry. He said, and I quote, it's photoshopped, but it has to be. There ain't no photographs of us. Somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons. They're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a globe. No, none at all. Why the hell can't no one take a photo of this ball? Yep, every photo of the Earth is artist trickery. All the photos on Google, man, are as fake can be. Download all the photos and put them side by side. Compare all the continents. They're each a different size. Compare all the colors, each globe a different shade. If all of these were photos, man, they should look the goddamn same. Where's the continuity? There's none. No, none at all. All that NASA gives us is a bunch of cartoon balls. Cause there ain't no photographs of us. Somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons. They're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a globe. No, none at all. Why the hell can't no one take a photo of this ball? Now we're supposed to have this telescope, right? That's flying past the stars, taking beautiful photos of Jupiter and Mars. Well, I've got a small suggestion, NASA. Here's something you could do. Point that thing at planet Earth and take a shot or two, because there should be goddamn thousands of photos of where we live. But Hubble ain't taken one. That's suspicious, don't you think? We got all these fancy pictures of spinning galaxies, but not one goddamn photo of the Earth for us to see. Cause there ain't no photographs of us. Somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons. They're all just CGI. Somebody tell me why. They're all just Photoshop cartoons, they're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a clone, no, none at all. Why the hell can't no one take a photo of this ball?
Don Pettit here from NASA. I'm at home due to the COVID-19 virus. Due to the COVID-19 virus, working from home. Let's start off with the second most important activity that most human beings do after they get up in the morning. Get yourself a cup of coffee. A cup of coffee. When you are an engineer designing a spacecraft, you need to be able to work a few pleasantries into it that are an ingrained part of our human culture. How do we make our proper cup of coffee? You start off with the toilet, and you go through a plumbing mess, into a distillation outfit, into a bunch of filters, into the galley, and then to a proper cup of coffee. What can you do to transcend from drinking your coffee through a straw from a bag into something that's more fitting for a proper cup of coffee? Here we have Earth Cup, first version of a space cup. We do on orbit. The first thing when you get up is exactly the first thing people do here on Earth. The second thing we want to do on orbit is to make a cup of coffee. So we float around the corner to where the galley is, and you can hear all the machinery, the pumps are pumping, and it's going chugga, chugga, chug and whirring, and you can hear gurgles and things, and you make yourself your proper cup of coffee for getting started on that day. Now, the NASA engineers called this system a regenerative life support system. And I like to call it the coffee machine, because this ensemble of equipment has the uncanny ability to turn yesterday's coffee into today's coffee. So with that, let me sign off from my kitchen. I need to get back to teleworking on the lunar lander, and maybe we'll have a coffee machine available on our lunar base. So long. Habitability design.
where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on. Do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, no more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything that you as a thinking human being experience per se. It's just a story you've been told and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than me, his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe?
Talking model, isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but we got to stop right there real quick before we continue. A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best.
Well, kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could religions be theories, right? Could we take any religion you want to pick, and could we say that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas. Yeah.
Fair point. The problem is we're now all confused. Because you're starting by talking about science. And then you use the word theory. And then you give a definition that it doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
Isn't science like... I don't know how to explain it. It's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. Science in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay? Scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, you then have a rigorous experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science, where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so first of all, I apologize for saying science is. I mean, sorry, as far as a religion, it's a theory. I'd say it's more of a hypothesis, then, isn't it?
No,
because if it's so with that, why is I'm a bit confused with that because like, wouldn't it be a hypothesis because it's what you think is happen, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet. It hasn't been tested.
Not in a scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about.
it's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see, a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in general common language, yes, so in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right? Of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is the hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils at sea level, right? And then you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is a blue knife on my table, right? Not a scientific proposition. It simply is the case that there's a blue knife on my table.
Yeah, because you observed it.
Yes, directly. The object in question is directly observed. There's no causal relationships required, right? Now, I want you to ask me questions about my knife.
Okay.
So ask me questions about it.
What questions do you want about your knife? Is it sharp?
You think of the questions. You think of the questions that you would need to ask to divine what it is, because it is a knife of a certain type. So start asking questions like maybe the size of it.
Okay, how big is the knife?
7 inches long. Okay, stop. Don't continue. Did I need to do any science to get that answer?
You need to measure it.
Oh, there you go. All right. I pass it to my friend who was talking to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that my cue?
I think so.
You can take a nap on.
Sure. So, yeah, the measurement isn't science, right? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yeah.
I thought it was a part of science.
It's not. Measurement is just measuring something.
Yeah, it can be a tool used in science, but it wouldn't be science itself, right?
So it's to measure. I'm a bit confused. So it's part of science, but it's not scientific.
Yeah, so like AI was saying, in this realm, right, in this arena, we talk about science, natural science, which is the study of the natural world through experimentation, right? So we observed something in nature. We observe an effect, right? So let's go back to when he was talking about water and heat. So you and I are walking along and we come upon a boiling pool of water. We've never seen this before. We look at it and we're like, oh, wow, this water's boiling. And then we come up upon it and we realize there's steam, and we kind of touch it briefly and we realize, oh man, this is hot. This feels exactly like the fire back where we came from. I'm wondering what's going on here, right? I feel heat within the water and I see it boil. So maybe we could form some sort of hypothesis as to why the water is boiling. Maybe it's because of the heat. So we go back to our campsite and we try this. We take some water, we put it over the fire, and it hits a certain temperature over time, and it starts to boil. So we can do this over and over again, and it's repeatable. So we have a variable that we're manipulating, which is the heat. We're putting the water on top of the heat, taking the water off the heat, stops boiling. So we're manipulating a variable that we think is the cause of the effect that we're seeing, which is the water boiling. So then we come to the scientific theory that heat causes water to boil. And we've demonstrated this through experimentation, right? So the key to all of this. Now, if we saw from a distance, really far off in the distance, a pool of water that seemed to be boiling, but we had no interaction with that pool of water, and we just started coming up with ideas as to what may cause that water to boil. If we don't touch that water, or we don't look at that water, or we don't try to take water ourselves and figure out what can cause this boiling, do any of our stories that we may come up with as to what is causing the water to boil, do you think any of those would be relevant?
It would be a hypothesis.
So let's say you have a hypothesis. So we're viewing this water that's boiling in a distance. We've never seen anything like this take place before. We're familiar with regular water. We've got some around us. What is your hypothesis as to why that water we see in the distance is boiling?
Because it's warm.
Let's come up with another hypothesis as to why water is boiling. We have no idea. We've never seen this take place. We would have no inkling or indication as to what may be the cause. Throw out an idea.
I have absolutely no idea why water would be boiling.
Well, we could maybe we could say that we think that there's some sort of entity or being that lives within this water that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
Well, we'll make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that, one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. We cannot observe it.
Right, we haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis, can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, you know, that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils. Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns, the color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater, all kinds of different things, right? Now, if we tell these stories, we tell these stories long enough and nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water, does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
well, we haven't proven it.
It's the wrong hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, has any of it been scienced? Is any of it
been observed?
A question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So what in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where is this taking place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
Every person I can't remember the exact place. You know, every person that's ever seen an image or a video from above.
Every person that's watched TV.
Okay. So we got
every person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven to see the unicorns there, and you know.
Right. So you're under the impression. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely, but the funny thing is, it's 2022, and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022, and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from space. Why is that?
I don't believe you.
Where
can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue marble.
All right. Blue marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space. I'm sorry. What was that?
I believe so.
You believe so? Do you know so, or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very. It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay. Well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did is he took strips of high altitude pictures and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green, right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm reading this.
Did you find Robert Simmons on the NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
I'm not reading.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo. But the Himawari 8, that's a photo. And that came after the Blue Marble. And it's a satellite. Right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, with the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just overlaying the Blue Marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where's this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972, during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972. That's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, whenever this interview was out, 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit. According to it shows the entire hemisphere.
It's from they were going to the moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. They would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or to the moon.
What? So apparently,
so that's why they couldn't have taken that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. The tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary. So you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best, unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
According to what you said, there isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait.
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration, and since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system? You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
Well, I don't think we've really have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never
Because-
went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the
Yes,
point.
yes.
Allegedly,
What he's trying
according
to
to
what he's
NASA.
trying to say what he's trying to say is in the Orion project, that's NASA. They admit themselves, just like he said, that until they fix this problem of going past the Van Allen belts, they cannot go past low Earth orbit. We're using the globe experts, NASA. They're telling you the truth. They can't go past. That means they never went in 1969 to 72 ever. They never went.
What? So they said they went, but then they said, for some reason, I don't think they'd do that.
Yeah, they said they went a long time ago, and then they realized, oh, the radiation would actually be completely lethal and can kill anyone who actually tries. So that's why anyone now cannot go. And for the last few decades, no one has been allowed to go because it's deadly. You can't go. It'll kill you. We don't have any shielding that'll protect us, so we can't go. That's their excuse right now.
All right, fair. However, the pace is getting too frenetic. Okay? People are interrupting each other, and that's causing people to create a fog of war in their mind that they have to talk faster, and it's just going to escalate. So I'll take a moment and breathe, and then continue.
So, Laundry.
Yes?
Is this new information to you that the Blue Marble 2.0 is not an actual picture, right? The only claimed pictures from 72. And there's certainly some issues around whether any of those missions did or did not take place, certainly because NASA's excuse of not going back is they're trying to figure out a way to get the proper shielding and protection against the radiation so people don't die going past low Earth orbit, right? So you said something not too long ago where you said something along the lines of this information was hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that maybe what you thought were real pictures actually aren't. Are you just kind of trying to process that? Are you coming into the realization that
hey, India, what are you up
maybe
to?
what you thought you believed before was proof?
Yeah,
is
I'm
not
reading up on it.
Test.
It says here
You
the
hear me?
last photo.
Yeah, coming through loud and clear.
All right, let me kill this bot.
Above low Earth orbit was the pale blue dot, right? Taken in 1990.
Just nosing around, saw you in here. Thought I'd come and
Yeah,
say
I haven't
hello.
been on voice in like 6 months.
Yeah.
It's not longer. I had to take a break from this shit.
Yeah, you do. Gosh, you know it drives me nuts.
I was getting like stuck in here, like where I couldn't leave. Like it was getting like OCD level. I had to stop. Wasn't doing the things I should be doing. But I think I got that squared away now. So
Yeah. That's crazy stuff. Some chap in here the other day, truth seeking, was telling us about how. Sorry, I'm eating. Let me finish my mouthful. Yeah, telling us how, the underground tectonic plates were all, all fact. What?
God.
What? Have you ever seen one? No. Right. Has anyone ever seen one? No. Right. Okie doke. Yeah.
Good thing. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like where it comes from, like who came up with. I know that someone came up with the idea that the continents fit together like some jigsaw puzzle, right? And that's just they saw a picture of like a map of South America and Africa, and like that might fit together like a 3-year-old. But it doesn't really fit together. If you had an actual jigsaw puzzle with the pieces of North America, they wouldn't fit together.
Yeah, I don't
Then,
know.
like, yeah, but then they have to come up with like, how would it happen? Well, the Earth is like an egg, and it's got like it's like a cracked eggshell, and there's little plates on it, and they're all swimming around. You know, like, what is the evidence for any of that? Like,
Yeah, but there used to be a continent, a massive continent called Pangaea, and then it's split in half. Right, okay. That's a nice story. Any evidence? Yeah, we've got continents now. That's the evidence.
oh, can you imagine like how bad the wobble would be if all the land was on one side and all the water was on the other side?
No idea. Very, very. I mean, these.
It would be really pear-shaped.
Yeah, these stories within stories. They just keep, they just keep making use. It really is the Russian dolls, isn't it? They make a story, and then to support that story, they get another story. And
Yeah,
these,
my brother is. It reminds me of my brother. He's like kind of like a. I don't know if he is anymore, but he's kind of like a compulsive liar, and like he'll tell more lies than you can call him out. Like so like you'll catch him in a lie, and he'll just tell 3 lies to cover that up, and then you have to catch him in all. Then you have to call him out on all 3 of those lies, and then they'll just tell 3 more lies for each one of those. So now you got to call out 9 lies. Like you're always behind. You can't catch up to the lies because it takes no effort to tell a lie. But it takes effort.
You're in a swamp of lies at that point.
What was
the
it?
Swamp of lies. You're just in a swamp of lies at that point.
Yeah.
Which way is up?
Yeah, I mean, the globe, it's a sophisticated lie. They've had decades and decades and centuries to make it. And, there's some person, some so-called scientist professor somewhere, and he comes up with like a facet of a diamond, right? So here's mine, and then someone else will add theirs 10 years later, then someone else, and we're supposed to sift through all this and have an answer for every possible thing, right?
The thing is, it doesn't cost anything.
Explain that.
It doesn't cost them anything, or it doesn't take any effort or cost them anything just to say something, just to say an idea.
I know.
They just say an idea, and you're supposed to, like, you're just so arbitrary. And, just something like the Big Bang. All right, there was a Big Bang billions of years ago, and everything came from that. Well, where, how do you even start to try to make any sense of dealing with that argument? I mean, there's nothing to deal. There's nothing to deal with. That's established fact.
I think it was a physicist, Paul, he called theories like that. Oh, they're not even wrong, right? Because you can't prove them wrong without like a time machine. Like you gotta take a time machine and go back 90 billion years to see if there was a Big Bang. Like that's the only way to prove it wrong. And they can add patches forever.
Yeah, and then we're like science deniers because we disagree with. I think they're getting confused with things that scientists say, and an actual science. They think that if a scientist says it, then that makes it science somehow.
Indio, you said what I've been thinking of for a while. This idea that they can just update the game, send out a couple patches every now and again.
That's all they're doing. That's literally what they're doing.
Yeah.
You're like, we got a bug here. Update that. We need to release a patch. But then they break something else, right? Just like a video game. They break some other part of the game.
Yeah, by updating the script to 10.1, they forgot that the 2.x update was not going to fully go through. It can't take. But yeah, I find the script it's lacking an update. I was listening to or taking in a debate where these guys are entertaining the globe model and attempting to show a flat baseline as to how you can observe a celestial body. But you can't have a flat baseline. I'm not understanding how a globe model can work with a flat baseline. I still don't understand that. But they're just taking the things from what is real life and adopting it to their model, and they just keep putting blankets and blankets on top of the number that we're looking for. Mathematics every single time. Keep
All
covering
it
it up.
is just, I'm going to call it a trick. Think of it like this. You go out into the world and you take a whole bunch of data about some phenomenon. And then you go, if I lived on a can of tuna fish, how can I come up with some mathematics to make this work?
Exactly.
And
That is
what they just
exactly
do
it.
over and over and over again. Because I have some documents, right, where they actually go, okay, here's some phenomenon. We're gonna say Earth is a sphere and come up with a model for that, and then we're gonna say Earth is flat, and then they compare the two, which makes the better prediction. And invariably, every single one I've seen, I wouldn't say that there's a lot. There's probably like maybe 10 I've seen. They work better on a flat Earth. They're more accurate. I remember seeing one a long time ago. What the fuck was it? So they were trying to make a device, a computerized device. So the device would look up in the sky, and it was supposed to get your position based upon the stars. But it's a computer; it doesn't know what stars it's looking at. So it would take the angle between like 7 sets of stars, and then run that through an algorithm, and then try to make a prediction of where it was on Earth. And it worked better when they assumed the flat Earth. So they compared a couple different methods. I think it was 3 methods. I saw this quite a long time ago, probably like 5-6 years ago. It was what would you call it? It was supposed to be an airborne computerized what do you call it? Celestial navigation computer. It was being tested under a contract with the military. But there's stuff like this it's all over the place where they compare what they do is they assume they take data and then they try to fit it within the globe Earth model.
Adopt it.
And because mathematics is so malleable, you can literally just come up with any crazy mathematics to make something work.
Yeah, you know what I'm realizing? The globe model is almost like an adopted child. We can make it fit. I say we, I'm losing that term loosely, but you can make things work for it, but it's not actually the case, right? It's thanks for that. I like that example.
Yeah, there used to be a commercial on TV. It was I think it was a muffler commercial, and it showed 2 little kids like with one of those desks with the square pegs around hole, and like they're trying to fit the square peg in the round hole, and they're 2 brothers, and he's like pounding it with a hammer. He's like, just keep hitting it. And then it shows him like 20 years later working on a car, and he's just like, just keep hitting it.
Keep hitting it. That's
Remember, Reed, if you look at the olden day star trails, like I can't remember what the Babylonian system of tracking stars and planets are, so-called planets. When they first introduced like the globe model, it was way out. It was much worse than just simple an observation of where things go and epicycles and stuff. So they just kept jigging it around until they got the result they wanted. And they had it. And the result they wanted was what they had all along in the first place. It was totally pointless.
One of the things I heard, Indio, maybe you'd be able to help me out with this. One of the things I heard the blue ballers say is the sine cosine relationship with stars. Now, obviously, referencing with trigonometry and how trigonometry works. From my understanding, trigonometry is what the sailors used in order to navigate waters using sextants for hundreds of years. Now, one of the things that they talk about is the sine cosine relationship with those celestial bodies. But from my understanding, and I don't know if this is too deep at this point, but from my understanding, it would be the tangential relationship, which would give you the opposite and the adjacent, which are the main. The opposite would be the elevation of the celestial body, and the adjacent would be your distance to the place that you're navigating to, from my understanding.
Okay, so this might cause someone to frickin' spiral.
Spiral. Okay, wait. I have a picture though. Hold on. I have a picture. I'll throw it in live stream. It may help. Well, because I did I was doing a bit of a debate last night. This is the picture that kind of really helped out for me to put it into perspective. Hold on. I'll throw it in the live stream.
So let's let me say this.
There we go.
Everyone's kind of got it wrong. In celestial navigation, they actually assume that the Earth is a point in space, right? Now, think you had a 3D Cartesian coordinate, or say you were in the center of a polar coordinate grid, right? When you do so-called spherical trigonometry, it's actually just a rotation. So you're like rotating. So when they say, a star is XYZ above the horizon, they're assuming that they're at the center of the Earth.
Right. Yes. They're cutting it in half. Yeah. So they're using that cut, the equatorial cut. They're using that as their flat baseline.
I mean, there technically is no equatorial cut. That's just shit they made up after the fact. That's the X coordinate. That's the X line, right? And the vertical is the Y line, and the Z line is the radius, right?
Okay. Yep.
The Z dimension. But there is no quote unquote. If you don't need to use a sphere to do this mathematically. You just need a grid. That's all you need. And you're just in the center. Baseline. You're just in the center of the grid. That's it.
Right.
So, but it's. I don't know what to say. They're not assuming the Earth is a sphere. Okay, and if you go to like another coordinate, say Earth centered, Earth fixed, then they assume that there's a tangent plane, right? Those are in like XYZ coordinates, and that's actually a plane. It's just mathematics. Okay, that's all that matters. And then on top of it, most globers don't realize you don't actually make sightings down to the horizon. You have to make sightings a certain amount above the horizon because they become inaccurate, right? They have to be a certain elevation above the horizon.
Above the
like
horizon.
20 degrees or whatever it is. So you're actually only doing navigation with a section of the sky. It's not even the entire sky.
Makes sense.
Right? Think of it, you're looking in the sky and you're assuming that like there's a cap on your little dome, right? There's the cap on the dome. And you're only looking within that cap. But below that, you can't look because in their model, refraction distorts the positions of the stars.
Distorts it.
Yeah.
And they
that's convenient, right? So you're just like, that's really convenient. But they'll make the claim that it works, right? That it's just like, oh, I'm on a globe and I can, if I'm at like, 2 degrees, Polaris will be at 2 degrees above the horizon. You hear them say all this stuff all the time. That's actually wrong. Like, it's not even right in their model. And then I was arguing with a glober on Twitter. He was like, latitude changes by 69 miles per degree. That's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
That's accurate in their model at the equator. But as you get further and further away from the equator, it changes. At 45 degree latitude, it's 46 miles per degree. And like 1 degree from the North Pole, it's like 8 miles. So when you're 8 miles from the North Pole, the ship to Polaris will be 1 degree.
It gets exponentially bigger as you go away from it, right?
Yeah. Well, get exponentially smaller. The distance per degree gets smaller.
Oh, yes. Sorry, yes.
But they want to. But the thing is, they'll sit there and tell you that there's a linear relationship, right? Degree per mile. But that's not even true in their model.
Right. Because we observe that when we're at like one place on the model, well, that as we go closer to, say, the North Pole, that the lines do in fact get closer and closer together, right? Because the points are converging onto a point. Or sorry,
Yeah,
the circles are
small,
converging to a
yeah,
point.
it's a small angle or whatever. The
Yeah,
angle, because you got to remember, latitude lines are like circles that go around. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're concentric circles that also. I mean,
Yeah,
well,
they're
I
like-
like to say radial. They start at one point and they offset 10 meters, but ultimately the circumference keeps getting bigger as that radius increases.
So then let's flip the longitude, right? So what's the spacing between the longitudes? Well, if you go towards the poles, that spacing is smaller, right?
Yep, exactly. You go out, they splay out, just like a target, right? We're looking at a target. We're throwing darts at a dartboard. We got the bullseye in the middle, and we know that those lines ultimately splay outwards as they go further outwards from the middle.
So the question is, in a circle, right? Angles have a linear relationship, right? You can, 1 degree is all the way around that circle. Same with a globe, right? Where is this linear relationship in reality? It doesn't even exist in their model. But they'll sit here and argue that shit all day. It blows my mind, the stuff they say. Because they're just like religiotards, man. In my opinion, they're just crazy religious nuts. And there's nothing you can say.
But again, just to be extremely crude about it, trigonometry, it's three sides of an object, right? Three-sided object, sorry. Three internal angles that all add up to 180 degrees. Those are rules. And all those three straight, those lines are all straight. Like, these are the rules of mathematics, and I'm still trying to figure out, again, how you take, as you said earlier, square peg, round hole, how you take that and start to splice up things and say, oh no, it works fine. And I'm still contributing or counting those factors of refraction and other variable things that work in your globular model into these mathematics that involve the simple three straight lines, three internal angles that add up to 180 degrees.
How do they have any straight lines? They're always saying light is curving.
Exactly. Then
Where are there straight? They have no straight lines anywhere, right? The plumb line curves, the light curves, the surface curves, everything's curving. Like, where are your straight lines? Like, you have those straight lines. What the hell are you talking about?
So what happens on a day when it's like 10 degrees Celsius outside? The only refraction we can see is maybe the my breath coming out of my mouth, which disappears. Right? It's a cool, crisp day. How do you invoke refraction when we have no humidity present? Yeah.
There's days in the winter where there's like, it's like the air is completely still. You know what I mean? Where it's cold, there's no wind, there's no nothing. You can't feel any heat. It's like everything is an absolutely uniform temperature.
Yep. And
There's no
the
moisture
thing is,
in the air either, is there, when it's so cold?
yeah. Well, see, Chad, the thing that I wanted to outline when I said that, like, I'm not even really paying attention to the moisture that's on my breath that's coming out of my mouth, because you know full well they will latch on to that as soon as you mention it, right? They will also not remember that same breath that you saw disappears within 2 seconds of it leaving my mouth. So again, as Indio just said, days like that, you can see for so far.
Dude, I just don't understand the refraction thing, where it comes from, man. I don't know. Maybe it's just where I live. Like, I can go down the Charles River and see for 3 miles. I could see buildings, right? High rises, cars, whatever. I've never seen things moving around, right? That looks higher than it did yesterday, or like it's just never happened.
Well,
where I looked at something like, wow, that's not supposed to be there. Like, it's just weird to me, man.
The thing that I've always understood it to be, and how I like to think of it, is refraction. Like, the object is still there. Refraction just allows It's refraction is like glasses that you wear. Okay, I'm gonna put on my refraction glasses and watch this bitch dance and move around. But when I take that, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say what's actually happening is the light is arriving at the optic, whatever it is, your eye, a camera, at a different angle. It's not like, say you're 6 feet, right? And say you're 6 feet tall, you're looking at an object, a mile away. Instead of the ray coming from like the 6 feet point on that building straight to the camera, right? It goes up. The ray that's in that's hitting the center of the camera is looking at that 6 feet from a different position. It's as if you're lifted up, right? So as if you went to that object, stood on your tiptoes, and looked down on it. That's the ray that actually reaches the camera, right? As if you were looking at that object from a different angle.
Right.
So it's hard to, like, almost like okay, now say like we had a switch where we could turn refraction on and off, right?
Right.
And we're at a basketball court. You climb up and you stand up on top of the rim and you look at the other basket, right? So that's one angle that you're looking at the basket. Now you get off the basket and you go down on the ground, right? Now, if there was refraction, we turn refraction on. The ray that would have reached your eye when you were standing on your top of the basket curves down and reaches your eye when you're on the ground. So it appears, right, that the object in the distance sunk because you're looking down on it. You understand what I'm saying? That ray is as if you're looking at the ray from that would reach a position as if you're looking down on it with no refraction. That's basically what they're saying, but we don't actually observe this.
Exactly.
We've never observed, right? Like we've never observed something at a distance, supposedly lifted up by refraction, that we're looking at it as if we're above it, right?
But think about what you presented in that option, or in that example, and the fact that we don't actually go from the top of the basketball rim to the ground looking at something. All we're saying is we are standing still looking at something, i.e. I'm in front of my oven, I open up the oven door, it's on, and then I see waves coming out. That doesn't mean that the digital clock behind on the mounted to the stove is moving. It just means that there's interference between my eyeballs and the digital clock that's mounted to the stove.
Yeah. Yeah, and
that is refraction to me. True, the easiest way to explain it is that the digital clock is not moving, right? I've opened the oven, I know that as a constant, and I know that the temperature inside the oven is 425 degrees Fahrenheit, and I know that I will see that radiant heat coming out of the oven. That, to me, is refraction simply demonstrated.
I'm trying to find a
Sorry, guys.
I'm trying to find a graphic that shows what I just described. I talked about this before, but it was a long time ago. There was a surveyor person that was, he's technically not a surveyor. He does fucking, I don't know, physicist, something like that, from back in the 70s. And he didn't like the refraction mount. He thought it was garbage. And he came up with something called the vertical angle of arrival. That what's actually happening is the angle of the light it's coming in at a different angle, so that makes something appear to be elevated just because of the angle that it's reaching. In this case would be a theodolite. So instead of the light that should be hitting the center of the theodolite, it'll be shifted up or down, which gives the impression, right? If it's shifted down, it gives you the impression that you're above it, right? And if it's shifted up, then it gives you an impression that you're below it. Right, so if I'm 6 feet, my eye, say the theodolite is 6 feet tall, and I'm sighting in on a stick that's 6 feet, that at the 6 feet point on a stick that's a mile away. If it isn't dead in the center of the crosshairs and it's up, it seems to me that I'm under 6 feet, right? That the theodolite is under a 6 feet spot. Because we assume that wherever we're looking, right, that if it's dead center in our vision, that it is the same height as us. Assuming that the ground is perfectly flat, right? That whatever is dead center in our vision is the same height as us. But if it's shifted up and down from the center of our vision, we go, oh, I'm under it. Oh, I'm above it. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So when the light is refracted, right, it's shifted up or down. But so we get the impression that it's in a different position than it actually is.
Right.
But when we look and when the Globers say refraction is picking this up over the horizon, right, that is bullshit. Because if that was the case, it would be more than just, it would be shifted so that we're looking from underneath it.
Right.
Because it has to be picked up.
Right.
That means we're looking from underneath it. That means something that was there, something that we couldn't see. I'm trying to think of an example. Take like Canigou, for example, right? They say, oh, the Alps, they're all picked up. We're looking over the curve from refraction, right? Well, that means that the light that we should be, that is not hitting where we expect it, right? So I'm at 9,000 feet at the top of Canigou. If it was a straight line, it would intersect freaking Mount, what the hell was it? Mount Gaspard at the same elevation. Okay. But because refraction is bending it around the curve, the light that's reaching my eye is actually from a lower point on the mountain. So it's all being lifted up. But we don't see any of that crap. We're not looking up at the mountains. Because that's how it would appear. It would appear that the mountain is, when something appears, when I lift something over your vision, right? It seems like you're underneath it, not above it.
Right.
So that's the craziness of it. It's that it's just bullshit. The whole refraction argument is just bullshit that was created because, well, the Selenilian, for one thing, it was created because there's a document called The History of Atmospheric Refraction. It's a peer-reviewed paper published by 2 Canadians, and they said that refraction was invented to explain the Selenilian eclipse.
Holy crap! Great.
Here, I'll put it in
the You mean the refractory fallacy was invented to cover up more stuff? Great.
That's all it is. The whole thing. Snell's law. So the guy Snellius, right? Why did he come up with his? Why did the dude come up with Snell's law? Because he did some like Hanover survey and fucking nothing matched the globe. That was kind of like the start, the seed, right? And then over time, and then Gauss, and then like all these other people, and there's like hundreds of models. If you go through like the literature of so-called terrestrial refraction, going back to like kind of like when it started historically, if you go through the whole history, it's just like just flopping around. It's horrible. There's all like when a Glober says, "Did you account for refraction?" I ask him which model, because there's a shitload. Which model should I use to account for refraction?
The globe model. What's up, Lou? See Adams in here, Chili, Creation, FE Batman. Hope all is well, guys. Happy Saturday. Let's start the chores for today.
Guten Morgen.
All right. So you see that the shit I posted, it says it should be impossible to see both the sun and moon at the same time. One would have to abandon this model unless an explanation could be found. That explanation, like I just said, this little screenshot is from the history of astronomical refraction. Or atmospheric refraction, a history.
All right, well, I have something to follow up that with, which is this. I did this for 3 straight mornings on my rooftop. And unless they're able to describe... Is this the white one? Hold on. No, it's not it. Sorry.
So, this is a funny thing. There's a war going on, right, in the Ukraine. Okay, so there's plenty of videos out there of them aiming at targets, right? So they set up the artillery piece. They listen to when you have an artillery piece, it's shooting freaking multiples of kilometers away. You have to know exactly where the artillery piece is to hit those coordinates so that you can aim it properly. They look through a sight to figure out where the hell they are, an actual sight that's attached to the artillery piece, the rockets, whatever, because Russia has some weird stuff, right? They're not using GPS. They're using old-fashioned surveying techniques to shoot an artillery piece. They're not accounting for refraction, okay? They're flying drones around. They're not accounting for refraction. They're dropping missiles. A lot of their stuff is unguided, so they're not using guided. They're not using guided stuff, especially their helicopters. They have unguided rockets. They look at the goddamn target, point their freaking plane at, right? That we center the freaking crosshairs on the target, and then we pull the freaking trigger and the rockets go there. They're not like, I got to tip up because of refraction, or I got to tip down because of refraction. Nobody's doing this.
Well,
and there's stacks of fucking bodies. There's stacks of corpses right now in cemeteries in Ukraine and in Russia to prove that they're not using refraction. that they don't need to account for shit. And the thing about Ukraine is flat as fuck, dude. I think the highest elevation in Ukraine is something like 1,600 feet above sea level. The tallest mountain in Ukraine is 1,600 feet above sea level. That's not even a mountain. That's a fucking hill.
I threw a picture in, took a landscape on my roof one a couple of mornings in a row, but I was able to catch the sun and the moon in the exact same sky at the same time. If you see the sun is on the left, you can pan over to the right side and you'll see the moon in the same sky. And I did this for 3 mornings, and the temperature was about 10 degrees Celsius outside, so refraction wasn't even a thing. But yeah, refraction, my ass. They can refract that.
I don't see the moon in that pic. I only see the sun.
You got to look for it. So look, bear with me. If you look at you see the white pipes. See the white pipes that are penetrating the roof. Yeah, they look straight up. You'll see it sitting there.
It's really small. Just beneath the clouds, on the thin clouds on the right, just to the left of the peak of the building on the right. Also,
yeah, that last pipe that's penetrating the roof. If you look directly above it, just to the right of it, you should see it.
Find it.
Unfortunately, we can't tell much about the phase of the moon with this.
It was let's think. It was 75 to 90%, I think. But this was on the way out. You know what? Sorry, this was following the eclipse. This was following the Selenian eclipse last month. Earlier this month, I apologize. Because I caught... That was the Selenian moon. And then for the next couple of mornings, I kept on going out to the roof to catch the sun and the moon in the same sky.
Oh, we've talked about this many times in here.
Oh yeah.
What? There's nothing wrong with having the sun and the moon in the same sky in either flat or globe Earth. It's just a matter of like what phase you should see based off of like where they are and the distances that they claim they are away. That's the one thing that a lot of people, I think, do get a mistake is they forget to take into consideration that the sun is claimed to be, so many more like million miles away or whatever. How far is the sun again?
I think this week it's 93,146,000.
You got the updated script?
They changed it. When did they change it again? Last year? The year before? They've changed it again recently.
That time goes by pretty fast, though. I think that was pre-CV and all that stuff, wasn't it?
Well, I think they've changed it 2 or 3 times since I've been a flat earther. They changed Polaris too. They're always changing stuff. Weird. That's how this all started too, because they're always changing stuff. We can't catch up.
Right, but I guess what I was getting to is often flat earthers are just looking at the sun and the moon and themselves in between, basically, and assuming them to be, well, they look the same size, and I think they assume them to be the same distance. But if you're using that to try to debunk the globe model, you have to take into consideration the distances, where the moon would be much closer and the sun would be much farther, and so the phase on the moon might not make sense if you're not thinking about it, with the distance.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, sometimes the phases of the moon are way off. Even with the distance, it's like they say it's an optical illusion. It's in the Oxford Compendium of Visual Illusions. It's one of the moon illusions, right? So there's a bunch of moon illusions. The moon just appears big on the horizon. The face of the moon doesn't align with the position of the sun. All that nonsense. How many things are I should actually enumerate how many things they claim are an optical illusion in the globe model. It is so many. It's like at least 20 things. It just looks flat.
Good to,
it just,
good to compile a list and have that for another meme to throw up there.
Yeah. Well, the stars, they're not in their true position. Once you get to celestial bodies, nothing's in its true position because the speed of light is delayed, and then then you have things like stellar aberration, proper motion, that's all messed up, right? Then the light from your eye left the sun 8 minutes ago. And then you got refraction, right? So then that screws up its position even more. And then there's who knows what else they add.
That moon with the negative color filter that you posted looks just like the yin yang.
Yeah, man, it does too. Wow, that's weird. So apparently Twitter was certainly shadow banning Flat Earth because this is the weirdest shit. Since Elon Musk took over, I've gotten 10 times the amount of fucking followers on Twitter, and I pretty much only post Flat Earth shit. And everybody that's followed me, I look to see if they're actually posting Flat Earth shit or if they, are other Flat Earth people, because I mean, I won't follow them back or whatever, so I just check. So 10 times the amount of people. So
wow.
Flat Earth would obviously so the guy faking space is on shadow banning Flat Earthers. Can't make this shit up, man. In this clown world.
Yeah, that's a bit ironic, but it shouldn't really be a surprise either. We knew damn well that yes, we were being shadow banned, or we still are. It's maybe just not on Twitter.
I think YouTube is actually getting worse with it. It is super hard to find Flat Earth shit. That isn't so-called Flat Earth debunk stuff, right? To actually find actual content created by Flat Earthers by using the search function is almost impossible.
It's been that way for quite a while now too.
Yeah, but I mean, it used to be like if I scrolled through like 4 pages, right, of results, I'd find at least one. Now it's like I can just scroll forever. There's nothing coming up. I wonder if they got like a flag, like an actual flag, like, oh, we positively ID this is a Flat Earth channel. We're just gonna like this isn't gonna come up in search results.
Well, that's what they promised.
But it's amazing. Oh, God, the shit you can actually watch on YouTube, which is just batshit crazy out there. Elves and fairies, they're real. Yeah, that's no problem. They got 6 million They got 6 million fucking subs talking about fairies.
Or teenagers that are just idiots doing self-harm because they're still mimicking Jackass and shit, like, or the challenges and things like that. Throw yourself down the stairs.
Oh, let's send a balloon to space. That seems to be the new trend. We're going to send a balloon to space. Except for it's not actually space. Yo, man, this was funny, though. I go on Twitter, and like Nazis is trending or something. And I freaking look, and there's this post that says, today Ukraine marks Holodomor Memorial Day and honors the victims of the genocide in 1930s Soviet famine. Millions were deliberately starved to death in a bid to extinguish Ukrainian identity. Today, Russia is once again committing genocide in Ukraine. Like Stalin, Putin will fall. Stalin died of old age, man. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Oh, so Putin's going to die of old age. Great. Mission accomplished. Good job.
Yeah, well, yeah, which means we've got another decade or two of Putin being the bad guy for everything.
Yeah. Well, I think he's running out of juice. I think they have to switch bad guys soon. We should take a poll on who's the next boogeyman or what is the next boogeyman. We should do a pool, man, like a death pool. Should ask for actual money, man. Like, what's going to be the next crisis? When do we put our Ukrainian flags away so we can pick up the flag of another? We can pick up another banner.
Well, they're going to cycle the North Korea thing around again soon. They have to. I guess I don't follow enough, like, geopolitically to actually call those shots.
I'm thinking Iran. It might be Iran.
What are you guys talking about?
Oh, what the next fake fucking crisis will be.
Shit. What's the current running head runner? Okay. Oh, well, that's current though. That's what's going on now, right?
Yeah, we're trying to get we might try and do like a gambling pool for the next fake one. When they want to shelve the Ukraine one when it's no longer useful for their agenda. Like, what's the next?
It's gonna be a Katy Perry concert in Las Vegas. Shooting, crisis actors.
Oh God. You remember that Las Vegas one?
With her clone performing and not actually her.
Oh, we should probably not talk about this shit.
Yeah, I bet that's still one that.
That Las Vegas one was some bullshit.
Out there.
Well, the Las Vegas concert with the
the country singer guy.
Well, I don't remember what the concert was over. It was like one of those. It was like a country music festival. But
Rangers or something. Yeah.
That was some ball, dude. That was some amateur video fakery there.
I followed that one pretty closely, and that's a pretty good marker of time too. I would say it was just after that where they really, really clamped down on censorship of all these topics and like banning and shadow banning.
You guys ever put butter in your coffee?
No, not on purpose.
I don't even drink coffee.
Put butter.
Not
You
on
gotta put some
purpose.
butter.
Maybe like when there's butter on a spoon and I accidentally stir the coffee with it.
No, you just put like a tablespoon in there.
Oh, gross.
I heard people do it, so I mean it's a
Just
thing.
put a tablespoon of butter, dash of salt, and then I put MCT oil in there too, just a little squirt, like a teaspoon.
Have you ever eaten butter straight? I do that every once in a while.
And then this morning I added vodka to that mixture, just a splash.
Fuck yeah, dude! Start the day off right.
They got some real good cheap. There's a distillery in Iowa here, just by the capital. It's in Clive. It's super cheap. It's like $15 for a 1.75, and tastes just as good as Absolute for $15. I can't believe it. I don't need anything better than that. It's local, you know.
Oh shit!
Pretty quiet this morning.
You're in Iowa? Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah, I live like me and Miggy are only like an hour and 45 minutes away from each other.
Iowa's like a forgotten state, man.
Dude, it's a cool state, man. Considering
I've been through there a long time ago, but
where Lou and I and Glatt are right now is the best place you can possibly be at.
It's well, the Midwest is it's got its positives for sure. It's we don't really get into all the hype as much as people on the coast tend to.
Easy to stay out of all that.
Iowa just like slips under the radar. I've like never heard a bad thing about Iowa. I've also never heard a good thing about Iowa other than like Iowa State.
Well, the good thing about Iowa is they have a lot of corn. The bad thing about Iowa is they have a lot of corn.
Do you know Iowa means beautiful?
It does? In what language?
I'm assuming like
in Nazi.
Translation from what?
I don't know. I don't want to sound like some kind of Indian language. I'm assuming like Cherokee. I don't know what tribe is out in Iowa.
Oh, so like maybe like Native American.
Yeah, Native American. I don't know. I didn't know how to put that.
I got you. But you're
Iowa
like
also has the highest literacy rate. Y'all know how to read out there.
Apparently. I can put together some furniture. I just posted to see my pictures I put in live stream. That's me putting together one of them. It's like a steel frame painted thing. It's kind of cheap, but like it can support. I can sit on top of it. It supports 240 pounds of weight. So, I mean, it's got those little fabric front drawers. I didn't take a picture of the front. I guess I could show you this. It looks like cheap shit off of Amazon, but I got like 4 or 5 of them things. They're great because if you ever have to move, you just pull the drawers out. They're just like these little fabric boxes. You just use those as your boxes, and the frame probably weighs like 5 pounds, probably. If
is that metal frame?
Yeah, it's steel. It's painted steel, kind of thin gauge painted steel, but it's strong. I can post a link for what it is. If you have the link for one, you can see all the links.
Yeah, I know what they look like. I think my son has one.
They work. They're the engineering. I mean, real good engineering. Yeah.
Oh, you know,
Iowa invented sliced bread.
I think they're like from China, but you know, whatever. So
don't call the Chinese robots.
There you go. Here's the link to the 9 drawer. That's the one I just put together. It's all done. I put my water distiller on top of it at the end of the hallway, and I'm storing like the vinegar and like the baking soda in one of the drawers.
Those are fabric.
The front, yeah, they're like those fabric. You imagine those fabric boxes.
Yeah, no,
yeah. You know how they have the holes in them, and you put the little cardboard.
They have a wood front, but they have a wood
squares.
Front.
Yeah, it's like a wood. It's like a real thin wood front with like yeah. So, but it works, man. It doesn't. And they got a bunch of different colors. I like the black wood grain the best. I don't. The other ones look like TNC.
These are actually like an improvement on regular drawers because they actually slide out easier.
Yeah,
Like
and you
regular
have to
drawers
move.
always get jammed and shit.
You just stack a bunch of those drawers on an upright cart, and you just go down the stairs with that, and then you just grab the frame with the other hand. You're gone.
Stuff like I've got some of those, not exactly like yours, but when you say like the fabric boxes, we got some of that for my daughter's toys. You know, like good for organizing, like lots of little shit.
Yeah, and it's cheap. You can get for about $300 $300. You can get about 7 or 8 of them like units, and like just go to town on organizing the shit out of your stuff. But I pitch a bunch of crap before I go there. I only need about 3 or 4.
Yeah,
you need to market it to people with OCD.
But the nice thing about every single unit, it only has they only have a 1 foot depth, so you can put them anywhere and they're out of the way, even like behind, damn near behind the door. You can still kind of squeeze in. They're all like 1 foot depth, and then I don't know, between 20 and 40 inches tall, and between 26 and 40
came up with
wide.
that design, man?
I don't know. I don't know who W Live is. That's the brand, but I don't know where they're out of.
Yeah, but that design is, I'm sure other corporations make that design.
That's super. Right? That's like an engineering 101, isn't it? Like just a framing concept.
Just think of furniture, man. Like the evolution of furniture. They had those fucking stupid plastic totes with the sliding drawer that always got stuck or it cracked or whatever. That's supposed to be a placement for like wooden furniture. Then there's a cheap IKEA shit that if you ever move, that shit's just falling apart the moment you try to fucking move it. It's just collapsing in on itself.
This stuff's better than that, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like this design is relatively new, like within the last decade. I'm just wondering if who came up with it?
I didn't know anything about it. I was on Amazon. I was like, storage bins and something. Storage dressings. Or I was looking at dressers and shit, I could get a nice oak wood one, pay like, I don't know, 8 times the cost. But I'm in an apartment, so I'm like, I just want something that looks nice and works, and it's easy to move, and
you'll pay 8 times the cost. You'll be fucking junk, dude. Like modern wooden furniture is goddamn junk. Yeah.
Well, there's a Redicers here. It's in a small town, but it's all handmade Amish dressers and shit.
Yeah, really it's still junk, dude. It isn't made like they used to make it. Like
no, sure.
Yeah, no, it's almost impossible to find furniture that's made out of actual like hardwood or anything like that. Everything's particle board with a laminate over the top. I mean,
this Amish built shit's like it's not dovetailed or anything, but some of it I think is. They have like wooden chests like for the end of the bed and shit like that.
The key thing is how is the wood connected together? Right,
I think
how is the top connected to, like, I'm talking about wooden furniture, right? Wooden furniture with drawers and shit. How is it connected together? The way they connect it together now is cheap and bullshit. Back in the day, it's like dovetail, tongue and groove, like actual joints. They don't do any of that crap anymore.
They do here.
You can't put it in a tiny little box and drop it off of an Amazon truck like that.
Exactly. It's all about practical. It's all about practicality nowadays, and lightweight. Be quick to be able to move. Get up and move your shit.
Yeah, how you gonna send a furniture by Amazon with a drone? That ain't gonna work.
Oh, but I'm just saying. That's what my goal is. Just be modular as possible.
A helicopter to do your Amazon delivery.
Stuff would I could probably fit most of my crap in a 6x10 U-Haul if I got rid of it and just kept my piece of shit and those dresses and a few things.
Well, the thing also with all this stuff that, it comes in a little box, you put it together, and at first, usually, you're happy with it. It seemed like you're sounding with this, and I hope you're right. Like it lasts, but things start loosening up. It starts leaning. It gets a little bit wobbly.
I don't have. It's just me and like one other person. Like we don't have any kids or anything, so it's like we're not like ripping shit. You know what I mean? Like if it was kids and my sister had it, niece and nephew were fucking around with it, I don't know. Like maybe it might not make it. Maybe get some Gorilla Glue and put it between the handle and it's just a metal screw and a plastic handle. Just maybe use some kind of plastic metal bond before you screw them in. That'll probably do it. I mean, you have to reinforce it. Some kind of Loctite, plastic Loctite thing. I think that would do it. They wouldn't come off that. It's pretty decent. I mean, unless you're just ripping the drawers out like Gorilla, seems pretty solid.
Dude, I just moved house, and about 5 IKEA units are just fucking chucked out now because they're shit.
There's so much.
Yeah, you got to take them down fully. If you're going to move IKEA stuff, you've got to take it down as you bought it and then rebuild it again. Trying to move it in a van, it just fucks up. You know?
And just the bouncing down the road, the rattling of the truck, all of a sudden everything starts loosening up and
it turns into like
the feet that screw into the bottom. Like all of a sudden there's one missing. You know, like that's
turns into like a
tower of pizza.
Excuse me.
Now there's all sorts of crap on sale for Black Friday on Amazon. It's like ridiculous. I'm just looking for crap that I need or need to replace and getting like 20-30% off, 40%, sometimes 50%. So just trying to get old shit you got to replace. It's a good time to stack up on replace like maybe an old mop or some bullshit, or like a fucking lawnmower.
I've been looking at Wi-Fi mesh systems on Amazon, and I noticed that they're the same price. They've just put like a pretend lowered percentage and say Black Friday deal, but it's the same price as it was last week.
Oh yeah, that'd be nice, man. A mesh system would be dope. I don't have that yet. My router's like only like 3 or 4 years old, so it's still all right. But if I ever replace it next time, I'll probably get like a three disc mesh setup or something. Maybe 2, maybe just 2 would be enough for an apartment. It's just a 2-bedroom apartment, so I don't have a lot of square footage.
Yeah, we moved to a rural area, so we've had to have like 4G Wi-Fi instead of broadband or whatever.
Is it like line of sight? Oh, you're just doing straight up off the tower.
Off the tower, but they're coming out to put an antenna on the house as well to increase the signal strength. But the house is long.
An external antenna, that would do it. Yeah, I would too. I would totally do that if I was using that.
But because the house is long, we need the mesh system to like spread the Wi-Fi evenly across the house.
Yeah. So it subnets out internally, and then you just mesh it out and like to a different subnet.
Yeah. I tried those plug-in repeaters, and you lose signal in between. They're really shit.
I tried. I tried those. Netgear used to make these power over Ethernet or Ethernet over power. So you plug them into your AC outlet, and then it would use the freaking power copper cable as your. It's not the greatest bandwidth, but some of the newer technology is decent. It's okay. It's not gigabit, but might be close. It might be like 7 meg now.
If you're in a smallish house and you've got like a small circuit, it works quite well.
It works great if you got like if you got like that old plaster walls and like the Wi-Fi just doesn't. Just put a couple boxes in, and you can get 10, 15 gigabytes. And it doesn't buffer.
And it doesn't drop because it's you're plugged in and you're wired in. So you don't get that drop interference.
The density of the plaster that's blocking the Wi-Fi signal. Now, if you have 2.4, that'll penetrate thicker or more dense material. The 2.4, the 5 gigahertz, I think it reaches farther, but it's weaker. It doesn't penetrate through like barrier, like material as good.
No, I'm pretty sure it doesn't go as far, but it's supposed to be.
I can't remember.
You get higher speeds, but for less of a distance. So like you're capable of higher speeds
with the 5G. Yeah. So like if I'm in my garage, that's like, I don't know, maybe 100 feet away, maybe 200. It's still attached, but I'll connect to the 2.4 because it'll reach further, and it penetrates through more walls. But yeah, the 5G band is faster and maybe a smaller proximity.
Yeah, you're capable of gigabit speeds through that 5G that you're not capable of with the 2.4.
Yeah.
But you can still get pretty close to gigabit speeds with the 2.4. Like, so unless you have some like crazy, like, good connection that you're paying for, and you need to use all that wirelessly.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I get like 100 up and down, like 2 millisecond ping fiber. So I mean, I can torrent the fuck out of shit and like download movies through NordVPN. I just go through Switzerland. What do you use for VPN? I'm sure you use one if you're, because I'm pretty sure you do that too.
Yeah, I haven't been doing much of that stuff, but
I don't do it. I'll go in waves. I'll hoard a bunch of crap, and then I won't do it for like 3 years. And then I'll hoard a bunch of crap, and I won't do it for like 3 years. But plus, I'm not watching a lot of movies I used to like 7, 8 years ago.
There's nothing worth stealing anymore.
After you got fucking Flat Smash, you're like, well, that was fun, but it was just filling my time until this came along.
That's just everything. Every movie and every TV show is just shit. No, what's worth stealing?
No, nothing. Hardly. I got like Top Gun Maverick. I hadn't seen it. I kind of wanted to. Did you hear the Flat Earth rave? Did you see that? I posted that video clip the other day, the Flat Earth clip from the new Maverick Top Gun? Or the curvature mention of the curvature? I'll post it. Hold on. I just clipped it out and posted it as a little mini MP4 or whatever. But I can grab it to my downloads or videos folder. Live stream. I just posted this video. It's cool. It's like, you know what that is, sir? That's why it's breaking up. It's the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, I'm sure you were asking what VPN though. I'm sure people are gonna roll their eyes about it. So like I did have when I got my computer, bought it new a couple of years ago, and I did get McAfee antivirus on there. But then because of that, I also got a deal if I got their VPN. So I've been using their VPN, the McAfee VPN, but it's probably not the best one. And there's plenty of shit that people say about using antivirus software like McAfee. Is it spyware, really?
Yeah, so that Top Gun clip, check that. Have you seen that yet? The Maverick?
I didn't watch the movie, no.
No, but that's the only clip you need to see. It's the whole movie. It's 24 seconds. Just watch it real quick. It's like just totally drops the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, it's like completely unnecessary kind of bit of wording, but they drop it in there, like.
Yeah, he's like, the communications are breaking up, sir. It's because of the curvature of the Earth. It's funny as hell. I saw this. I was literally just previewing the first 20, 15 minutes of the movie after I downloaded it. I was like, I was just listening, not even watching it, kind of. And I was like, oh, you did not. I'm surprised nobody had mentioned it before, because I thought a few people from the server had seen it. I'm guessing not, that somebody would have said something.
I don't race out to go and watch obvious propaganda.
I don't either. All my friends do. I wait till I can get it on torrent. I just grab it. Dude, I got a projector in my living room. I mostly watch Fire Station.
We watched in Chill Chat once.
Yeah, I got a little projector mounted. Just put a couple screws.
The original Top Gun was essentially, it was a recruitment propaganda. It was to try to recruit people to the military ahead of, Desert Storm or the Gulf War. And then, and why would anybody think it's anything else than that now? It's probably, once again, it's recruitment to try to get people in the military because we're going to be going to war again.
Each volleyball scene really wanted me to join. Did it get you as well? The sweaty, naked men playing volleyball on the beach, man. That's what the military offers you.
Yeah, right. Yeah. A good time slapping each other's ass playing beach volleyball. But realistically nowadays, it's like the kid that was working with me that went and joined the Air Force and a month later had Guillain-Barré.
Yeah, they seem to have upped the advertising in the UK for military, like join the military, but they're doing it all as like metaverse, VR, like augmented reality kind of angle now. Like you can be anything. You could be flying spaceships from the ground.
Yep, that makes sense. You get to do it from the safety of your living room. Be a hero on a couch playing a video game.
Got to be ready to kill all the Martians when we get to Mars. All those Marvins.
It's Ender's Game, basically. If anybody's read that, there's the movie too, but the movie does a bad job of explaining it.
Yeah, the book's good, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I don't have enough coffee left to make a pot, so I'm going to head out. I'll be back in a little bit.
Lucy, check out the thing I just posted real quick. It's my new hoodie.
Warm vodka always finds its level. Okay. Why warm vodka?
There's an inside joke there. It's my girlfriend's drink of choice, and now she's got me hooked on it. So we just made a hoodie one night, 5 minutes.
Yeah, see, is that what was that? Who was this? Yeah, that was you that posted. Also, I saw you also had a Fepe mug made. You had a Fepe mug made.
I made those. I made that back in 2017 before shit went to hell. Before all the drama happened. But yeah, I used to be big into that clan before here. Like I said before, it all went shitty. I had a lot of fun. Like I said, before it went to crap and they started attacking everybody, it was so much fun. But then we did a bunch of chat raids and everything. It was just back when it was real early, like 2016, 2017, early on, before YouTube censored, and it was just a bunch of fun. And then Tim's like straight up, he's like, we're gonna start attacking everybody. He's like, you may not want to hang around anymore. I was like, yeah, you're right. He's like, if you stop doing it, I might swing back and say hi. And so I took like 4-year hiatus from talking to him. So just now until recently.
I've had a cold for the last like 4 days, 3-4 days. I think I'm finally getting over it, but
yeah, I just been blowing crap out my nose every morning. That's about it, but yeah.
I think it's like 60 degrees out today, but I kind of want to go snowboarding.
Yeah, we don't have anything. You guys probably got at least some artificial. I know there's one here, but there's probably something out there.
Yeah, well, we had We had like 5 inches of natural snow a week ago, and over the course of a few days. But it was really cold, and the hills were blowing tons of artificial. So like, yeah, even just after like 3 days or 4 days of cold, they claim to have 15-inch base on the hill. So that's enough.
Now you got me thinking. I am at some point this year. I'll probably wait till I get some real snow. I'm definitely going to at least check out the hill here, like at least once this year, because I haven't done it for like 3 or 4.
I want to go today, but I'm not. It's like twice the price for the weekend. And I'm not going to go all day long either.
It's better to go. It's better to go when you get dumped on and you got to miss work. You know.
Yeah. I just really want to get out there because I haven't yet, and the hill's been open a week. But no, I'll probably go. I'm actually thinking I'm going to go Monday night, because they open at 4 and close at 9, so it's that's plenty of time, and it's like $30 instead of $50.
They got like LEDs or like on the hill, like street lights or whatever on the hill.
Yeah, the whole place is lit up. Yeah.
Or like, what do you call them? The football lights or whatever. Stadium lights.
Yeah, I'm not sure what kind of lights exactly, but yeah, like on the poles and the chair, on the poles of the chairlifts, they have lights, and then also they got like telephone poles with lights along the edges of the runs and stuff.
Man, I have to go like either this year or next year. I have to go to Carlin just for like 3 or 4 days. Just go, just like 2 days on the hill and then or 2 days on the mountain. Just kind of fuck around for like 2 days doing something else, you know. Kind of fun. If I could save up the cash to do it, I'd try to do it this year mostly. Maybe like early spring or early January.
I kind of assumed maybe you saw this, but yeah, just over this last weekend in the yard, I put my daughter on my board just on the little slope to have some fun with it. So she's not strapped in or anything. She's on a board that's twice the size it should be for her. And I got step-on bindings, which her boots definitely aren't clicking into.
No, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, she's good there. That's good. That's good. You think that, like that simple, just that thing right there? She made it look easy. That's hard to get there from starting, you know.
Yeah, I'm really happy I bought her a skateboard and myself one for over the summer. It was good practice for snowboarding. She's gonna learn quick this year when we get her out there.
I bought a longboard. I like my longboard. It's nice. It's not as squirrely as a skateboard. You know?
Mine's one I bought for myself is a cruiser. It's like a hybrid. It's got longboard, truck, and wheels on.
Oh, nice.
But not really like a longboard deck. You know, it's bigger than like a street board, but you know, not as big as a longboard. I might have a picture of it. Let's see.
I'm trying to find a picture of mine because I got a bunch of flat Earth stickers all over it. It's funny. Uploads probably. Hold on, I can find the bottom picture of it. There's a ways down. It's gonna take me a couple minutes. At least one of them. Right here it comes. But, where is it?
It's an arbor.
Oh, nice
Kind of
one.
pricey. It's pretty cool.
That looks sweet, dude. That's like kind of like a classic kind of look. Here, this is a close up. This is the sticker on the bottom. It's by the top truck or the front truck here. I did it. Oh, what? I can't see it. What? Yeah, did they start something new where you can't save photos off your Facebook?
Dude, I wouldn't doubt it. Like, I don't use fucking Facebook. Like, all it is just a place for you to dump everything for the government and the spies to have all of your shit. They don't want to give it back to you. It's just for them. It's not for you.
Yeah. Something's going on. My phone or the app is gonna kill it.
Yeah, here's another. Put another one from where I was filming from the top of the hill behind. You can see, yeah, she's doing a good job with like bending at the knees and correcting her balance, and like even got a little bit sideways there, pushing the snow. Like that's awesome. So
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's pretty good.
Check. Hey, Indio. Well, long time no see, Indio.
Yeah, India wasn't. He was talking to somebody. I don't know if he's doing something. Oops, I didn't mean to screenshot that. But trying to cut it out, but it's not. I'm gonna have to do it on the computer. I wanted to cut that out. Cut out the red part. Picture flatter. SEAE. Red. That's it. SEAE. So, You there? He was to go. He's getting quiet as hell.
Trying to bait some silly Glober from Twitter into here. The man, the myth, the legend, the Miggy.
What up, Indio?
What's up, man? Sorry I didn't come in the other
Chilling,
night.
It's all good.
Hello.
Dude, I haven't heard your voice, and it's been what
Gotta
has
be
it been?
6 months at least.
Yeah, since the
Been a
last time
while.
you were on. But it's good that you kind of took a sabbatical. Sometimes it's good to kind of rest in your laurels, man. But we missed you around these parts, man. We needed the wise words of Indio to come in. There's been a few sophists, but not too many. Not too many. It's been kind of quiet on the front, man. Like actually for a while. There really isn't the kind of action we used to get like back in the day.
Talk about the myth. Indio's the myth, man.
What's up?
As soon as I dropped in this morning, I saw he was in here. I was like, "Yo, let me drop in, talk to the man."
I was telling the guys that I wanted to start up a morning show because I'm working nights now, like steady working nights. So
Yeah, I've noticed you've been in here in the morning. I've tried to catch you, but like in the morning, I'm like busy doing shit. I'm like, damn,
yeah, always like you were always going places there when you would be up in the morning. We'd always hear you like in the train.
Well, yeah, that's
You're
the thing is that's the problem, man. I was like in here and like fucking up. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it's all good.
You can only do so
Everything
many
is-
things at the same time.
You get everything sorted though? Everything?
Oh yeah. I was just
Okay.
like, I just had to just focus on, you know.
Yeah.
I was burning out, and it's just there's no one reason. It's just a bunch of reasons. Like, man, I just need to take a break because this is
Yeah,
starting to
absolutely. Yeah.
get addictive in a way.
But now hopefully you come back with a vengeance, man. You got like instead of 2, you got 4 katanas.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in the lobby and shit. I just haven't been in voice.
Yeah, you lay waste to those guys. There's like really nothing. You get the low level guys and a low hanging fruit, but there's not really anything with sustenance.
Yeah, I find it funny. They come in the lobby and like, you know, everybody in there is like flash smacking somebody, and their final like, you know, coup de grace when they're like rage quitting the service. I still believe the Earth is a globe, and like I'm gonna cry myself to sleep now because you're still a delusional glober.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Globe, no matter what. Like,
no matter what.
no
If
matter
NASA
what.
said it was flat, they would be like, NASA's lying. Like it just doesn't. I'm going to
Yeah,
space.
exactly. I mean, these characters are baby in the bathwater proponents, man. They just throw everything out, man. Who said that? Neil deGrasse Tyson? Nah, we don't like him. Nah, we don't trust that guy.
All their experts, throw them all under the bus, like everyone, one after one.
He's got one of the biggest platforms for like globe Earth proponents. He's got like a show with well, it's not a show. It's called Masterclass, where he teaches other people how to be like, you know, people that talk about like science and that. So he's like teaching people. It's like, yeah, he's got the clout, man. Like there isn't any reason why you couldn't put him as an authoritative figure. But yeah, needless to say, man, he goes right under the bus. And because we show him like, we you know, put the audio clip on where he's talking about Felix Baumgartner, you know, and I don't mind that he says that he went to, you know, to space, but he's 2 millimeters above this beach ball, you know, and we play that thing over and over again. It's like so they can hear, and they're like, yeah, we don't like that guy. It's like, so you can't win with these guys.
Yeah, and what's the ISS? 10 millimeters? Like,
yeah, exactly.
I think the ISS is like 2 millimeters. Or maybe he was talking about the 127K.
Yeah, Felix Baumgartner.
I don't even think the 2 millimeters is right because that beach ball was like what, 2 feet in diameter
or something.
Yeah, it wasn't that big.
Yeah, so a commercial airplane, if you had a ball that was like 6 feet in diameter, commercial airplane would be 1/100th of an inch. So,
wow.
Yeah, so like 3 times higher than that on a 6-foot one. So I don't think his math was right. But
Nah, he's slick, dude. He doesn't have to do math, so he just says things, and people are like, "Whoa!" I know the funny thing is people were actually laughing in the audience when he was talking about that. And I was like, well, that's nice how they laugh at that idea. Yet these guys over here are doing the very best to make it look like Cody from Dude Perfect with 58 million subscribers went on Jeff Bezos' Origin Blue Rocket, that Blue Rocket, that freaking phallic symbol flying in through the air at 198,000 feet. And according to them, they went to space. There's a lot of quibble about like if they did or not. It's like, well, that's dumb. We talked to Matthew Learns was in here. I was like, so Matthew, I got a question for you, man. Did they go to space? Yeah, we were talking about Cody and Dude Perfect and Blue Origin. And he's like, well, space to me is when you orbit the Earth one time. You know, he talks all smooth and whatnot.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right, man. So you got to orbit the Earth one time and you're officially in space. Okay. So is that the consensus? Like, is that what everybody's saying? Because what are we talking about here? Like, is this your way of saying they went to space? Is there? He's like, then he launched into this gray area kind of spiel. And he's like, well, you know, there's really no, like that's space for them, but you know, it's space for somebody else to say that they went to, because like we're talking about the Kármán line being at what, like 62 miles above the Earth's surface, and now come to find out, man, and like these characters are all over the place. Now it's like it's said to be lower than that, and it's the place where jet propulsion is not applicable anymore. It starts to, and I'm like, well, that's interesting, right? Because you can't use these fueled systems to actually get that high because they start to lose momentum because they can't. There's nothing they push it off of. So you have to have a specific rocket which has and a lot of people talk about this. I don't think it's a point. It's a moot point for me, but a rocket propulsion system with oxygenized fuel mixture so that it can actually push off of itself, according to these guys, right? And that's the reason why they can actually get to the heights they do, and you know, continue to move in space that way.
That balloon and that solar airplane that supposedly went around the world, right? Were they in space?
According to Matthew. And that's like I was telling, which is why I was burning him up
orbit.
Yeah, I was saying like there you guys like, and I was like, dude, I swear, like you live in the land of ambiguity. Like I think that's what happens. You guys are just there. That's exactly where you feel comfortable. Well, you know, I mean, if he was 198,000 feet, then you know, that's space. Oh, really? So he can say he's in space, and that's okay because the Kármán line. It's like moving the goalpost. Now it's closer. It's like now it's 50 miles. According to some people, it's 50 miles. Oh, it was like there's articles that are come up. Well, it was thought to be known that the Kármán line was at 62 miles, but come to find out, people said like it's now 50, and like it's Matt. And according to Matt, the reason why Matthew is saying those things is because the articles and things are saying those things. It's like, so there isn't any way of knowing if somebody goes into space like the way they claim, like to be an astronaut, because there's gray area, a gray freaking area. Like there's no, you're not gonna ever know, like, because you just go by like, oh, is our jet plane not able to reach this high? Okay, how high are we? Okay, then the Kármán line's right above this. Like, you know what I mean?
Is there an official list of like astronauts? Like, what is their criteria for being an astronaut?
Yeah, it's to be an astronaut, you have to, I think it is orbit the Earth. But
an Air Force
remember
pilot.
That one more orbit plane flight? Remember that? Like, what was it, 4 years back?
Yeah, I don't remember.
It was like it was obvious.
What was the name of it?
It's called One More Orbit. It was one.
Oh, that was the actual.
Yeah, hold on.
What was the company? Oh wait, that's the actual freaking. It's a .com, dude. What the hell?
Yeah, One More Orbit. There was an astronaut in it. Like, so, you know, so was an astronaut. He was on the flight, and that's why they called it One More Orbit. He was gonna fly around the world. So were they in space? They did an orbit.
Yeah, it seems that their criteria for what it is to be an astronaut is pretty silly.
They didn't actually do an orbit though. Antonio Subarats did a tear down of this. They when they got into the Southern Ocean, the plane, the route that they said they were going to take versus the so-called tracking was way off. Basically, what they did was they went up one side of the Atlantic and down the other.
Yeah, R.I.P.
Instead,
Antonio.
we orbited the Earth.
They got it says on their video, Remy winner, 53rd annual World Fest, Houston International Film Festival of 2020. I mean, it seems like they give whatever they
their
want.
animation shows them going over Antarctica. They never even got within 500 miles of the coast.
Yeah. According to what's his face that went down there, Admiral Byrd. I don't think that you can do what they say they can because of the fact is you face weather conditions. I don't know what is this what kind of engines do you have, but you face the problem of the engines stalling out because of the fact that the weather affects those engine parts.
I remember when I was not a kid, but in my teens, maybe even in my 20s, I saw a video about Antarctica, and this is back in the day, right? And they said that if they landed a plane, they had to keep the engines running because if they shut the engines off in 5 minutes, they'd never get it started again because the cylinders because they don't take jets down there, they take prop airplanes. They said the cylinders would freeze into place and they would never get the engine started again.
Well, my thing is too, with those, they had those planes when Admiral Byrd was. I'm just not. That was what
these were military planes. The only thing that they were landing at the time, what they said was, this is like a documentary. They land 2 C-4 flights there per year.
Yeah,
one to drop the people off and one to pick them up, and that they'd have to keep the engines running or the plane will not start.
It was solid, yeah, and it was and according to Byrd's expedition, it was they were losing one engine during flight, so they had to think fast, and they were dumping a lot of the stuff they had out of their in the plane out, so they could lighten the load, so that the engine wouldn't bear so much of that weight. But that's the thing. It's you look at what they're saying, and it makes sense in the cold weather, right? I mean, you're just talking about just basic engineering. You're not going into the fact that they're actually down there doing whatever. You're just cold weather mixed in with whatever engine parts they were using, and they had to keep fuel heated up at a certain temperature. Even diesel would freeze. That's crazy cold.
Diesel turns to gelatin. Did you know that? I don't know if you're familiar with diesel, that they have glow plugs to light them. And you have to keep the diesel warm or it turns into gelatin.
Right. That's true.
Yeah, they put sticks down in their tanks with heater coils. It's a cheap way to do it.
Yeah.
Right into they have heated dipsticks.
Somebody posted a really cool video on Jaren's Telegram of exploring Antarctica. It's probably a video from the 50s or something. And they were flying planes showing the lands, without the ice cover, without the snow, showing lakes and mountains and stuff like that. Being Telegram, I could download it and then post it here for you guys to see it.
Oh, cool. That would be awesome.
And I was going to say something else. Oh, yeah. About that expedition, those were multi-year expeditions with Admiral Byrd. He would go and reach the 70th South Parallel and then reach a point where he couldn't continue on. And then the next year would come back and only make it 1 more degree south. And the next year come back and make it a little further. So, I was really drawn out just trying to trek that treacherous lands,
Well, that's the thing, though. But they were assessing, I guess you could say, what can be done in the southern regions. So if that's true, then everything beyond that is like it's all what smoke and mirrors, like these guys from one orbit, and that's what I was getting to. I guess the main point is that if they've done already like if they understand what's going on and past whatever parallel they're going to, they've already tested the boundaries and they know what are the conditions. Then why are these guys then saying it's possible to do this thing? Which is that's an issue, right? Like they're not overcoming the fact that like those are their engines not susceptible to that weather conditions? Like what are we talking about here? Like these engines are like something outside of like being affected by any climate. Like I don't know. That's why I'm asking you guys. Like, what do you? Is that because like obviously it wasn't an issue? Like, are they flying in an area like according to what they say allegedly, like that they're not going to be affected by the weather conditions? Or I don't think any of that stuff is. Just thinking about like the mechanics of the what's behind it and the temperature and like all that. But if you guys have.
Which trip are you talking about?
One More Orbit.
Oh, that one. Yeah, okay. I was just taking a look at that. Yeah, ridiculous. Around the world. No one's ever gone north to south. This is a joke.
But there's one thing to say nuh-uh, and there's one other thing to actually look at the engineering behind it. Like if the engine is able, like, you know what I mean? You can go at it from like just a standpoint of saying these engines are meant you could tolerate a much higher level of colder weather versus like a prop airplane would. That would be the thing to say. But if you say that the prop airplane has an advantage over these engines, these jet engines, then that would be something different from an engineering standpoint, right? Because you're talking now something that's real, it's tangible, and you're not just saying nuh-uh, like you're.
That's true. That's
you're
true.
somebody who can.
And you know me.
Being that there was no ice cover in those lands, I think they had reached a point where it was actually getting warmer. So that's why they were probably able to explore around without engine trouble.
Yeah, I don't know if you could hear me, but anyway, there seems to be this lack of the technical data when anyone tries to ask. I'm always asking about the technical data about the actual equipment used. I want to know what actual equipment, and that seems to be something that's really lacking. There's no lack of the storyline of what they're supposedly doing, but there certainly is a lack of any of the empirical information about the actual technology and equipment used. There's like a blank.
I'm gonna post a flight path in the live stream text. Here it is. I mean, you guys kind of can look at the map of how he's flown, and he looks like the second stop the second to the third stop is the one that I'm like looking at. You see where that is?
Yeah. Oh my. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so they can say that all they want for a path. Big deal. That's not circumnavigation. That's the best they can do, though. That's all the Earth allows.
Yeah, according to that, it kind of went down and touched the Antarctica and turned around.
Yeah, just like the supposed circumnavigation sail race does the same thing.
Yeah.
But no video, nothing. Only news.
No, there's a whole website dedicated to this with everything that here. Let me.
Yeah, I know a website that this is the first time they're flying over the Antarctica and North Pole. That they need to make some videos. Fuck sake!
Can't wait until they.
Yeah, they made a website. Yeah, they made a website. That's a celebration.
I can't wait until they try to use that shit here.
For $5, I can make a website too. Does that mean I own a world record?
Yeah, 46 hours, 40 minutes, and 22 seconds is the new world record for these guys.
Again, some drawing with the line around.
You know they're gonna say, "Oh yeah, we did a north-south circumnavigation." You know they're gonna come and bring this.
So
that's gonna be hilarious.
I doubt it.
If you want to look at the quote-unquote mechanics behind everything, flight mission statistics, We'll show you the type of craft that they were using was a Gulfstream G650ER. So total distance, and then
It was a Glober who brought this to us a few years ago already. I remember talking about this.
No, I'm not sure. Indio brought it up, so I'm kind of like.
Yeah, it's from 2019, so it's 4 years old almost.
Yeah, I mean, this has been. I think Globebusters did something on it. I mean, this is a few years ago. Even Nathan Oakley did something on it. It's just another scam. They went to a bunch of corporations, collected a bunch of money to do it, so the corporations get advertising or whatever their motivation was. Basically, one of those nonprofits where they just bilk people for money, pay themselves a bunch of money, and just another scam. Another grift.
Yeah, I mean they love that, taking money from the unaware, the unconscious. I mean, they'll believe anything so they can get all kinds of funding for these stupid missions, and there's a bunch of people out there willing to throw money away.
So how were they? Did they mention how they were using navigation in the southernmost region? Like, were they saying that it was a sun compass? Like, what navigation equipment were they using? Just a regular compass? Like, what was their?
I don't know. Navigation in the south
compass
in Antarctica makes no sense. Like,
that doesn't
no
work,
method that they can do it right. So GPS satellites are not over the polar region. So how's that going to work?
Yeah.
Right. So.
GPS is not over there. Compasses don't work.
It's supposed to be daytime all the time, so you can't do astronavigation, right? You can't do celestial navigation because the sun's out.
Exactly.
Like, how the fuck do you know where everything looks white? There's no what do you call it?
Exactly.
Landmarks to which to orientate yourself.
How does and without a compass, the sun really does you no good.
Well, the sun compass can be useful. I mean, that's what Bird was using. But like, even that, like the way they say things are in the South, like when because they have, if you're gonna do this, then the South has to be experiencing its summertime. Obviously the North or the South are going to be experiencing a winter, going to the circumnavigation with 42 hours of time frame. So one of them are going to be super cold. So it doesn't matter which, Arctic or Antarctic, are going to be dealing with the winter. You know what I mean? Like, that's just the facts. Like, when you do this thing, this whatever it was. So you call it expedition or fake out or whatever, and every stunt that they try to do, there's an agenda behind it. So it's like you always look for the bigger picture. What the hell was the reason why they even made all of this be what it is? And what year was it anyways? 2019? That was a lot of the time. Well, Flat Earth was really getting out there in front of the people's in the public eye. So they wanted to stop the bleeding, perhaps. But that doesn't do any good, probably, for people looking into it. How's the name of the people that flew that mission even?
I was looking for an old post I made on Antarctica because Edmondson said in his notes that when they were there, I think they were down there for like 6 months, or maybe it was 4 months. But he said that everybody was going crazy because it was bright white. But they couldn't see the sun. But imagine trying to sleep, right? And it's white everywhere, like white above you, bright white below you, bright in every direction. He said something like people were trying to sleep and they would cover stuff up, and even if like a little crack, like because they were on the ship I guess was frozen in ice or wherever they were. But they tried to like cover up windows and portholes so that the light wouldn't come in, because it was so impossible to sleep. And that one day that they were there, they actually saw the sun and everybody started cheering and like all sorts of shit. But it was one day out of all the time they were there that they had direct visual sight to the sun.
Well, check this out, right? Because I'm looking at this guy's
profile. I found this, Miggy. You should get a laugh out of this. This is freaking hilarious. This is some zany space news I found looking for my old post.
Oh, what'd you find?
Hold on a second. New research finds Jupiter is flinging asteroids at Earth. Bastard Jupiter. What do we do to you?
It's flinging asteroids at Earth?
Flinging asteroids at Earth, yes.
Yeah, they're pissed because we shot that probe into it and blew up something that one day.
Yeah,
I thought it was. I thought Jupiter was supposed to be our protector, like absorbing all the space debris. Now it's flinging it at us.
Yeah, it's pissed off.
Yeah, we
planets have feelings too.
Okay, I'm looking up the Rolls-Royce engines, some specifications. So I'm checking stuff out.
I saw this.
The BR-725 and 710 are the engines that went in the Gulfstream 650. I'm looking for the temperature rating.
Yeah, let me show you. This is some of the propaganda, by the way, from the website. But this guy right here, Colonel Gennady Padlak.
I was just looking at that picture. Look at that guy's face, man.
Yeah, but now look at the little the snippet at the bottom that it talks about it. You know him. That says here he's a cosmonaut hero of Russia, International Space Station Commander Mir and Soyuz cosmonaut, record holder for most days in space by any human, like 879 freaking days in a freaking environment where anyone would go crazy because like
is that why his head looks so weird? Like that dude just looks weird, man.
This is easy mission for him.
That looks like if the Joker existed in real life.
If you don't believe I went to space, all of you mother beaches. Like this guy's.
What's with the drooping eyes and that unusually large smile? That's very weird.
Yeah, well, Russians don't really know how to smile, so it's always forced and awkward like that.
Fake a smile. Fake a smile now.
All right, so we got. We got that.
And his wife did his haircut for this photo. So
there's a smile.
I know, dude. I was looking at that too.
And he wasn't even allowed to complain about his haircut because of her.
Does he have teeth?
All right, so this is the other guy that's on the roster. I hate this thing. It doesn't post. Right. There you go. Now, this guy is Colonel Terry Vertus. Colonel Terry Vertus is an astronaut from the International Space Station commander, Space Shuttle astronaut, Soyuz astronaut, and U.S. Force test pilot. So you got a couple of astronauts attached to this, right? Why did you get some like really good pilots and you have to have this kind of clout in your ship? Well, that's interesting, isn't it? I mean, you just start looking at the people that are attached to this and you start to like, it paints a picture. There's always an agenda with these guys. There's always something. It can never be just like something that they're doing and it's like, why don't we just get some really good pilots that know how to fly? Like they've had experience and been flying for years, get a couple of them, let's do this. And why has it got to be astronauts? Where are they going? You know what I mean? Like,
it's a nonprofit. It's called the One More Orbit Foundation. So, where are they incorporated? Where'd they get their money? What's the deal here? Who the hell is donating a bunch of money for someone to just fly in a circle?
These guys right here.
Yeah, but who gave them the money? That's what I want to know. Where did they get their money for this?
From right here. I got the answer to that.
Lodge number whatever in Los Angeles, I'm sure.
Okay, so these are the ones who are credited for what Indio's question is about. Those guys. And some of you guys might know who they are. I don't know these guys. Does any of those names look familiar?
Nope, not one of them. And my company deals with high-end companies that deal with that kind of stuff. And I don't recognize any of them.
There you go. Are these just like shell corporations that are just propped up? Let me see. Action Aviation.
Just logos interns made for them one day. Said, make me a couple logos. Just use any name you want. Make it look
The
cool.
only one I've heard of is Emersat. I've heard of them. The rest of them, nothing. But
Hyder
you know,
knows Inmarsat.
they're
Hyder knows
probably all incorporated in the Cayman Islands.
Yeah, they got some show corps. Let's see. I'm just looking at this stuff, man. It's because nobody like you see the statistics and all the stuff that they did, and you're just like, okay, let's just see where. Let me just poke around and research a little bit, see if they're legit, from what they're saying.
I tried to Google 401c3, but they might not be a nonprofit in America because it seems like they're mostly foreigners. So, like the entire flight crew is like Qatari or something, and then like they had I don't know what the hell they call her, but she was from Finland, so it might be like incorporated or non-incorporated. Who knows? They got somebody's money.
Look at what came up when I tried to click this. I'll show you the link after I show you the image. This came up when I tried clicking this link. Let me show the link. Oh, it tells you the Carbon Underground. And that was a link on the website. I'll show you exactly where it is.
Yeah, that just means that they're not using HTTPS. They're not using encryption.
Is that all that means? Yeah.
Yeah, that's all that means. They didn't renew their SSL
the website certificate. Yeah. Poor bastards.
Yeah,
how can they afford?
It's actually free. Like you could just use Let's Encrypt and encrypt it for free. Like you can't afford to type.
What are we talking about? Which launch or?
One more orbit.
Go into your web server, type in certbot-renew, and then that's all it takes. It doesn't take any effort.
So this was just. That's what I'm saying. Like, if there's no work put into this, and it's just some kind of like website that they just did for the time being, like obviously this right here should be something that it's like an accolade, something celebrated, right? Check it out, man. This is nobody's ever done this. Is like you think it would be well known to everybody, and like just the website would be something that people marvel at. And it's just like something that maybe somebody in high school did on their spare time. Like there's no effort whatsoever to get. I don't know. Oh, and I
don't even know. I'm not even positive they're a nonprofit. They might be a for-profit company. I don't know. But I did find a nonprofit called the Orbit Fund.
Oh, Sunny, is Sunny here? Sunny,
yeah, I'm doing some research on the engines.
Yeah.
Trying to.
Here, let me drop some more research for you if you're gonna look into it. Here you go.
What you got?
Have you guys listened to that song that Cuddy posted? Masked Wolf, Astronaut in the Ocean.
Yeah, I've heard it before.
Yeah, tried.
Oh my!
Buoyancy, it's buoyancy pulls. Yeah, this. So you got it's got the little snippet there. The fastest ultra long range business jet in the world. The Gulfstream G650ER is capable of reaching Mach 0.925 and sustaining a comfortable Mach 0.90. Powered by two Rolls-Royce BR725s, A12 turbofans delivering 16,900 pounds of thrust. The extended range variant is capable of flying 7,500 nautical miles at up to 51,000 feet. So that's the highest, I would say. Is that the ceiling for that craft? 51,000 feet. And from that point, or is that like a variable?
Cruising altitude? You got to look at the cruising altitude. They can temporarily get to higher altitudes, but they can't stay there. They'll go up and
sustain it.
They'll they'll basically be able to. They can get out of their cruising altitude by taking a parabolic arc. They'll go up, but they can't maintain lift, and they'll fall back down.
So so that's what I mean, Indio. So are we talking about 51,000 feet would be the the peak limit for this craft?
What's
Like,
what's
you
the
know,
name of it? It's a Gulfstream what?
a Gulfstream G650ER.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably where the cabin pressure can't keep up anymore. So you posted a picture of Virgin Orbit, and in that picture, if you look at it, that's from an elementary school thanking them. Elementary school kids did not do that printing on the card.
But also about that image with the fighter that Miggy sent, like it says it can fly 7,500 nautical miles at 51,000 though, doesn't it? So it's probably the cruise altitude and not the max.
That's what I was wondering, old dude. Thanks for that. And if you have anything to like state that that's the case, then that would be even better. But I agree with you. I would say that's very agreeable to say that. You can.
Cruising altitude is 51,000 feet, according to flexjet.com.
I got a list of all the aircraft that engine is used in. It's used in the Bombardier Global Express, Boeing 717, the Gulfstream 5, Gulfstream G650, the BAE Systems Nimrod MRA4, Rechthof Fokker XF70 and XF100. Those are German apparently, and the Tupolev Tu-334.
Okay, so I got a different number now. Cruise altitude is 46,000 feet. Max altitude is 51,000 feet. It's a G650 ER. ER stands for extended range.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, we gotta like fuel capacity. I mean, if some people just do like a research, like topical, like not really too in depth with like the what it actually took to go, because like you could see the places on Earth where it was on that flight path, and then just kind of like know more or less the limits of the fuel versus like what it would take for you to get from one place to another. Like, is this doable, or is it something like you know what I mean? Because it looks like in one of the images they had like a jet that was flying near it. Is that a fuel jet? Like, I don't know. Like, what were they working with?
They can't they don't in-air fuel commercial airplanes.
So it's not okay. So it's not one of those.
If I remember correctly, like I said, a couple of years ago or a few years ago, we talked about this quite a bit, and one of the big points is, like they did have to stop and land and refuel multiple times, like, and that kind of breaks this whole like idea of like an orbit. Every time they hit a runway, they gotta realign and loop around, come in, whatever. Like they're changing their flight path. It's not an orbit by any means. It's just many short flights.
Yeah, how are you going to make a great circle route that goes to a bunch of airports and it's aligned with the runway? Good luck with that.
So check it out, Lou. If what you're saying is true, would you say more than 4? Because their map shows 4 stops. Was it more than you think? It was more than that?
I don't remember how many, but I know. Yeah, they had to stop multiple times. Yeah.
So it was way more than 4, because like their map is showing 4 times only, and that's kind of like.
Maybe that's all they needed, but either way, so the point still remains the same.
Well, yeah, just like when we come and get, cause you know how it is when we talk to people that actually maybe are fanboys of this particular project, that we're gonna have to know like what are the capabilities and like realistically, not just like in fairy tale land. Like this has to work for real, and if it does, like we're gonna, I don't know, just look at everything, because there's always something in the details, man. The devil's in the details. Yeah, because if you don't like, something in there is going to be not right, like of what they're doing. Because it's not, if they're flying, like I said, in the southernmost regions, then you're going to have to deal with the climate. Like that's obvious. But like if Sonny's looking into like the engines, and like if they were able to overcome that, then like, well, what altitude is it possible? Like what weather or what climate were they dealing with? Well, they have their YouTube videos.
if you were going to do this, like to try to prove something, north-south circumnavigation. I mean, like Indio said, yeah, they don't midair refuel commercial jets, but is that impossible? Like, why? If this is something you were setting out to try to prove or to do, like, you would want to just have a constant flight, no landing, no redirecting, just a straight line path over both poles with midair refueling. Without that, it doesn't prove anything.
I'm gonna be on the road, so I'm gonna be off for a little bit. But yeah, I'm gonna.
Well, I mean, you could. They would have to design the airplane for midair refueling because they have to have it's like a little nozzle or something. Then you have to have a refueling airplane. I think like military airplanes, they have a little snorkel that they can extend, and then they can hook into the gas. I don't think you got to build it into the airplane.
I've seen videos of them doing like midair refuels, but I don't know anything about like the components, like but yeah, like you said, like they have this nozzle, this freaking floppy dick that they somehow aim into the plane to be refueled.
Hey, man.
Guys, I don't think that
she's into it, man. You can get a lot done when she's into it.
Can you hear me? I don't think they use regular aircraft to explore those regions or the outer lands. I think they likely use, some type of levitation, anti-gravity like technology, what we call UFOs. If that does exist and they have been back engineering stuff like that, that's definitely the purpose that they're using it for.
Okay, that's kind of a completely different topic.
Yeah, I don't even want to go down that. We'll be on that, dude. We'll be on that till tomorrow.
It's not a different topic because you're asking what kind of craft can they use, what kind of engines can they use, and I don't think it's anything like we're using a combustible engine. I think it's higher tech than that.
Well, the fact is they didn't do what they said they were going to do, okay? They just told a little stupid story.
We don't know what they're doing.
Well, I mean, this is just their little one more orbit. They probably never even, they probably got in the air, fool around, and then fucking landed, and they were like, just give us the money.
You can't prove it either way. So
yeah, I know.
What's the point?
There's no independent verification of anything.
No, you need a camera running continuously on their dashboards and on the cabin and out their windows, running continuously live, no cuts, also being stored, no cuts for review. That's the only way you could do it.
And how do we know where they are? How do we?
Yeah, that was another point of contention. Yeah. That was like when we talked about that again years ago. That was another thing, right? We needed to be live streamed without cuts all the way around the Earth, without landing. But then the Globers will say, "Well, see what like you flat Earthers are impossible. Your standard of proof is just way too high. You don't have trust in anything, therefore you'll never believe anything."
My God, that's such a what they would call a specious argument. What if we said like some miracle, right? Someone in 2022 parted the Red Sea. Oh, we don't have any video, and we just got some film of fucking some water, right, swooshing around.
Well, they state that they don't operate under the premises that they have to prove us wrong because we're just crackpots anyways. So, they're not going to put the effort in to prove anything to us. We know the implication of that, but normies think along with them, right? That, why bother? But no, it needs to be addressed, and it needs to have some evidence shown.
Look, they act like claiming the Earth is a big ass ball in a giant vacuum of space created by a Big Bang 90 billion fucking years ago, and we evolved from some cosmic fucking some primordial soup is like saying there's a Popeye's chicken 3 blocks down the street, right? As if that's like the same sort of claim. Like we just don't believe anything. Like we need some crazy standard of proof. What are you claiming, dude? Do you understand what you're claiming? You're claiming my existence, my reality, the entire fucking universe is one thing. And if I believe you, I'm going to live my entire life a certain way. But you don't need to prove it. You don't need to do anything. You just need to tell a fucking story, show some images on a flashing screen, and I'm just supposed to live my life by that. In short, you can just like go fuck yourself because I'm not doing that.
Well, we know, and it's being exposed daily that they're just liars, and they can only go on lying so much before they're backed into every corner that exists with no way out. And
yeah, the problem is they're shameless.
It won't be long.
They don't feel remorse for shaming. They think the ends justify the means. They think it's more important that you think the Earth is a spinning ball than for them to tell the truth.
Yep.
Literally see this every single fucking day on this server. Every single day. They would rather lie and say they saw a curve from a goddamn airplane or some other thing and get you to believe the globe than to tell the truth. They don't care about the truth. The truth is immaterial. Flat earthers are impeding their getting to space.
Yeah, we've actually had some people come in here and tell us that, like you guys are.
That's really what they think, though. That's really what they think when you sift through all the bullshit and you get to the bottom, right? The root. That's real. These are at NASA fanboys. They think they're going to space. They think that flat earthers are impeding that or are going to slow it down. Sorry to interrupt you, Sonny, but I'm like, I gotta work back into VC etiquette.
Don't worry about it. Sonny does that to all of us all the time.
I know I do. You're right. Admittedly, I'm sorry about that. I'm trying. I think I'm making progress. But
give it time. You'll learn.
Don't interrupt me. Just kidding.
In a few years.
Anyway,
it's legitimately an art form to like talk in this chat with 20 people and have it be understood and not interrupt people. It's a skill.
Yeah. So look at this temperatures. The coldest month in Antarctica. Now these are temperatures at the Amundsen Scott South Pole Station. Sure, they're at South Pole. Wherever that is. In September, it goes to negative 71 degrees Fahrenheit. That fuel don't work in that kind of temperature. But let's see that.
Shit, does fire even start in that kind of temperature?
That's at the surface too.
I actually have a graph for Jet A fuel.
Hottest month is in January 14 below Fahrenheit. So I don't know. They have to.
So jet fuel does not burn in a liquid form. Only the gas does.
Right.
So it has to be vapor. So there's a ratio, a mixture, like what they call an air to fuel mix. It has to be something like under 5% or it won't burn. So there has to be 5% fuel vapor to like 95% air, and then it'll burn. But what that mix is depends on the temperature and pressure, right?
Yeah.
Pressure, temperature, volume, all that shit. This actually disproves 9/11. That's why I know about it from the Jet A. So, because Jet A does not
combust at those temperatures that melt that metal.
It does not. It does not vaporize at anywhere under 105 degrees. So the jet fuel itself has to be 105 degrees to turn into vapor. That's at sea level, but at higher altitudes, right? Lesser pressure, it'll vaporize at lower temperatures. But negative 50 degrees Fahrenheit. I mean, it would have to be super low pressure.
Well, yeah, and you would have to have something that was able to turn that into a vapor, and you'd probably be using all the energy you have on the aircraft to do that in those kind of temperatures. I'm just saying, just guessing, but I think that's pretty close to true, actually.
Here, I got a graph somewhere.
I wonder if the project that I was supposed to work on about, I think it was around 9 years ago, was to making inflatable aircraft hangars. Our job was to create the HVAC units that were going to go with them. And we weren't told where they were going, but that would make sense that they would make inflatable aircraft hangars like that. With they want to be able to have heat inside of them.
Well, speaking of inflatable, isn't our common belief or thoughts on blimps is that they outlawed them because it would be too easy to explore Antarctic regions with them, because you wouldn't have to deal with a lot of those issues we're talking about with combustible engines and the limits of antifreeze and stuff like that and fuel. You would just float over there and you'd be perfectly fine. Of course, we know after the Hindenburg or whatever, they pretty much done away with the blimps. And
because people were taking blimps and flying over Antarctica with them at that time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they could have done lots of exploration with that, without the need for the airplanes and all these fueling issues. And then an interesting point, you guys probably already know this, but something I bring up to people that are new to the subject is about how the North Pole and the supposed South Pole are extreme difference in temperatures. I think it's at least 50 degrees. The North Pole much colder, or the South much colder than the North. That's interesting. You think the polar regions would be very similar, being that they're both hidden from the sun around the same amount.
Adam, the idea that they explored those cold lands via blimp. I love that observation. I even think about that. Because again, the fuel being cold, not being able to burn at that time, that temperature, diesel turning to sludge because it's too cold. Brings a lot of further conspiracies as to where blimp travel got canned.
Did y'all check out that video that I was able to find and post in the live chat? I think stuff like that will be harder and harder to find. I was happy to come across it myself, where they're flying over Antarctica.
You posted that in here?
Yeah, it's like a TikTok video. Let me see.
Oh, yeah, I saw it. Okay.
People were actually fishing with blimps. They were probably everywhere.
You don't drown. It's harder to drown that way unless you fall out of your blimp.
I see. Yeah, and you could have something that floats. Something that's buoyant with you. So.
Probably everything with it. It's pretty floatable.
I think they were everywhere. Like I think there were probably
There's
towers.
pictures from back then that they were flying in skies like just like normal things, big blimps like Zeppelins.
Yeah.
They have pictures from the inside of those things. They look like,
Luxury line.
yeah, they look like steamships
That was the new thing. I mean, that would have been really
with staterooms and everything, dining halls.
You could sleep on one of those things because they're just so stable. It's just a shame. I mean, I used to have a 1924 freaking advertisement, a whole portfolio from Southern California on a blimp company until someone stole all of my documents and books from me. Used to have some amazing things that I collected throughout the years.
You know how they got like houseboats? I'd love to have like a house blimp, and then yeah, you could just explore the world. Just go wherever you want. Choose your leisure.
Are there? I mean, what blimps are there still that are flying like in commission? I know they years ago the Goodyear blimp wasn't that like
the Goodyear blimps?
last one?
That's all we have flying over our house.
Well, there are no Goodyear blimps anymore. That's been gone for a long time.
That's not true at all. We have Goodyear in Akron. That's where the blimps come from. They fly over our house during big sporting events because we're in Cleveland.
I thought, yeah, they decommissioned the Goodyear blimp like a decade ago or more. Like,
They still have them here.
And then there was I haven't seen one for sure in 15 years. Like, but yeah, I remember.
Maybe the blimps in your area are gone, but Goodyear blimps come from Akron, or that's where they started anyway. That's where they still have them, and that's where the blimp hangar is.
Yeah, I remember in the 90s and maybe early 2000s, every once in a while, you'd see the Goodyear blimp or the Budweiser blimp. Those are the only two that I've ever seen in real life.
And I think they're all run by Goodyear, at least that blimp company who does that. Because you got to be able to land those things and dock them, so you got to kind of share places. They used to go right to the top of a building at one time.
Yeah, it seems obvious that's one of the safest ways to travel, yet they say it's dangerous, right? And that's what they use to justify outlawing it. But, it's inverse. That's not the reality. They just don't want us to go too far. Be too easy.
If you made one that you could go fly around in right now, you'll never be seen again if you do take off. Because as soon as you get over some nice open water, poof, you're gonna be taken down.
Gonna shoot you. Duck hunt. But yeah, old school architecture. You can see in the buildings they had the spires with the high tops, and that would be the docking point. The cabins would come up beside the spires. They would drop ropes, pull them in, and they would have a staircase. Exactly. Thank you so very much, Sonny. There you go.
Absolutely. That's where you loaded people in and out, so that thing didn't have to go to the ground.
And that spire would have a central staircase going all the way down to the very building, or all the way down to the ground floor. Sorry, go ahead.
According to Google, there's 10 operational blimps in the world, and Goodyear has 4 of them. And they can carry up to 9 people at a time.
Yeah, the Goodyear blimps are really kind of tiny. I mean, they look big, but if you look you can see the people in them usually. I've seen them so many times. I've seen the pilots because they've been low enough to the stadium before. You can see they're not really that big when you compare the size of the person in them.
Yeah, and what do they use it for? For novelty, just to hover over football games and shit. How useless.
They got a big advertising, big digital sign on the side of it. It's got a big TV on it that scrolls.
Well, they could probably fit more people in there if they didn't put that giant TV on it.
Yeah, I think I'm sold on the idea. You know, all the Globies say to buy these super expensive plane tickets and go find out for ourselves and stuff. We just need approval for a blimp, and then we can hop on that thing and, like you said, hopefully not get shot down over the ocean. We'll have to record everything.
Aren't you allowed to build your own aircraft though, and fly them without a license?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you can get those small craft that are like, you know, a propeller with a go-kart attached and fly around, but, you know, have limitations.
You have to stay below a certain altitude. It's quite low.
What if you're a hot air balloon pilot?
You're talking about like an ultralight license, right? Like
no. What if you're a hot air balloon pilot? What's their altitude limit?
I don't know, but I met a air balloon pilot a couple months ago, and I asked him if he liked the flat Earth from up there. He was like, "What?" And I'm like, "The Earth is so flat, right?" He didn't know what I was talking about.
Yeah, you should have said next time you're up there, look straight out at the horizon. You're going to see it's flat. Pay attention when you're up there next time. Stop looking down inside your basket.
I might have to get into that myself. It seems like a really good way to spend a day up in the sky like that, just hovering, taking a look around.
I looked at buying a hot air balloon, used one, and I was like, used, I don't know about that. But then I didn't, and they're kind of pricey, and it's hard to get them around. You got to have a flatbed truck.
It's only got a couple of small tears in it, but a little bit of fabric glue will fix that up. You're good.
Gorilla Glue's out now. It's even better. That was an advertisement for Gorilla Glue, made possible by 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Thank you. So you can send a check right to Lou.
Quick question. Do you know how Gorilla Glue works?
Gorillas?
I know, right? So, yeah, I had a problem with Gorilla Glue one time, dude. And I'm like, why the fuck is this not sticking? Why is it falling off? And so why not Google it, right? See what the answer is. You know you're supposed to add water?
So what? It depends on what you're using.
Yeah, I know that.
I didn't know that.
I have Gorilla Glue that's in, what do you call it? Epoxy form.
Right.
There's like wood glue, there's the original,
I have Gorilla Super Glue now.
But I have heard that
if
water.
you got that amber looking color, one, it's usually add water.
But I have heard that water, regardless of the adhesion, water is actually an adhesion promoter. It helps to promote the adhesion of whatever the substance is. Pardon me?
No, I about died laughing, dude. I was like, are you kidding me? There's instructions on how to use glue.
I'm glad they finally eliminated the problem of super glue getting stuck to your finger or gluing your fingers together. As long as you don't got water in the mix, you'll be okay.
All right.
Yeah, that sucks. I was
Hey,
opening
but that explains why a lot of those people used Gorilla Glue in their hair, and then they went and got it wet.
I'm sure people are flying blimps that we're not seeing them anyway, going in directions that we don't look.
Could be.
You know, the Pacific is wide open. There's nothing over there. There's got to be something over there.
Could be. Anyway, viewers out there that
He does a robot. Do, 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 do.
I'm still thinking it's the Wonder Waffle, the Nazi UFO, the giant bell. You know, people. There's all these reports of craft entering and exiting the ocean. Like you're saying, like possible things are going on, but I think they perfected that technology because they were already close. I mean, we don't know what the Nazis figured out with that craft. So, and how long ago was that? 80 years ago. They've definitely made advancements. They're definitely keeping it from us. I mean, just my thoughts on it.
I mean, you never know. Am I still roboting?
No.
But you never know. They may have found Atlantis, and that's from their spacecraft, man.
They did find
Spacecraft.
They did find Atlantis. Atlantis is America.
They're rockets.
America. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, Bo,
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay, because you keep interrupting me. Anyway, yeah, they did find Atlantis.
Oh,
Atlantis
sorry.
is America.
Okay, there's a bit of a delay.
Go ahead, Sonny. Nobody's going to interrupt you now.
Your delay is interrupting.
Wait a second. I have something to say. Hold on.
Gotta line these delays up. Come on, Indio. Don't you have the technology? Now Indio decides not.
I mean, I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you, Sonny. Who knows? Atlantis could have been in the United States. El Dorado, all that stuff.
I think there's a lot of proof of it. Look at this channel. I'll post it again. Hold on.
What about that island out in the Atlantic Ocean that if you take the water away, it's actually what the shape of Atlantis is on the old map?
That's what I was thinking.
I noticed.
But global warming.
Oh, global warming is what made the sea levels rise. Those bastards back then.
I mean, when it comes to Atlantis, it's been claimed to have been found so many different times in so many different places. When Sonny says, "Oh no, they found it," like here it is this time, like I don't know. I'm not gonna just say, yeah, this time it's real. They found it.
Could someone change the location of the server? It's connected right now to Sydney for some reason. Ping of the server, I mean. No one familiar with that?
Hey, Indio, mad props to that refraction video, by the way. I don't know if I ever told you directly. That refraction video is a killer, man.
Which one is
the one
that?
where
The one
it's like 5 minutes long?
Yeah, where he goes through different models.
Do what?
The one where he goes through different models? That
No,
one?
it's you, and you're going over refraction.
Oh.
And it's like 5 minutes long, and it basically shows you how they use infinite refraction.
I don't even remember, man.
I'll drop the link.
Indio,
yeah, man. I'm going senile in my old age. What's up?
Could you just maybe adjust the live stream server server?
What do you mean?
It's connected to Sydney right now. It's 300 ms ping.
Fucking what?
Yeah. If you check the voice connected, it says Sydney, and it's 300 for me. It's quite high.
God damn it!
It didn't used to be like that, as I remember.
We got an Aussie trader in here. It's set to automatic.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
whoever
I'm
joins first, I guess, it will probably connect to that server.
Oh yeah. That's probably it. I'm gonna set it to central.
Yeah, they're much better. 140 now for me.
Right.
I dropped that link, Indio.
Oh yeah. I forgot I made that.
Dude, it's killer, man. I love it.
God, is this public?
I'm kind of wondering if the same Indio made this, if you're just getting the update now about it. This is a Mandela effect.
Yeah, maybe. I'm a Mandela effect myself.
You don't remember doing this shit.
Well, I remember now, but I mean, because I go through the videos sometimes to look for something, and I don't. So right when I scroll through the list of all the videos I made, I'll go like in YouTube Studio and I'll scroll through, and I don't remember seeing this recently. That's why I asked, is it unlisted? Because
it's part of my 24/7 live stream bot playlist, like my little playlist that I play whenever nobody's talking.
yeah, but it might be like unlisted. Because if you just scroll through and it's not listed, it won't show up in your videos. So just let me try and find it.
It plays. I play it all the time.
Well, I mean,
In honor of
it's
you.
not public. Unlisted, you can still play it and look at it, but it's just someone needs to have the link. It isn't like searchable.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I came across it one day looking through your YouTube channel. So
Oh, then not unlisted. Refraction curve calculators. Yeah, they use an infinite refraction. Nothing they use makes sense, has any basis to it for refraction. It's just made up nonsense.
yeah. And I've always said that even before I came across your video. Like, oh, it's just refraction. I'm like, so it's infinite refraction? Like, when does refraction end? Nobody measures that. Nobody knows how to measure that. It just continues to refract.
You know Rumpus? You know who that is? The Rumpus?
No.
He's a YouTube. He used to go on Nathan Oakley's all the time and say dumb shit. And one of the dumb shit things he said was, if there is
I
enough
hate Rumpus.
refraction, you can see your own ass through a telescope.
No, Lord. What an idiot. Yeah, I was actively muting Rumpus last night for rumpusing the room. So yeah, he's an idiot. Not here, in another server. Can't stand that dude.
Yeah, I swear to God, he's on meth or coke or something, man.
Well,
I'm pretty
he's
sure
just
I
somebody
came
that he always has to insert himself in everything, and I can't stand that. Ass.
Oh, he's another one who's an expert on everything, but actually doesn't know anything about anything, which is the funny thing.
You know what I've noticed also is even though he has we named the Rumpus effect after Rumpus, there's Globers out there who are far worse than him at that. Of rumpusing the conversation. There's some Globers that take the title from him.
Like who?
I'm trying to think of the name. I was over in one of those other servers.
Panda's pretty bad.
Yeah, but that's not. Oh man, I'm trying to think of the name.
But his Gem Panda's rumpus is unique in the sense that his rumpusing is complaining about somebody else rumpusing him for like 30 minutes. He'll complain about being interrupted. I swear to God, man.
Yeah, I gotta love that.
That's
people-
not just That's not just that actually is a word in the dictionary.
Now, I do find it funny when people will like take the mic just to whine. You know, it's like, all right, now's your turn to speak. You don't have to like keep whining about it. Yeah. Like, I'd like to use my mic time to complain now, please. Go ahead.
I think I came across this chart when I first joined the Discord showing the limits of refraction, or at least like the formulas for how you can determine the limits of it. I don't think it's like an endless effect. Well, I was having a conversation with somebody recently, and they were talking about how I told them the sun doesn't set, it just moves away. And they said, oh, no, it definitely sets, and, it refracts through the atmosphere. And that's why you have this green flash. And I remember seeing and hearing about the green flash, but what do you guys know about that?
I don't know, but real quick, Indio, I would say soundly is actually more of a rumpus than rumpus.
I've only heard him like I don't think I've ever heard him debate somebody.
He was over when I was hanging out in Earth Awakenings for like a week or two. He was there like every freaking day, and he's pretty much the reason why I can't go back there anymore. I was about to freaking bash my head in.
I actually leave the server for one person.
I want to ask him. I want to ask him some questions about he had a live stream where he was showing one of his bendy power line or bridges, but he had to like go through hundreds of photographs to find it, and none of those photographs showed any bendy freaking bridge or bendy power lines. He on an Apple computer, you can sort by it'll sort it by day. So you have a folder. The folder will say like July 17th. Another folder will say July 16th, July 15th, July 14th. He would click into one folder and there'd be hundreds of photographs, all thumbnailed. So you can see the photograph. None of them show curved anything. And he's going through his computer searching with thousands of photographs to find one photograph where the bridge looked curved.
Well, see, that's funny though, because about a month ago, he, in one conversation and questioned about it, forced to double and triple and quadruple down, said that he can stand there on the shore under the bridge and look across the water and he can see curvature with his naked eye.
My Lord.
Over and over and over and over again, he said this.
Well, why doesn't he open up a tourist attraction? I'm serious. Make a travel agency, like curvature of the earth. Like this is like, come here, you can see it. This is the perfect spot. Set up a little booth, sell tickets.
That's brilliant. Come one, come all.
30,000 people a day travel across that bridge.
Yeah, he's selling out little fly.
Think about it. They're not all like pulling over going, wow, you can see the curvature of the earth from here. They'd have like a little parking lot at the side, like come see the curvature of the earth. I mean, we have them everywhere, like observation points, right? So curvature of the earth observation point. A little deck, maybe like a little, those stupid things they stick on mountains as binoculars. You stick a coin in.
Yeah. No, it's that ridiculous. These people will say anything. And the sad part is I think they believe it. They have to believe it in order to keep, or you have to be getting paid a lot to fucking keep doing that to yourself. I'm the only person in the fucking world who can see the fucking curvature of the earth while standing on the ground. But you got to do it right here in this one spot.
And don't give him any ideas, Indio. Shoot, somebody's out there like, I'll take your entire stock on whatever idea that is. That's brilliant, man.
The person I was just speaking about that I was speaking to about the sun and the green flash, and they that's their argument, is I can never convince them of a flat Earth because as a pilot himself, he's seen the curvature of the Earth. And, you know, I've showed him what Neil deGrasse Tyson and stuff said. He disregards it. He's like, I don't care what he said. I've seen it with my own eye. So then I explained to him how our vision works and we see in a circle. And he was like, okay, well, you know, I won't reject that, but I still believe I've seen the curve of the Earth, and nothing you say is going to change my mind.
Huh. Sounds kind of familiar.
And then I showed him like FS-71 footage. I'm like, this is 300,000 feet or so, and it's perfectly flat. And he's like, you know, he said it's called elevations. Once you're over, it's altitude up to 18,000 feet, and then above that is elevation. I haven't confirmed that, but I'll take his word for it.
Did you confirm he's actually a pilot?
Yeah, he was an Army pilot. I mean, I haven't seen license and stuff, but
well, you
I
don't need a license. What did he, usually, you just got to interrogate them. Like, what did you fly? Where did you fly it over? Out of? What was your unit?
That's the thing. I have heard all that stuff, but as a non-pilot, I don't know what it means. You know, I know certain planes and stuff like that, but when they start going into their lingo, I don't know. I did get him to watch the Globebuster video. Pinned at the top of Globebuster's page, YouTube, is where he talked to that pilot, Mike, I think is his name. And I sent him that link, and he said he did watch it, but he's still seen the curve with his own eyes. He doesn't care what they say. And he thinks that guy is trying to trick us, even though that was a genuine conversation between him and Bob. And he was just telling his story. He wasn't really trying to push the idea on anybody. But at least I get to share and not get nastiness back.
Your buddy's over here like,
I won't change my mind on anything, regardless of the facts that are set out before me. I'm dug in, and I'll never change.
Because I'm an American.
And then his other question, I mean, we talk about it here and there. You know, it's work, so we try to keep it professional. But sometimes, you know, I'll see him looking at stuff on the screen at work, and I have to say something about it. And what's I going to say? His other...
Oh, you work with him?
Oh, the why... Yeah, his other defense is just why would they lie? And luckily, Globebusters has videos on that. Pretty much everybody does. I sent him that along with the pilot video. I don't know if he watched that or not, but that recent one they did on Why Would They Lie was a really good episode. I think they really nailed home some points and pointed out some contradictions to make a lot of sense to me. I don't know how people can watch that stuff and not be more interested, you know. Maybe he's secretly looking into it. I don't know. If he starts bringing it up to me more often, I'll know that it's on his mind.
Look, he's never seen the curvature of the Earth from an airplane. Okay.
Oh, I know.
The Earth would have to be tiny. You gotta understand the radius would have to be something around 400 kilometers. It's nowhere near high enough. It's not even like even close to high enough. It's not even close. I was just saying it earlier. Okay, you can rescale all this, right? So imagine instead of 8,000 mile diameter Earth, we shrink the Earth down to 6 feet in diameter. How high would an airplane be off that size, Paul? 1/1000th of an inch. Okay? So 1/1000th of an inch. So how small of a ball does it have to be to see it curve from being 1/1000th of an inch off its surface? 3 feet, 2 feet. I mean, it's when people say they saw curve from a plane, they're full of shit. They're lying. I'm sorry, they're just lying. Like I don't think they even believe it. They're just lying.
I feel the same, and we had to have that kind of point blank conversation of like, "Are you calling me a liar?" And I'm like, "Well, kind of, yeah, pretty much, yeah." calling you a liar, man. I don't believe that at all. It doesn't make sense mathematically.
Just just ask if it's a
geometrically,
tiny
it
earther.
doesn't add up.
Like, do you think you're the little prince living on a tiny planet? Like what? Because
And then if we take what we observe in the Black Swan image, the Earth is something like 250,000 miles in diameter. It pretty much would be touching where they claim the moon is in the sky. So, I don't believe it for a second.
Someone's got to do a cover of Tiny Dancer, that gay ass song, and make it tiny earther.
Look, if you like load up GeoGebra, which is like it's a geometry program, and you make it to scale, you make a freaking ball, a circle, and then put something the relative height of an airplane. You can't even see that dot. That's how close it is to the surface. Unless you're zoomed way the fuck in. You can't even see it. Meaning the line that you'll make to make the circle of the Earth, the space between the airplane and that line will be less thick than the line is. It's not even close to high enough. It just blows me away when they say that. Then 5 minutes later, ships go over the horizon at 3 miles away. Come on.
It's really funny now, like how quickly they'll shoot themselves in the foot. Soon as you say you saw curvature, everyone here knows automatically you have no idea. You believe in the globe, but you have no clue how big it's supposed to be. We're all sitting here laughing at you because even if we were to pretend to be globe earthers, we know there's no altitude. You just get in a plane and go up and see curvature. That's not possible. Not according to the math, not according to anything. I mean, Google will tell you can see that. At 30,000 feet, you can see curvature. That's what Google says. But we know that's not true.
Yeah, Google's wrong.
Yeah. So as soon as someone says that, they've automatically took out their handgun and just blasted their foot with it. We didn't even have to do anything. It's hilarious. Oh, you saw curve? Oh, okay. So you don't even know what you're talking about. Gotcha.
So this is
I'm pretty sure I just let out a long. He said that, and I let out a long sigh, like, "Oh boy, here we go. This is going to be a hard sell."
So this is from Applied Optics. It's an article called "Visually Discerning the Curvature of the Earth." Photographs reporting to show the curvature of the Earth are always suspects because virtually all camera lenses project an image that suffers from barial distortion. This article goes through it with the math and all that. You can't see curve from an airplane. Period. It's not high enough. It's nowhere near high enough. It's like I said, it's nowhere near high enough. It's like 100 times too low. It's not close. It's not close.
So funny. Yeah. You were posting in the chat for a while. Go ahead.
The guy's smart. He's intellectual, but he believes in the wrong thing. But I mean,
this is the problem. Hold on. You could say he's smart and he's intellectual. When it comes to this topic, their brain goes on vacation. They refuse to think about it. They won't actually think about it.
They're smart enough to do the math, a lot of them, right? But
they won't.
Yeah, they won't. Yeah, that's probably it. But no, they're stuck. It's kind of a catch-22 because they have to defend the boats going over, disappearing bottom up, going over the Earth curve thing. Even though they know mathematically, they have to know that just can't be it. That can't be the reason. But they have to defend it because that's just what's been said forever and ever and ever.
Also, Lou, I think they're trying to they're trying to assume that we're just wrong about things in general. So they have to defend. They defend it not only because it's just tradition, but I think they see that we're going against it, so then they like have to take the offensive. They have to take that position. Oh no, it's true. You flat earthers have got it wrong somehow, some way.
They have to argue with everything we say, no matter what. A lot of them are just, some of them are just contrarians. It won't. We might not even be talking about the flat Earth. They'll just always take the opposite, no matter what.
I know.
Zanuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll be like, so the globe is a radius of 3959. Straw man. It's like, it's okay. Yeah, we're not just wrong just because we say things, just because we're flat earthers. But I think a lot of people assume. I've dubbed it everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. I think a lot of them have that.
Yeah.
You could just be citing something and they'll be like, oh, you've got that wrong somehow.
Yeah, and if they can't specify something specifically, what they'll do is they'll just say, yeah, you're just wrong, like you said, about something. But when you ask them what part, they don't seem to know.
Right, Sonny.
Exactly. No, they'll claim you don't understand what you're looking at. That's their other thing.
Yeah.
That's like when they don't understand it, they'll say you don't understand it.
You don't
or
understand
if it contradicts their belief, they'll say, well, it can't mean that. You must not understand it.
Right. It's so.
Those like this. They say we're wrong. We show them the empirical information that backs our claim, and they say at that point, because we brought the evidence, they don't like that. So then they say, "Oh, you guys are misinterpreting the data," and we ask them, "Okay, can you tell us where we're wrong in the data?" And they're like, wait a second, hold on. They have to Google it. They don't know what they know.
There was a Glober in the lobby this morning. They just said that we're real creative. They give us props for being so creative. I'm like, there's nothing creative about pointing out endless contradictions. There's nothing creative about just testable and verifiable measurements and stuff. This isn't just make-believe. Like, this is the actual science. Your side is actually missing and doesn't even provide. And then you ask them in all caps, they're like, we have all the evidence. We're like, okay, provide one. And they leave. They disappear.
Oh.
Some scientist somewhere, blah, blah, blah. You're a bunch of stupid assholes. You got smooth brains, or flat brains, or whatever they say, or pigeon chest, or any one of the other. You can't argue with a stupid person. They'll beat you by experience. They have all these like little cliche quips because none of them has any original thinking. They can't have an original thought. All they can do is copy something somebody else said.
And as we've seen in debates recently, they can't be led into any type of critical thinking or having their own thoughts. You know, like Austin's trying to lead them with questions, and they're like, "You're a liar, Austin." He's not lying. He's asking you questions. You can't even lie during a question like that, right? And he's backing them.
How can you lie by asking a question? How's that even possible?
Exactly.
You can have a loaded question, but that's about it.
Right, but they're just using insults to try to weasel out of it. But he's kind of backed them where it's pretty much a yes or no answer. And as you guys have seen, they can't concede. They can't. But breaking up for myself, I have to regurgitate.
You might want to repeat that last little bit. You were breaking up for me anyway.
I'm in a dead zone right now.
Oh, you're back. It was only a couple seconds long.
I said the NPCs, it's against their programming. They can only regurgitate,
Yeah. Oh, it was funny last night. It was funny last night. Crypto came in to talk to, forget what the guy's name was, and I think he was asking, what flat earthers thought about, like the edge or whatever, and Crypto, of course, he was like, well, we don't know. We've never been there. We can't. But he's like, he asked him to, well, what do you think? Like, what would you say to speculate? Basically, he asked him, and then Crypto said something in response to that. He was asked to speculate, so he speculated, and then the guy goes, "But that's just speculation."
Yeah, it's not even worth giving it to them. Honestly, it's
That
really
was
not.
that was Temple. That was Temple's little slick move.
Oh, Temple,
It's like
I
this
banned
thing.
or something.
Maybe you've heard guys where they say like, "Don't cry in front of your woman," type of thing, because they just use it against you sometime somewhere in the future. It's the exact same thing. Just cry. It's okay. Cry to me, and then you're like, all right, fine. I'll speculate. Maybe it's this. Maybe it's that. Oh, see, it's not true. They'll use it against you anyway, so it's not even worth giving it to them, man. I look at it like they're asking you to those little clowns, they'll like blow up little balloons and make figures with them and stuff, like silly figures. They're asking you to like make them a silly pretzel with a balloon and stuff like that. All they're gonna do is go off and show it to other people and be like, hey, look how stupid this flat earther, he gave me this thing. So I don't even do that anymore. I don't really give people speculative ideas and stuff. I'm taking the opposite route. I've got this approach. I've typed it in the chat many times. It's called neti. This idea of negating things. Oh, so it's a disk. No, it's not a disk. Oh, so it's an infinite plane. No, not an infinite plane. So what is it then? Well, it's not what you think it is. It's just so I don't give them anything. I'm taking everything away at this point. So
we know what it's not.
Yeah, that's the answer, really. It's not. Well, how far is the sun? Not 93 million miles away. Oh, well, how far exactly? Well, it's not in outer space. So, well, what is the sun?
Did you see the debate with it was a train wreck, Aaron Ra and Jeranism?
No.
This is a while back.
One
of the things Aaron Ra kept saying over and over again, because he'd ask Jaren a question and Jaren would say, I don't know, but I know it's not this, that, and the other thing. He's like, oh, you don't know what it is, but you know what it isn't. Like, yeah, that's how the world works. You can definitely say, I can see an animal and go, that is definitely not a cat, but I don't know what it is.
Right. No, but you have to know what it is, or else it, No, I don't. Yeah. Yeah, they try to do that with like things like the stars and what shape is it? You have to know what shape it is then. Why? How? No, I don't. What are the stars then? You have to know everything. It's like, dude, I didn't make the Earth.
Well, we all know they confused the word knowledge with the word belief. They just like interchange them.
True. And then like you get those ones that are like, well, it depends. You have a theory of knowledge, and it's like, what the hell is that? Everything's just a justified belief. It's like, no.
Oh, that fucking garbage. Oh my God.
I hate that too. It's like, dude, 2 + 2 is 4, okay? You don't need a theory of understanding of knowledge. You don't have to...
Epistemology. Theory of knowledge. How can I know things? Yada, yada, yada. Yeah, that's fucking great, dude. I mean... They're just trying to go down the you can't really know anything. Everything is subjective. It's all just one big fucking opinion. But I know it's a globe.
Right. That's what's so annoying. But buried behind their philosophical, fart, they've got this idea like, oh, I know it's not flat. I know it's a globe, but you guys can't know anything for sure. We can't prove things, but it's definitely flat, or it's definitely a globe. Is what they'll say. That's so.
Dude, they're
funny.
like terrorists, right?
Well, then
Earth's a globe, or I'm blowing up reality.
Yeah, that's true.
I was about to say. Yeah, shouldn't you be able to then take them down the route? Like, okay, let's say you're even give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe I can't be 100% sure on everything, but I could be 99.9% 999999999% sure. Like, what degree of certainty? Like, how close can we get to knowing something for sure?
I know I was
You're
born
gonna get
from a
Miggy in
woman.
here.
I am 100% sure that I was born from a woman. No doubt about it. 100%. No doubts. Like, it's not my opinion.
But what if? No, see, you could then go. This is where simulation will come in. Like, what if you're the only thing that's real, or what if? Yeah, what if
that was a simulated
you see
woman?
what I'm saying? Yeah. Which I find those. I do find those topics interesting, but I understand that how ridiculous they are too. I can like separate the two. You like, I don't have to change. Live my whole worldview that way. That would be dangerous.
Yeah, Indio, if you didn't see yourself come out of your mother's womb, you didn't see the genitalia yourself and you coming out, then you can't know for sure.
Yeah, I know. They had to hold the mirror up so I could watch myself slide out.
That's right. You would not know. You could have come out of a
the other day,
Maybe it was just a birthing robot.
Yeah, not working.
Like giant warehouse full, stack full, and the glove side has an empty envelope. Hope I'm not roboting.
Yeah, you were. But I got that envelope part.
I said, I think it's analogous flat Earth proof or like a giant fully stocked warehouse at this point, and the globe side is an empty envelope. That's what I'm gathering.
Yeah, awesome. Yep. But they're okay with that. They think
Yeah,
we're
it
the
seems
ones
to be. I've been fascinated by the debates. Let me know if I robot again. I'm in the boonies, but it's crazy how much they try to divert and obfuscate. I mean, pretty much the whole conversation is them trying to weasel out of providing any type of intelligent answer or honest answer. Just constant diversion. And the guys that are debating lately have been doing a really good job of pulling them back in when they're trying to weasel out. And that's just, it feels good to watch that they're not getting away with what they used to get away with. And that eventually these conversations have got to come to a head, come to a point where, it all comes out in the wash. And I think it's soon. They don't really have any backing.
Look, the very fact that they have to use those gimmicks tells you all you need to know. Because they should just be able to come out and say, look, here's the measurement, blah, 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 and that's it. You can go do it yourself. Here's what you got to use. Here's what you have to do. And that it's so simple. Instead, they do smoke and mirrors, propaganda, logical fallacies, just endless reams of bullshit.
Yeah.
Endless. It's like endless reams. Just never stops. I've been saying this forever. A Glober should be able to come in here and within 2 fucking minutes prove the globe. Within 2 minutes.
Yeah.
If they're still arguing after 2 hours, they've lost. I don't care what the conversation's about. I don't care what's been said. They've lost if they're still here after 2 hours.
Yeah, I've been liking it to a poker game. If we're sitting around the table and you keep talking about how you've got the winning hand, you're going to take everyone's money, you're going to clean house. Why are you still talking?
Yeah, well, there's a stack of chips. All the stacks of chips are sitting away from them.
But it's like every time it comes time to play their hand, they fold. You're just bluffing. You're just bluffing about these cards that you think you have that's going to win. No.
Well, yeah, I mean, the people that make flat earthers are Globers trying to defend the globe. Look at Owen Benjamin. He had 3 live streams in a row. He said, come in here and prove the globe to me. And by the 3rd stream, he was a flat earther. Because the stuff that they would come in and say was so stupid, and it had nothing to do with anything. The same tactics they use on this topic and YouTube and just the tactics, right? So no information, no evidence, just tactics, just logical fallacies and gimmicks and appeals to authority and straw man and all this stuff. After 3 streams, which he had like over a period of a week, gone. He's like, I'm a flat earther now because you guys, your answers suck.
Dude, that's funny because I had a similar experience, but just not to that detail. It's just I've been saying that I didn't even get the chance to be like a globe earther in the globe camp, sort of arguing against the flat earthers to experience that, because just for asking questions, I was shoved out of the camp. I mean,
oh shit, yeah.
It was the reactions, like you said, people's reactions, how they acted just for asking questions.
That's one of the first things I noticed too, was that they don't even want to. They don't even want anybody to question it. That's what they're like. Certain, at least back then, what they were doing was they were trying to stop the conversation from happening. They weren't trying to prove the globe. They weren't trying to disprove flat Earth. They were trying to stop people from talking about it. That's what the red flag was for me. Like, whoa, you guys are just trying to be like, anybody that even was like, oh yeah, that's curious about it. Is that true? And anybody that questions, like, the act of questioning it was treason to these people.
Well, that's still what they're there for and doing. They're there to be gatekeepers. They want to try to intercept anybody who might be coming in here thinking, I'd like to hear more from the flat earthers. They want to stop you before you even get to that point. That's why they're trolling in the YouTube stream. That's why they act the way they do in the lobby. That's why, that's why you have your Soundleys and your McToons and your all these guys. Is they're there to stop anybody from thinking about it.
Yeah, and through shaming. Shaming is the number one tactic they use. The insults, the derision, all that stuff, right? So they want you to see this, right? Oh, this is what happens to you as a flat earther. You're going to be abused. You're going to be talked down to. You're going to be called stupid. If you just ask the question, we're going to abuse the shit out of you socially. So go back in your cage, dude. You don't even think about stepping out here.
That's facts. Go ahead.
There's nothing that ruffled my feathers or caused a triggered reaction. Like, I heard about it, I'm like, oh, interesting. Let me look more into it. There was no emotional thing going on with me. And yet, the shame aspect of it, it definitely lessens the more you learn about it. Me, as like, I'm not really scared of people or what people think about me. I get up on the stage in my damn underwear pretty much and stuff like that. So like, I don't really have that going on. Doesn't bother me. But now it's like, the more I know, the more I kind of want people to come at me like that. I still pick and choose when I want to bring it up, professional settings and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't think I could ever be shamed because of what I think, especially when I know I'm so much more well-researched, and that I would actually have to explain to them their whole position and their whole side and how it's all just based off philosophical reasoning. So,
well, the whole thing is,
I'm glad this place exists.
Shaming is has a moral connotation to it. Why would it be immoral to think the earth is flat? Why would it be immoral to just ask the question, is the earth a globe or flat?
And why are you worried about morals from atheists?
Why are you worried about morals when it comes to science? Right? The globe is science, right? So what do you talk about morality for?
You're going to end society as we know it if you believe the earth is flat.
I know I used to say this. We're going back to horses and buggies. We're going to start beating our women again. We're like... Yep, we flat Earth. We're just rolling it all back, man. We're gonna just, we're not gonna take baths. We're just
side note: has anybody seen of Meadowlark? I miss hearing them speak. It's been a while.
Not in a while. Why?
I just, I like listening to them, and I haven't seen them on here in a long time.
Is that what he's going by? Is them now?
Maybe he got his.
I just said, yeah, them. I couldn't ever.
Maybe when science versus pseudoscience went down, maybe Meadowlark lost their account. I don't know. Let's see if it's still alive.
There's been a few servers that went down recently that he was probably a part of, but I don't know which ones he had moderated in.
So it is a guy.
Last post from Meadowlark was 8/27/2022.
Yeah, see, that was a long time ago. They used to be in
27th.
the chat all the time.
Back to the thing about the gatekeeping from these guys too. I think that's why it is such a tactic that's used by a lot of them. Zanuck, Rumpus, Soundly, all these guys where they just talk, filibuster basically, and try to interrupt and distract from the point of whatever you got out. But they're just trying to silence you, keep all the airtime, and gatekeep, make sure that nobody hears you. That's it. They're not about finding the answers or truth or proving anything. That's their only reason why they're here.
I actually wonder what the what the stats would be on that. I'm not sure the correct word there, but the analytics maybe on how many people that actually wakes up. Their reactions have to have negative effects as well. So I wonder what that is, how that works. So I'm sure it does gatekeep a lot of people. Is the only people getting stuck at that gate are low IQ. If you're getting trapped back into the globe by Soundly and these goofballs, you were never cut out for this information, probably, in my opinion.
Probably didn't understand it in the first place.
Right. But I also think that there's people that will stumble upon these goofballs and it'll have like a negative effect. So I'm sure that, I just wonder what the analytics on that is. I'm sure it's not in their favor. I'm sure plenty of people have woken up just from like rumpuses and these characters doing what they do.
I'm highly disturbed by the comment sections on these videos when the globe side's clearly getting destroyed and clearly diverting and avoiding a real conversation, filibustering like he said, and they defend it and say, that they're winning or whatever you would call it, and then add nasty remarks about flat earthers. Don't forget that.
Yeah, just call them out on their bullshit. That's all. When they start that nonsense, I just expose them. Just expose what they're doing. Just say, hey, you're doing this. I'm talking about flat earth. I want you to put some substantive evidence before me. But you're talking about me. You're talking about flat earthers. You're talking about Mark Sargent and Eric Dubé, what they had for dinner, what they dress in, like stuff that has nothing to do with the topic.
Yeah, they want to go full psychoanalysis, don't they, Indio? You can always tell when they don't want to dig into the arguments or any of the topics.
Well, that goes back to not wanting to question it. They don't want any of that shit addressed. Mm-hmm. They want to change the subject. They want to change the subject from flat earth to flat earthers.
Yeah. I loved how you said, what did you eat?
Yeah. Oh my God. I had someone today asking me to tell me Witsit don't get it. I asked him, am I Witsit's lawyer? What? Why do I have to defend Witsit? What the fuck? Whether Witsits is right or wrong is not proof of the globe, right? It has nothing to do with anything. And right. Plus, I didn't even know what they were talking about. I've never heard somebody even bring up Witsit on Twitter before. So, why are you just randomly talking about Witsit?
Ah, man, it's funny. They know more about us, the QEs and Witsits, than they do, freaking the Radius.
No shit, right?
Well said. I like that one.
What's the race your Earth? Don't know. How tall is Witchit? 6 foot.
Yeah.
But it seems like I said, they're definitely exposing themselves for what they are and what's going on. And it seems like the debates are picking up. There's the two forums, the Earth Awakening and the Cosmology Tartaria. And now they're having debates every day and multiple debates. So, that's not going to go on forever, I don't think. Eventually the conversation is going to come to an end and one side's going to have to concede. And we know what side that's going to be. So, unless they start providing some evidence for a change, I think we may be at the end of it.
Hey, I thought they conceded already. As far as I'm aware.
I was
They
over
did,
in
and they just don't want to concede. They did.
I was over in the Tartaria server the other day, and somebody brand new came in without any roles and was like, "So what do we do over here?" And my response was the same. We argue the same points with the same idiots from other servers. That's what we do, right? No matter where we go. Like, as long as we keep talking to those same fucking retards, like, that's what we do. We just go in circles over and over and over again. Just because a new server popped up doesn't change anything.
It's weird how they go find these holes to crawl in.
Is that Tartaria server? Is that it was FTFE's server, or he's just a member there?
Oh, I don't think it. No, it's not his.
They
Fight
wouldn't
the flat
name
Earth is.
Say again. I didn't
No,
catch it.
there's absolutely no way that Fight the Flat Earth owns the Tartaria server.
Okay, it said something in like a bold headline when I clicked on it. Maybe it was something to make fun of him. I don't know.
Oh,
I think they were having an event.
Michael Battlemod sent me a message the other day that Fight the Flat Earth was going to be in there debating. That's probably what you're referring to.
Does he even debate? Last time I checked, he just giggles like a schoolgirl.
I don't know. He was in there. I listened to some of it. I think he's been in there twice recently now. And I listened to some of it the first time, but I just can't stand listening to those people anymore. No point.
Yeah, they're trying to defend things that have been thrown to the wayside. Newton's gravity and stuff. Like, come on, guys. We're not even. How are we supposed to argue when you're not even caught up on your own rhetoric? Goofballs. Talk about us being stuck in the past. You guys are still stuck on like debunked science, pseudoscience at that. Sticks and shadows, head ass. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, the conversation's never going to go anywhere as long as we're talking to those same people, and especially when that is literally their goal. That is why they are winning, is because they've got us chasing our own tail by talking to them.
Yeah, you're right. And then half the time I just think they're deaf. I'm like, did you not hear what they just said? Usually they ask a question, you answer it directly and concisely, and then they'll repeat it like you didn't just answer it. And you're like, you're deaf. You're just deaf.
Seems like one of those tactics.
Or I guess that's how liars operate. I don't know. I'm an honest person, so like, just watching them just fascinates me, man. The multi-layered lies that they weave, how it all weaves together. It's It's fascinating. And I like watching them squirm.
Yeah, that's one of their weasel tactics. You'll say something very clear and concise, and they'll be like, huh? Like, dude, do I have to say it more clear or more concise? What? All right, I'll just say it one more time, very clear for you. Huh?
Or offer to explain it in 3 different ways, right? Like the concise way, the layman way, and, another way just for reassurance. And they're still like, oh, I didn't catch any of that. I still don't comprehend. On my end, just as a listener, I'm catching all of it, man. It's kind of frustrating to sit here and watch people either pretend to be deaf or have zero comprehension. And then, they're obviously smart by the way they speak, but
right, Adam?
they're dense.
That's a good point, man. How in one breath they'll try to pretend to be smart, and in the next breath they'll pretend to be stupid. It's like, pick one, dude. What's with going back and forth? I thought you were a smart guy. Why are you going to pretend to be dumb now that I've said my devastating point? Huh? What? It's like that Chappelle. It's like that one episode from Chappelle Show. You start talking to him. Huh? let me post it. What?
Oh, what? That was bad too. You're right. They don't do it quite like Chappelle, but yeah, you finally you make a good point. They let you speak finally, and then they go, "This doesn't make any sense. I don't understand." Yeah,
right.
Whatever it is, this is where you're wrong. You clearly don't understand.
Yeah, and it's even worse if like Sasha says it. He'll just be like, "So water curves," and then he'll be like, "Did he? I don't know what you mean by water. What do you mean by water?" if they're talking to Sasha or somebody, like the accent will make it even worse for them. Oh, I don't even understand English anymore.
I think if I was to do the debate, I would sit there and just have like moments of silence every now and again so that they can absorb it. Because most of the time they just deflect or run away real quickly or change the subject as fast as they can. Nobody ever really sits there with the answer that they're giving or given and absorbed it and is like, wow, I've seen a couple of debaters a long time ago. One was a female one of Austin's debates, and he was kind of siding with them on a lot of points. But other than that, it's, always deflecting and running away. I would just have
bring that up.
Moments as the moderator.
No, it's interesting you bring that up because I think Witsit does a good job with that, actually, where he'll leave a bit of a pregnant pause to have you thinking, the listener, and the person he's asking, to have them think about it. What I find interesting, though, is like these guys are such weasels that we caught them. They got caught. Witsit would just ask basic questions like, what's 1 times 1 or whatever. And then in the background, you could hear the guy he's talking to. He's got someone like on the phone giving him answers and stuff like that. Here, I've got the clip. Here, 1 second.
Okay, so do you know what plane survey data is? Are you talking about like surveyors? Up to 250 miles. Okay, go on with what. Okay, we'll keep it simple for you. What's the square root of 1? 1. Okay, so what's 1 times 1.225? 1.225. Okay, so if we're 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, where should we see the geometric horizon? See, 1.225 miles. You're talking.
Like, dude gave him the answer, and he was like, "So, you mean are you serious, dude?" Oh man.
Yeah, he's killing it. I like the other day he said, he feels disrespected having to go in and deal with these people, but it's like fighting people with no arms, and for a few minutes at a time they get to kick him while he's tied up or something, right? But he does that just to expose them, and what a commendable thing that he's doing, man, because we can obviously tell it's headache-inducing and, frustrating as it can be. It's hard to keep them on track, but like I'm saying, hopefully it comes to an end someday. They can't talk in circles forever, and once they can see the point, that should be it. Can see to move on, finish the conversation. You guys know, like the Truist Summit, they brought that around so that it could be like a jumping off point of gather all the knowledge that we have currently and then take it from there. We don't really need to argue with them too much because we're starting to figure things out. So, it'd be nice if we could put our heads together with some of these smart people. They can become honest people eventually, and we can work together to figure everything out. But we don't really need them. We can move forward without it.
I think they just like to deceive. I really do. I think they just love to trick people or something. I don't know. They're kind of into that whole thing or something. I don't know.
You might be right, but I just wonder how many people it works on. Like the target audience they're trying to lie
probably
to,
have parasites
it's not working. That type of stuff only works on low IQ. If their target audience is like trying to change a flat earther's mind or whatever, that's not going to work. So,
Yeah, that's a good point. They try to. They're trying to get the low hanging fruit.
correct.
I mean,
Correct.
they're not going after us, man. I mean, they go against us, but they know they're not going to get. They can't get through us. There's just no way because all their arguments are ridiculous at this point. But they'll come up with some kind of new.
It's like a bunch of monkeys hanging onto a tree. Yeah, it's like this is the globe tree. There's a bunch of monkeys just hanging on. We already jumped off, right? We're roaming the jungle. We're gone, right? We're off the tree. But they're trying to. When you say like they're trying to keep the low hanging fruit, they're just trying to scare these lingering monkeys to stay on the tree.
Right.
Don't leave this tree.
Here's a banana. It curves over here. Check it out. Like, hey, banana's curving.
We're over here like, dude, there's berries and there's bitches and there's other things outside this tree, guys. Come on, man.
Right. Some oranges over here.
There's other monkeys. Come on, dude. Let's go.
Some drive. Yeah.
Or maybe we're not even monkeys at all. These guys, they're the ones who are the monkeys, right?
That's right. They're the monkeys, man. Jumping from tree to tree, man. Trying to find that curvature. We're all looking for it. But a curve. How you guys doing this morning, man? I'm on my way to a piano job. Thought I'd hang out with you guys for a while.
Not bad, man. Not bad. Good to hear from you.
Sonny and I are experiencing some very fine weather for this time of year.
Oh, don't have to rub it in. Thank you very much.
Fantastic.
No, actually, the weather's really nice here today too. Not a cloud in the sky. No tic-tac-toes. It's crystal clear.
Boy, they tic-tac-toed to shit the other day, man. Whew. Damn. I love that meme with the guy that used to paint on television. I forget his name, but He goes,
Bob
it
Ross.
says, Bob Ross says, it's got a picture of the tic-tac-toe, and he's like painting the tic-tac-toe clouds. I don't remember painting those tic-tac-toe clouds or something like that. What? It's got to be a Mandela effect.
There was a meme recently of Bob Ross saying that he knew what was going on during one of his paintings. He says, now I'm going to paint the water, nice, flat, and level. Water is always level. Emphasizing that point, right?
I love that. Water's very predictable. Moment of silence for the globe. Thank you for observing that. You guys are very respectful. I'm looking, man. Relax. Good. I couldn't see her. The sun was right in my eye there, man. She's a little impatient. She wants to. She's honking the horn at me. What the hell? Okay. Too much coffee this morning, apparently.
What are you rainbow play? Your flat arc dude.
I was stopped at a red light, turning right. This lady, the second it turns green, she honks her horn. She just did it again.
Why would she do that on spinning globe? It makes no sense.
I gotta get away from her. She scares me. She's in a hurry.
We got any new people on here? While my mic's working?
You sound good, Dave. Don't know. I can't see. I'm driving.
If you're new, speak up if you have the ability. Or don't. That's your choice.
It's a beautiful Saturday morning. Traffic's light. I think a lot of people are, because it's a holiday weekend, I think a lot of people are holidaying. Is that a word? Maybe.
Traffic is light today. I just finished a 9-hour drive in 6 hours. I don't know how I pulled that off, but I'm glad I did.
You must have obeyed all the local traffic laws and speed limits. Good job.
I think you caught a little Coriolis effect, bro. And
I know.
The government can't go any faster than 67. And most of the time, speed limit is 70. I'm going under the speed limit. But it was smooth going today.
You were going downhill on the curvature. That's why you got there faster. And
that
good
was
job.
it. Exactly. Well, there's a lot of Christmas shit up, man. It's everywhere. It kind of stresses me out a little bit. I don't like it. I'm not a fan. And it's just kind of shitty on here.
About to be robots. Help somebody critically think today and open their mind, maybe. That'd be a good day.
Yeah.
Pretty day in Kentucky. So everybody have a good one.
Yeah, man. Thanks, Dave. Always good to hear your voice, Dave. Makes me know the world's going to be all right. I don't worry about a thing because I know nothing's going to be all right.
I seen Dave on Jaredism recently. I might call in one day.
Yeah, I called Jaron. That was pretty cool.
Right on, man. It's always good to spread the love around the community.
My family got a kick of it at Thanksgiving when I said that if anything in this world starts making sense, I'm going to think something's up.
Exactly. Wait a minute. Dude, I just had a total deja vu, but
I probably said it before.
I don't know. Hey, man, Lou, congratulations on getting that job done, man. I didn't.
Oh, yeah, I go through a lot of those in a year, but whatever. I just felt like posting
Whatever,
on
man.
one.
Well, good
Yeah.
job, man. And now you got what? You a little bit of time off, right?
No, not yet. We got one more big job, and then that should take us through Christmas, and then I'll be off for a little while in the winter.
Right on, right on. It's tough to work in those conditions, bro. I can't.
It's, I mean, right now, like I said, I just put in the chat. Like today, it's 54 degrees for a high. You know, so
That's no
it
problem.
ain't bad. All the snow melted that we got last week.
Okay. All right.
But last week was pretty rough. It's been windy and cold. Yeah, we had like real temperature, I think, of like 16, and then it like with the wind, it was like a 2-degree wind chill or something. Pretty nasty. That is not fun to work in. Now there's actually a picture. I'm gonna miss this cat. I probably posted this too, but this darn cat, it's a little kitten, just follows us around like a puppy dog. I was like kicking it and stepping on it every time I tried to move anywhere. But it literally like following us up the ladders as we climb them.
Was that just a stray cat or what?
No, he's an outdoor cat though, kind of a barn cat. Keep rodents down and stuff. They breed horses there, so it's yeah, they've got a litter of they gave away a bunch of kittens, but they had 2 litters recently, and yeah, they all got their shots. They got collars, flea collars on them and shit like that. But they're outdoor cats. They just go wherever they want.
I love that. Freedom.
Yeah, I just thought it was hilarious when this thing started following us up the ladder, man.
Just let it out. They come back. Hopefully, far so good. What was that?
I burped. Excuse me.
Oh.
I was just eating.
So yeah, I'm going to string piano. They warned me that one of the people in the house are sick. I said, well, thanks for the heads up. So I'm not worried.
Don't worry, I'll be double masked.
Why don't you tell them? Why don't you tell them? Could you bring the sick person out and have them breathe on me so I can become immunity stronger?
Yeah.
Thanks.
I'm like, yeah. Thanks
Oh,
for the
your
heads
son's
up.
sick? Oh, we should get the kids together. You know, like, you know.
Right. Let's have a chicken pox party or
We can all build our defensive immunity up together. We'll work on that together.
do that.
Oh yeah. Also at the Thanksgiving, my aunt nearly had a panic attack when I told her that affirmative action is racism. She like nearly freaking fainted.
Are you causing trouble at the dinner
I gotta take a
table?
call here.
That's what I do. I cause trouble everywhere I go. At the dinner table, at the public restaurant, like everywhere. No matter where I go.
Everybody's got their own approach, you know. Do what works for you. I'm more try to be a little bit more sly and try to get them to think a little bit harder. I don't want to lay all my chips on the table, you know. It's like, wait a minute. Here's a nugget.
Who's chilling out with us today?
I go. It's kind of weird. There's only like 300 Americans. They're the only people that have ever been to space. That's it.
With us right now. Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Yeah? No?
Oh, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Or am I chopping? It was my. I don't know.
You're fine. You're all right. Sounds like you're driving, but I can hear you.
If you're new in here and you wanted to ask some questions about the shape of the Earth, there's a lot of content that we talk about. So I'd like to hear from anybody else that's coming in here that maybe wants to hear our take on things or.
Yeah, I don't know. Somebody's on a computer. It's easier to see who's new or what. I have a hard time doing that on my phone. Somebody wants to shout out some newbies. If anybody's new in here, shout them out.
Yeah, there's this person named Nick. NIC.
Wait a minute. Nick's in here? Nick. What's up?
VC verified. Kamiko has the VC verified. I think that's it. Wait, Patchwork.
Patchwork, Nick.
And there's another
mics.
Guy in VC checking right now. I think
Are you coming in and out?
about to come down. Did you guys hear what I said?
You were breaking up, bro. He just dropped out. Julia? What you doing on? So you're not working on Saturday, are you?
There, that should be better. There's someone in VC check-in coming down too that they're checking in.
Check them in or what?
I went up there while they're checking him in. I think his name is Inferno, and they're talking to him right now. He sounds good. He sounds legit.
Female.
He sounds like he's just getting into the topic and getting curious and wanting to ask questions. So, yeah. Anyway.
Sounds great.
So what's everybody doing? Saturday. Miggy on the road. Glad on the road. What's happening, folks?
I'm out shopping. The wife's at a thrift store, and I'm outside in the parking lot talking to you guys.
Doing the man thing. Waiting in the car. Boy, well done. Patience
Yeah.
instinct.
I was in there. I was like, because I like looking at stuff in there every now and again, but I got once I go already see like the portions of the store where I already know where stuff is or isn't, then I just like, hey, I'm gonna hang out at the car. She was like, well, why'd you come? I'm like, because I wanted to be here.
I'm supporting you.
You should have just stayed home. But you know, this way, it's the way it goes. Hopefully we get some people in here talking about the shape of the earth, because it's a hot topic. Muy caliente.
It's like these eggs I'm cooking up right now. Sizzle, sizzle, fry, fry, pop, pop, hot, muy caliente. You know what else is flat? This pan I'm cooking these eggs in. What?
No, bro, dude, it's concave, bro. This pan's concave.
And the floor that the table's on, and the table, and the counter, and your plate.
You ain't working.
Eating utensils only work on a flat plane anyway, so.
My spoon is curved.
With platter, you're gonna go with that? Start your YouTube channel up. It's funny, every time I'm talking, I don't see my thing light up. Lights up like a delayed 2 or 3 seconds later.
Yeah, mine does that too. Are you on Bluetooth?
Well, I got the Apple CarPlay thing going to the speakers of the car.
Oh, but it's the same thing. It's wireless, right?
No, I'm actually wired in.
Oh. Well,
weird.
Stop listening to me about anything. Damn it. Shit. Sorry, Biggie. No, I get that too. It happens to me too.
If you guys out there think the Earth is a globe, come in here and let me know why. I'm interested. 2022, there shouldn't be anybody thinking the Earth's a globe. If I was to ask you why it is a globe, and if you say pictures from space, then Houston, we have a problem. There shouldn't be anybody in 2022 telling me that pictures from space proves Earth's a globe. Or one word answers like, well, science. You're going to cut the mustard.
It's like looking at a 500-piece jigsaw puzzle and the finished product and saying you know everything about how all the pieces fit together just by the finished product.
That's exactly right.
Oh, you forgot about the 500 pieces before the last one. What happened there?
Eratosthenes.
So you saying it works on a globe and flat Earth? Yeah. Okay. Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Works on both.
It's like this is like, oh, okay, so that this topic tends to work on a flat or globe Earth. Cool. So why do you think it's a globe? What made you choose the globe if it works on both models? Oh shit.
Hi guys, I'm Inferno. I'm pretty new to this server.
Hey Inferno, welcome.
Hi.
Everybody say hi to Inferno.
What topic are you guys discussing right now?
Well, we heard you being checked in and appreciate the fact that you understand the sky moves, which is a good thing. So welcome, Inferno. It's good to have you here.
Yeah.
We want to know a little bit more about what you think, because I think it's important for everybody. Usually, people that come in here, new people, we like to get to know what they think about the things they I would say they believe or they know, and then we'll dive into so from your perspective, Inferno, the Earth, what is it to you? Is it a globe? Is it a flat plane? What do you think that it is right now?
For me,
just your position right now.
I think it's just like a flat land. I feel it's hard to explain. It's kind of like this flat land. What's it called? Different countries and places on the world, and I feel like I said to the person in the VC, I believe that there's this concept theory, the sun and moon. I feel like they're kind of similar sizes, and they're orbiting parallel to each other on top of the Earth. Do you kind of get a rough idea what I mean?
Okay, so the entire Earth, what is it to you? The whole Earth.
It's like a flat plane, pretty much.
So that it's not a globe? Did you always think that? Or did you arrive at this conclusion? What was the ways why are you thinking of it that way? Or
Well, the reason I think about it that way is that when someone told me the Earth is a globe, I didn't really get what they meant, because when I look ahead, I'm not it's not curving downwards, is it? If that makes sense. It's just straight ahead of me. So that's why I always pretty much thought of that in that way.
So was this in school, or when did you realize this?
To be honest, it's not a point of realization. I kind of always thought it was flat. In school, when they said it was a globe, that's when I thought to myself, I don't really think they're teaching us the right thing. If you understand what I mean. Because when I look outside, it doesn't really look like a globe from my perspective. And yeah.
Is there anything that you've done to show examples of demonstrations of why it cannot be a globe, or are you just mainly on the idea right now, with what you're saying, just the idea?
Right now, I'm pretty young, so all I know that in the moon, when they put the flag on the moon, they said there was no atmosphere, but as I was saying, you see how the flag kind of waved a bit? If that makes sense. That requires air to do so. And if they said there was no atmosphere on the moon, that debunks what they were saying. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, you're talking about, but
I know what he's speaking about. Moon flag, that American flag. It's making it's waving.
You meant she.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. What's it called? I'm gonna say one thing. If Earth was flat, if Earth was in a globe, I feel like everyone's perspective would be different. If you're in different places on the globe. And when I go to a different country, it feels the exact same perspective. That's the thing. Which makes it feel a bit weird. Do you get what I mean?
Not really. What do you mean?
I think
So
perhaps it means like up is up and down is down for everybody objectively.
Yeah, like
Right.
having up for everybody at the exact same time is impossible, and having level for everybody at the exact same time is possible.
yeah.
I don't know if that's what Inferno was gonna say, but is that what you mean, Inferno?
Kind of, yeah.
Well, what do you mean?
It's pretty much what they just said, to be honest. Is of honest, like if you're in the if Earth was kind of like flat, then it's like hot. I'm kind of hard to explain right now. You know, when you're young, I don't really have much knowledge right now. But that's one of the reasons I joined the server, to mainly like learn more.
Okay, well, just if you want to, just sit back and kind of listen to the conversations. You can jump in if you want and maybe ask questions, but just listen to the conversations in here people have.
All right.
But anyways, welcome to the server.
Okay. I gotta go head out to eat, and I'll be right back. Okay. See ya.
Take care.
Take care.
That image that Platter posted, thinking that that's maybe what they were referring to, leading into.
Yeah,
The image.
I like that. I like that simple little drawing. But like I was just saying, I think it would even help to show it even more with a second stick person in each one. Like, it's crazy for two people to be standing on that same ground next to each other with the same direction up. But it's normal if they're opposite each other or one's hanging off the side of it. That's normal to think.
Hey, we got Darkness Shadow that just joined us. Darkness Shadow, are you there? I believe everybody coming in here should have the ability to speak. I don't see that they're muted. Let me mute them and unmute them. Darkness Shadow, are you there? Get that Reaper avatar. Hello?
Relatively sure these are the folks that were being checked in above. Not sure why. I think Hater was handling their check-ins. They've gone quiet, it would appear, or he's gone quiet, it would appear.
Be Batman in the house. What's up, bro? To this Saturday, Lou.
Say what? Oh, I
What are
heard
you up,
Saturday.
to? Am I cutting out? Like I probably am.
No, I think you just started talking before you were. I don't know. You might have cut just in the very beginning there, but
What are you up to this Saturday?
Nothing much. I've had finally coming out of it, but I've had a cold the last like 4 or 5 days or 4 days. Was kind of feeling run down, feeling like shit, but still got a runny nose and stuff, but starting to feel better. Nothing really much going on. Tomorrow I got another Thanksgiving thing.
Everybody's starting to get the actual colds and flus, not the Mexican beer germ.
Nobody ever got that. It's always been just colds and flus. And I'm not going to pretend otherwise.
It's a statistic that was put up that it's pretty stupid anyways, but it was saying that the Mexican beer germ was at the very end of like everybody else. Like the highest number of things were like the colds and flus that were coming out. I was like, you ain't kidding. Look at the statistic. So dumb, dude.
Well, they're about to,
really.
I'm pretty sure they're about to run us through another wave. Like, aren't they saying some shit like they're back in lockdown in China? It's a little bit reminiscent of 2020, where they, give it some time, and all of a sudden they're pulling the same shit here. They're handing out the free. They're handing out the free at-home test kits again, which means they're trying to pump their statistics up again.
False numbers, because that thing's gonna say that you have something, then you're not. Because people were showing positive and they weren't even.
Yeah, but they're positive for anything. Like it's not a real test.
Whatever keeps Joe narrative happy,
Oh yeah, flu disappeared completely for 2 years.
That's what I'm saying. It's back again, or what? It's like the McRib back.
No.
Back again?
It's not like whatever. we have to dance around that one, but no, they're. I mean, yes, I guess they are saying they're seeing some, cases of the flu still, but they still use the same shit. Like, it's mostly just called the other thing.
It's everywhere, man. Agendas. It's nice and crisp today, man. Went outside, it's kind of nippy outside.
What?
It's the same way
50,
here.
We got a high of 54 today. That's really nice this time of year.
It's only 61 degrees. It's only 61 degrees here. It's cold.
I'm colder. I'm at 44.
Yeah, you're another level, that's for sure. Cold to us is nothing. But we may see some snow up on the above 4,000 feet coming here soon, next month or so.
And that's because I'm below Lou on the ball planet. Lower.
Well, I mean, I think right now the temperature is only about 45, like about what you had, but the high today is supposed to be 54.
Isn't the 50s a good temperature to work in, Lou?
Heck yeah, I like the cooler temperatures. I love the fall temperatures. It's nice to not have to sweat. I'm most comfortable working with where I can be comfortable wearing pants and a hooded sweatshirt. Like that's like the best working weather.
Yeah. I like working in the mid 50s. 50s weather is good working weather. I always worked out in the yard when I lived in Washington. I liked it.
Yeah, summer sucks. Winter sucks. Spring pretty much sucks because everything's just all wet and melting off. You have 2 weeks of good weather in spring, and then a summer, and summer sucks.
People have to actually admit, man, this is the best weather always. Fall weather.
Yeah.
Hey, if the Earth was a ball, wouldn't the temperature be the same, like on most of it? How does that work?
You would think.
Right?
Plus, exactly half of the ball should be lit at all times.
Right. Half should be just like same temperature.
Exactly 12-hour day and night cycles, but that we don't have that at all.
Right.
Well, they claim that.
They claim.
They claim that the temperature doesn't have to do with like the distance to the sun in summer or winter. It's about the angle at which the light is hitting you. So if you're on a ball, and you're like, if you get direct light, like imagine solar noon, like that's hotter, more direct light, but so that with their ball and the tilt, depending on, that's where all of a sudden you start getting it at more of a oblate angle, I guess, or obtuse angle. and the light, a lot of it glances off. Basically, that's kind of like what they in their model.
Right. Fascinating how that works. Fascinating. Has anybody ever demonstrated that? Like, took a bowling ball and kind of
just go outside.
Heat lamp.
Just go
And a
outside.
bowling ball. Thermometers.
Isn't that what
Just
they
go
always say?
outside.
Just go outside. Yeah, that's it.
Just go outside.
You want to see? If you want to see the vacuum of space next to the pressure air we breathe, just go outside and look up. If you want to see a demonstration of gravity, just drop a mic. It's that easy.
Mic drop. Boom. Yep. That's how easy it is to fool people.
But we know that the stars are made of plasma. It's easy. Science.
See? 3 in a row, man. Trifecta. Done. Flat Earth done.
No thinking needed whatsoever. Just say things. That's what these globalists they sound like that in the YouTube live stream text chat. Always, like when I'm seeing them talking, they're always saying stupid things like that. Like, well, flat earthers don't know anything. They don't know that the body of science has covered all of this. Like, you don't even know what you're saying, dude. Like, that's the body of science. Like,
I love the one. My favorite one was, your cell phone works. Therefore, globe.
Yeah, a lot of these guys are basically saying, look, I don't understand this, and you don't understand this, but there are people out there who do understand this, and you got to just trust them.
Exactly. I'm telling you, man, they sound like that guy from the show with, It's Always Sunny in California? When he was making that... Yo, what's up?
Ahead. You're showing your age. It's Always Sunny in California. Yeah, that's like a really old show, isn't it? Like 90s or something?
Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Oh, that was it.
Philadelphia, yeah.
And no, that's not from the 90s.
Yeah, I think it is, man.
No, it's newer than that.
All right,
quite a bit.
Go ahead.
Volumes of data, numbers, figures, fossil records. Like, that's the way I hear them. Every time the globalist mind comes in here, that's what they say. And you're like, have you poured over the numbers, the figures? And it's like, no.
Have you verified those numbers and figures?
Yeah, they haven't.
No.
It's funny, though, they say that. Stupid things like that.
But they'll know their, like, favorite football team's stats, from here to... They're like, well, so-and-so ran for 200 yards in the blah, blah, back in 1942. And, like, how do you know that? But you want to check out the numbers they gave us for this little spinny ball thing of yours? Nah, I'm too busy.
2005. 2005, Always Sunny.
Hey, Kenny.
You got that?
You know what, Kenny?
What's that, son?
Sonny, your mic is not that well.
What's wrong with it?
No, it sounds like you're talking.
What?
Which, I don't know, real quick side topic, though. Have you looked into getting maybe a different mic, or is it like your PC? Like, what is it that every time you talk, like you're talking and it just like comes in really muffled and then it clears up afterwards, and you're like, did you guys hear what it like? Nobody can hear the beginning part of what you say, so sometimes you're trying to like.
It's not the mic. It's not the mic. It's just the settings and.
Are you on your phone?
No, but it's always been that way. Like it's been like that for over a month, 6 months to close to a year. Like we hear you great, and then all of a sudden it sounds like you just like your volume just backs out. It sounds really muffled, and then it comes back again.
How's it now?
Yeah, like what I'm saying is that we can hear you like sometimes, but when it's like either you get really close to the mic and then it sounds like, then you like back up and say, yeah, so that.
I probably get further away from the mic while I'm speaking, and that's when it does it.
Yeah, right there. Like what you
Right
just did
there.
right now, it did that.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
whatever
close.
it is, Sonny. Remember, I mean, what was it? About 6 months ago, 8 months ago, you bought new mic, and then more recently, you started talking to us on your phone a lot. But ever since you changed mics, it never improved. It went downhill. Your old mic was better.
That's crazy,
Agree.
man.
I
This is
agree.
This is like what's weird about that. This is like a way better mic, and it's going through an interface. So there's no way that like. So it's not the. It's
Well,
not the.
then, yeah, it could be the way you have it set up then, like with your settings and stuff. Because you probably gave yourself too many options, and instead of just letting it handle it.
Okay, hold on. I turned it up. Like there are too many settings. That's true.
Oh, well, can you just hit like a default mode or something to where everything goes back to, and then just use it? No, I'm only saying this too because like sometimes you're trying to cut in and nobody hears you because you're coming in muffled, so everybody's running over you. Like you never used to be that way. Like you would come in, everyone would hear you, and like they'd make way for you to say something. But now it's like you get run over all the time. Nobody hears you.
Okay, so I opened it up more. The slider to the left, is that better?
Yeah, no.
Is that better?
No.
Shit, what the hell is wrong with it? That's really weird. Okay, I'm gonna move it further away. So this is about 2 feet away. Is that better?
Sonny, just take a minute. Take a minute. Go back to the live stream and listen to yourself.
Yeah.
That's disappointing, man.
Yeah, it's even disappointing for us too because we're trying to make out what you're saying, and it's getting to be kind of like, damn. I like Lou was saying, your old mic was pretty. I don't know what was wrong with it, man. It was pretty good to me.
Yeah, the old mic broke because it was a USB and it fell over too many times and broke the fitting right off the motherboard of the mic itself. So it was cheap. It was a snowball mic. You know, this one is a much better mic, a Tonor, Tonor. It's a
I remember. No, before you even got the snowball, I remember your audio. I thought it wasn't all that great, even when you switched to the snowball. Whatever you had before that, I think that's the best you've ever sounded.
Before that was the laptop, and the laptop. Well, I guess if it's adjusted properly, but I'm going to work on that and see what the problem is. There's got to be a solution. I literally started thinking it's the connection, the USB connection that the interface goes into, like is jacked up, like that. You know how the fittings get when you plug something into it too many times, and then after a while they just stop working correctly. And
Yeah, but I don't think that explains what we're getting. Like I said, go back and listen to yourself. You'll hear it. Like if it was that, the USB would either be on or off. Like it would be. It's basically 1 or 0. But it's on. It just sounds like shit.
People that come in with bad mics and they get upset. They're like, "Well, you guys didn't hear me." I'm like, it's not that we didn't hear you. It's just your mic's pretty bad.
Speaking of which, Miggy, we're getting a little bit of like a hiss or a whine out of the back of yours.
Yeah, I'm about to disconnect. Hang on. How about now? Is that better?
There we go.
Yeah, way better. Yeah.
Yeah, I was listening to my audio on my car speakers, but.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, I'm heading to the beach. Work on a piano at the beach. I'll get some pictures of the curve if it's there today.
You don't often hear somebody say that, man.
Well, I'm
working
try.
at the beach.
I know.
Like, what would a piano be doing at a beach? You know, like they don't. This is the Goat Group. Well, yeah.
House. Somebody's house. But we'll see if today might be the day I get to see the curve, man. I'll let you guys know. I'll report back.
Sounds good.
If you do happen to see it, take a moment, take a picture of it. We might be able to post it on the side of a milk carton in case it goes missing again. I hear it keeps going missing.
Yep. Any new people up in there? I can't drive it. There was Nick. I used to hang out with a Nick. It's the same guy. I think he's
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Chances are. I mean, chances are good. Same Nick.
He's Russian. Yeah. I think my Nick spelled his with a K, though. Probably not the same guy. Anybody else in here, man? Anybody? Bueller?
I'm in a note. I am here though. Yo. Hope all is well, man.
Bueller?
I don't know if you heard Kiwi. He said he's here. And I'm here too.
Yeah, just not actively open mic, that's all. But I am here always just doing some work around the house or around the apartment.
Not sure who Plum Bob is, but I have trouble clicking on their name to see stuff.
Have we spoken to Plum Bob? I don't think we have. Plum Bob, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. How's it going, guys?
Pretty good. Maybe it's just because you haven't spoken here a lot, or maybe we have spoken to you, but...
Well, I changed my handle. I used to be known as Uncle Bob, and I changed it to Plum Bob. Yeah. Sounds more appropriate.
Plum Bob.
Straight up and down?
Yeah.
And
Uncle
Bob,
for those of you that... No, there you go. And my name's not even Bob, so it's even better. It's just a nickname.
Oh, back. But you got any new information for us? Want to share?
Yeah, flat earthers questioning flat earthers if the earth is still flat is kind of a boring conversation.
Check.
Check.
What's up, Sonny?
Yeah, I don't know if that's better. I had to turn the echo and go to crisp noise suppression, so I don't know if that's any better, but I turned the mic down a little bit. I don't know if that's better.
I mean, so far, yeah, it sounds a little bit better, I thought, but you still, for a second there, you kind of did the same thing, just not as much as you were a minute ago.
I'm literally probably turning my head too far away from the mic itself because it's a cardioid mic, so it's directional. So if I turn my head, because I'm so loud, I found that if I don't directly speak towards the mic, that it's actually better, that it's not as harsh. So sometimes I may be facing too far away from the mic itself.
Yeah, that's important because your mic, the mic itself, the condenser won't pick up if you're not speaking directly into like where the actual logo is on the microphone. So if you begin speaking, you're not facing the mic won't open the gate until you actually put your voice towards it. So it's really important that you focus your voice accordingly. Oops, not like I just did.
I gotcha. I can actually turn the mic. Like if I turn, no, it's probably better. But so if the mic stand is sideways, I just need to turn the mic so I'm facing directly at the mic.
Hey, you're sounding good right now, by the way.
Okay. All right. Now I'm facing the mic directly at the mic.
Sonny's a real hyperactive, so he moves around a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, I am, man.
You are, bro, man. You got so much energy. You're like, damn, you're probably doing like 12 things at the same time and trying to talk to
Really?
us.
I'm learning to slow myself down, like go like, okay, that's too many. Because I'll just pick up a project, I'll start on it, I'll think of another one, and I'll pull that one out. That'll be next, and eventually I have 6 or 8 of them sitting in front of me.
Yeah.
And it's too much. Like literally, I'm the type person though, I can trace my steps back and get every single one of those projects finished in a day most of the time. But
yeah, it's kind of like I deal with that every day. I mean, I got working on this piano and that piano.
Yeah,
I'm trying to, all these parts came in. I got to go back to this. And yeah, I get it, man. You got a lot of shit going on at the same time.
That's not it. That's not it, Lou. That's not it. But
What you understand?
What
I'll leave it at that. I'll say that's not it right now. That's not it in the last little while.
I'll be back.
Alrighty. Alrighty then. Alrighty then. I'll just make sure I'm facing the mic. What's the problem, Sonny?
Yeah, that's it, man. You kind of be on the mic a little bit. Yeah. If you really want to make a point, if you're just hanging out with us, we can deal with.
No, as I learn to use the equipment, then I'll get better at it. It's just. I think I got it now.
I think you got it.
Sounds like Lon Chaney. If anyone remembers Lon Chaney. No.
No.
Nobody remembers that. What I was gonna tell you earlier, Kenny, is you obviously hung around with those New Yorkers way too long to sound like you do and be in Orange County.
My grandmother, she raised me and taught me how to speak. So there you go.
Yeah.
My parents were at work. She had me at home, when I was like, 3, 4.
Those formative ages, yep.
Exactly. Not as bad as Neil. Neil's like. Or not as good as Neil. Or one of the.
What? I charge a fee to tutor flat earthers in what?
All right. Cool, man. I'll pay. What do you got?
Tutor in what field of study?
Exactly. I got money. I'll pay. What's he charge? Come on in here. Bring your tutorage. Bring it.
Is Simp saying that that's actually Bob? Like either, what are our two Bobs? But no, Bob the science guy. Yeah, is he saying that that's him?
Could be. Yeah. Come on in, Bob. Always love to talk to you, Bob.
I don't know. It says,
Yeah.
wait a minute. I just passed it up in the live stream. Research Flat Moon is the name.
Right. No, I see that, but that might be his YouTube name. Yeah, because that definitely sounds like something Bob would say about charging a fee and shit like that. Yeah,
$50. He's trying to grift He's trying to grift somebody.
Like the only other one that I would think of that would say that would be Phil, Professor Phil. That also sounds like him.
Yes.
I got money.
What a joke.
Okay.
Wow.
What? Whoa. Well, anybody wants to come in, come in with a hot mic. You're welcome. Tell us about the globe or flat or concave, whatever you got. We're here.
Concave earthers.
Tell us
Come on
about
in.
the globe. Tell us about the globe with no curvature.
You got your Pac-Man Earth. What do you got?
No drop over distance. A globe that measures always flat and horizontal. A globe that has a sea level that is level from sea to shining sea.
You got your air.
When it comes to the concavers, man, like I'm serious. I think almost all of them are schizophrenics. No, I'm not even joking. Like I think they are. They are.
We need you to be with one of those folding tables with the poster board that's changed my mind.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, it's strange because like, man, how do you get the damn curve to go the opposite direction? Like, that's weird.
That is really weird. That's a strange response to us asking for a drop of 8 inches per mile squared. But they're going the other way, I guess. So then we would need an upward measurement of 8 inches per mile square, or whatever size they're saying this ball, inside of the ball is. That water is contained upside down. You still have the same problem as the ball. Hello.
Do you want to know the argument? Because I'm about to tell you, like the way they view the Earth. It's gonna freak you out, but it's like it's a mind job, right? So you know how perspective works, right? When you see like the ceiling and the floors looks like they're meeting at a place in the distance.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they say it's concave. So take a look at the Black Swan, for instance, right?
Yeah.
Look at you get it now? Do you see?
Yeah, I do. It's hilarious, though. I think I sort of gathered that, but how it gathers in at the vanishing point.
Yeah,
Holy
exactly.
crap.
Yeah, that's concave Earth right there, 101, baby. Now you know it. Now you know. No half the battle. But they're saying that because of perspective, and you see they're like, well, the water line's above where the boat is. And it's like, so what, dude? Like, it doesn't measure curvature. That's the only important thing out of this whole topic we've been discussing. Globe, concave, it doesn't matter, you know?
Yeah.
The important thing is that it measures it.
Yeah, so they're using the celestial sphere, which is basically, wasn't the celestial sphere? That's a real thing. I mean, we see in a sphere, when we look out, we're seeing in like a hemispherical.
Yeah, but Sonny, it's not the way. It's a sphere in the opposite direction. The sphere.
No, I know. That's what. No. I know. That's what they're saying. But I mean, I'm really tagging along on the whole globe Earth thing. Basically, that what they did is they took the celestial sphere and they put it on the ground, and they made it a curved surface on the ground because the sky is curved. They placed that on their conception.
Let me go through the idea of the celestial sphere is that we're okay. So if I put it this way, it might make more sense to you. We're not looking at a sphere. We're looking at the inside sphere. So, like in the celestial sphere point of view, they're saying that the celestial sphere is because we're looking at a sphere in the sky.
Yeah.
Like there's a ball in the sky. Now we're saying we're inside of that ball, like with the celestial sphere, perspective-wise, anyway.
But isn't that what they're saying too? That we're inside of a sphere?
Yeah, but that's not the celestial sphere they're talking about. They're talking about an actual ball.
I know. And I wanted to separate that to not get them too equated together. I wasn't trying to equate them. I kind of skipped over to what the Globers have done throughout the years, like the whole thing they did to create this fake globe was based on what we look at in the sky.
Yeah, perspective. And then when we talk about that, it's like when you see things in the sky, you can go outside and look at like the clouds and some of the clouds above you, and we all know clouds aren't just right above your head. So like if you see in the far distance, clouds aren't down like in your eye line. We already know that. They're not like on the ground or anything, like from when you see it in the far distance. But you know, with the Glober, you know, that's because the Earth is curving. But it's like nobody takes into account perspective. And so like the concavers are saying because of perspective, it looks like it's curving upwards. But they're not saying perspective. They're just saying that's what it is, that it is concave. So when you look like at the Black Swan and you see like where the nearest part of that picture at the very bottom, that's like where the curve begins, and then you see it curving upwards to like where the sky meets the ground. It's crazy, man. Like, yeah, but it gets weirder. Trust me.
Hey, keep your eyes open for someone. This guy.
Okay.
He's in here. He came in like at 10:30. I didn't notice him. He was on Twitter talking shit. He started.
What's his name?
He's in here as Global Validation. So it looks like he started a TikTok channel named Global Validation yesterday. I posted his video. Apparently he has something for Witsit. So he's mentioned it a couple times.
You're getting our hopes up high, Indio. I'm usually let down, man, with these characters. I'm like,
I'm sure you're going to be let down, but he needs a throttling.
Yeah,
pull the rug out from under him before he even gets going.
Did you say he needs a throttling? A throttling?
No.
Throttling.
We need to let Indio. You gotta let your hair down at least once or twice in here, man. Like you gotta
please.
Just once or twice, man. Like man, you've been a what? Like yeah, some of these guys in chat, like I don't think they've heard you speaking like with these guys, so they're unfamiliar with your ways.
It's like riding a bike, bro.
It's like riding a bike. I just once. Well,
it's like riding a bike in 2016 because they still have the same nonsense.
It's recycled a bit. Yeah. It's recycled a bit, man. They might have put a new name, but I mean, it doesn't matter how much you polish it. That's still going to be a turd, you know. You can't put
remember that
lipstick on a pig and then think it's going to look good. It's still a pig.
Remember that technology we used back in 2016? Well, that's the same thing we're going to be using today. Just like that.
Hey, we lost that technology.
Hey, Indio.
You missed NASA really wants to probe Uranus, and they can start planning for it next year. Shit. Get ready.
They're trying to set a date, man. They're not gonna, like, come over your house in the middle of the night. They want to wine and dine you.
I know, man. You gotta give me some dinner before you try to do all that, huh? All right, go ahead, Sonny.
What, Sonny?
Hey, India, do you have the 300-mile sighting, the lighthouse sighting? I know that you had posted something like that before.
Yeah,
I was speaking about that yesterday, and I'm not too loud.
No, you're
208 miles.
No, you're good.
308.
Yeah, I think I was too far away.
325.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I'd like to see that again. Or I could just look up everything you posted. It would only take me a year to go through all of it.
Yeah, Gemsy.
Oh, there it is right there.
What the hell is that?
Gemsy, God.
These globalists come in up high. I'm like, man, this is going to be a good discussion. And then all of a sudden you hear like a 2017 argument. You're like, oh, man. All that for this. Like Craig Fight the Flat Earth or Dave Farina or any one of those guys. Like, there's nothing. They got nothing left in the tank, man. They've exhausted it.
It's really weird because they'll concede something, and then like a week later, they're making the same argument that they conceded a week before. Like it never happened. They have like this Groundhog Day where when they wake up in the morning, all the things that got shot down, it just like restarts. Like they
Dude,
can
listen,
argue all over
they
again.
have to do that. Listen, they have to do that. Otherwise, they have to just go away, right? To be able for them to keep any kind of conversation going, even if they're in the wrong and the audience knows they're in the wrong and everything, they have to act like yesterday didn't happen.
Yeah, it doesn't take a week. It doesn't take a week. They can jump. They can get beaten on it right here, and then just jump over to another server immediately and pull the same shit.
Oh yeah. Mine like a goldfish. Here's the thing though, with like people that come in here, we had Zanuck come in here, and if you know like Indio's kung fu when it comes to flat Earth, he had him arguing with himself, dude. He was actually playing 3D chess with himself. It was crazy. At some point, Indio was like, "Yeah, that's what I've been saying." He's like, "I know." Zanuck was like, I was laughing. I can't believe he doesn't know. He's arguing both sides of the point. And you guys were talking about how light reflects off of like the moon, and we got into the whole subject of how light travels, and it like either you or him started talking about like how light being like a doorknob, and it like it was crazy, but he was actually saying the same exact point that you were in that discussion.
Eventually, he didn't start there, but he ended up there.
Yeah, and it was amazing because then when you hear them like. At some point, he's totally convinced that his point, that your point that you were making was his point. He's like, yeah, that's what I know that. And it was like, well, you weren't saying that at the beginning of the argument, man. Like you were against it. These are the kinds of characters, man, that come in here. But you're next level when you make them argue with themselves.
They're actually Jedi mind tricks on me.
But then that's how because he's like a jack of all trades, right? Anything you say. He's an expert in that field. Like, oh, really, Zanuck? Like, yeah, I built the car. What do you mean? Like, no, you haven't, man. Like,
dude, he's trying to do the Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, like duck season, rabbit season, duck season, rabbit season, rabbit season, duck season. I didn't fall for it, though. I watch cartoons.
Oh, you remember Dean, Indio?
Dean.
He's from, like, I think he's from Scotland. He's got a Scottish kind of like a voice, and he comes in here.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a tool.
If
it's the right person.
Yeah, he's not really smart at all. He's a big time sophist. Like if you're talking to him, and if you say anything, right? Like what's his name? CB was talking about like, well, let me ask you a question, Dean. They say Earth is covered in 70% water. He's like, whoa! You said Earth is covered. How do you know that? And I was like, this is so dumb. Like, we're going down a really dumb path here. Or he's just going to be turning everything around that anyone's saying. And that's just, But anyways, he started telling CB that. And CB was like, well, no, I didn't say that. He's like, yes, you did. You just said it right now. And, Just on the
I've stopped saying 70% water because they started doing that. I just say mostly water. That's enough, right? If it's more than 50% water on the surface, then it's mostly water. There you go.
Well, dude, that's not even covering the fact that they're saying that 8 inches per mile square. Dave Farina, and anybody that uses 8 inches per mile squared is a con man. And old Bobo was using the 8 inches per mile squared, to measure his, half a mile with his auto level, which we're having a field day with that. But he's like, no, 8 inches per mile squared, that's good enough. And I was like, dude, I don't care. Earth isn't curving, so I don't care what you use. But, I was telling him, Dave Farina is saying that anybody who uses 8 inches per mile squared is a con man. So are you a con man, Bob? And he's like, I don't know what he was saying about that, but you probably misunderstood. But I do agree with him. I'm like, so then you're a con man. Like,
yeah, that's the only time Dave Farina was ever right was when he said people that use when it applied to Bob. Yes, exactly. I'm a con man, and I use 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, that's what I said.
But Vsauce has used it in one of his videos. Vsauce used 8 inches per mile squared. So is Vsauce also a con man?
Yeah, they don't. This is like the level of trying to get out of like these arguments is like it's crazy. It's like 9,000 level. Yeah. That's what we do.
I think this in the surveyor manual. It's in a couple surveyor manuals. Is 8 inches per mile squared. We didn't make it up. It's They try to say Robotham invented it. That's what Farina said. Yeah. He didn't invent that.
And they're trying to always throw it back with a burden of proof reversal fallacy to that we said, no, you guys, all you flat earthers are saying 8 inches per mile squared. I'm like, dude, I don't give a rat's behind what it is. I don't care. Find your stupid math and bring it forward because I'm going to once again tell you it doesn't measure what you're saying. But go ahead if you want to try to figure something out. If it's not 8 inches per mile squared, then what is it, Dave Farina? Like, because he's the one saying it's not that.
Yeah, that's what I asked him. Then give me the exact formula. And they can't do it because it doesn't exist.
Exactly.
There's literally no exact formula. Because think of it like this. Say I'm on the equator and I have a building that's a fucking million miles tall. If I draw a line from the North Pole, that building and that line will never intersect, right? So what's the drop? Infinity, right? Is that the curvature? Infinity. It's so doesn't matter what method I use. At some point, once you get past like 1/8 of the circumference, it starts to be the error increases. Yep. So it doesn't matter what. There's no exact method. So why not use the method that is simple? It's good for up to 300 miles. I think the difference is like 8 feet, right? And if you can see the difference of 8 feet, good luck to you, right? Like I'm looking at something 300 miles away, like, yeah, it's a difference of 8 feet. And maybe I used the wrong formula and it could be right. That's not happening, so.
And there's going to be follow-up questions like, how did you do that? Like, what was the manner that you used to?
There's no instrument that can measure a freaking 8-foot interval from 300 miles away. Nobody can do that. I don't care what telescope you're using. You can't do it.
Oh, Bob can, because he said on the auto level that telescope with the crosshair is unlimited. He said, and you can catch him on the live stream saying that. I was like, Bob, you're such a weird guy, man, for saying these things. Like you can't say unlimited, dude. Come on. He's like, well, yeah, dude, there's no limit to it. I was like, then what?
Unlimited.
Infinite precision. Infinite precision.
You should be able to focus in on your anus then, Bob.
Well, I don't know, man, but like on top of that, I'm like, dude, why? Okay, so why don't you just take that telescope off of the auto level and just use it? Because you're using the auto level because you want to grease the skids with this idea that you can see unlimited with this crosshairs, and then by any chance it was just happened to be on the auto level. It's on the auto level, so it's plumb. And you know what I mean? Like he's trying to make it sound like he's not using the auto level, but at the same time he is. After we agree that you can use the little telescope on top with the crosshairs. That's what he's slimy, dude. He wants to like make it to where, you agree on that, kind of, no. And then he said afterwards, he's like, because when we started talking about astrolabes, talk about a long time ago how they would look up at the night sky and stuff. And he's like, well, you should know that. He talks real smug too. You should know that auto levels prove the Earth is a globe. I was like, no, they don't, Bob. How? Where does it say on the freaking astrolabe that it's measuring for curvature, dude? Like, that is not. On top of that, it's geocentric, my man. So it's not heliocentric. But yeah, his astrolabe argument saying that it stands for a globe. That's why I have that image of him holding an astrolabe. Oh, for $50, he'll give you education on it too. Just shoot it to his Patreon. Oh, Bobo.
Just go ahead and do that, Flat Earthers. Just send Bob the Science Guy some money. Yeah, that's a great idea.
Bob is just like, he's one of the ones that I just can't deal with because he'll just lie. And it's like, there's no point in just even interacting with him.
I told him.
Globers, there's no point in interacting with. Because when their back gets against the wall, they'll just start lying, like non-stop lying. Bob is just one of those. He'll just tell lie after lie after lie after lie till he gets banned. Like he'd rather do that than concede. It's pretty sad.
I told him, I said, once Indio sees one of your socks, dude, you're gone. Like, it's not going to take too long. He came in with his sock research flat moon.
Yeah, I ended up banning it.
Taking the...
I'm trying to figure out over what. He did something. He was doing something in lobby. He wouldn't answer a question. So I banned him. And then he was in my DMs because he's in the Globuster server. Then he was trying to bait me to go on MC Tunes freaking stream and yada, yada, yada. Like, no, I'm not making that dude money. I'm not playing around with you.
MC Tune, that guy's another one. Drinking water out of a tap can. Like, this guy don't have cups or what? Like,
times are tough, man. Inflation.
Tab. Jeez.
Yeah, Winston was asking him, dude,
I feel my masculinity going away if I drank a Tab.
I almost feel like they're sponsored by Tab.
I would my dick would fall off and I'd grow a vagina if I drank a Tab.
Yeah. Well, I mean, fight the flat Earth. Let's be real about McToon. I've seen bitch tits on. Well, anyway.
Well, you put their body together, right? You get the boobs, and then you get the mangina, and then like.
Just man, you're hilarious, man. Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's disappointing.
Dave Farina, it's like the freaking anti-Justice League. Put them all together.
Hey, Dave looks the most masculine out of all of them. At least he can grow a beard.
You got to throw Sideman Dan into that crew, man.
Simon. What's he been up to, man?
Dude, if you got all those guys into the same room together, you take them to a bar, clear the place out, all the girls would be like, I'm getting the fuck out of here, Jesus. Sorry, go ahead.
All I can image is, remember Revenge of the Nerds? Ogre. No. Look, man, anyone can be a nerd, but you don't have to follow the stereotype and look like that. You really don't. Like, there's things you can do. It's called, get a haircut, fashion, I don't know, hit the gym, but you don't have to look like
dude.
that.
Come on, guys. You're better than that. Their intellect, they think their intellect is staggering, and it's like, yeah, but you've never taken care of yourself. Do you want to die at 50 with the wrong opinions, or do you want to die at 75 with some truth? Feel me?
Yeah, man. Ugh. Go prove gravity, dude. Go pick something up that's heavy.
These guys are going down with the ship like the guy from the Titanic, the captain, just staring into the bottom of the ocean.
Didn't the captain stay? Isn't that the story? He stayed and said, I'm going to go down with the ship.
Yeah, who even invented that, man? Like, if you're a captain of a ship, why the hell do you have to go down with the damn ship? Like, what is that all about?
You just identify as a woman now. Just you're like, oh, no, I identify as a woman and I get to stay. Who wants to identify as the captain?
Exactly. Yeah, these freaking knuckleheads, man. There's not any more mileage out of them anymore. I mean, they're already sitting out at the freaking junk.
I was excited when I first joined this. Sorry, go ahead.
You know, it's kind of amazing that many of the many famous sea captains didn't know how to swim. So, what other choice did they have?
Weird.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess it prevents them from crashing the ship, right? They're extra motivated.
Yeah. Right. They're like, fuck, I can't swim. We need to keep this thing steady.
Yeah, no shit. Get this thing up, man. I can't swim.
I was going to say that I when coming into this, the 24/7 kind of community here, when I first found out about us on YouTube, and I just was watching and listening, and Globers would come in by the droves, right? And I was like, fuck yeah, dude, I need to join this community so I can, flat smack some people all day. And then now here we are, we can't even get one Glober to get out of the YouTube chat and come in and talk to us about the globe that they defend all day.
Oh, I got one. That Twitter guy, man. He's
so
working right now, but he said he's coming back.
But do you see what I mean? Like, the pickings are so slim these days, and you know why? The reason is it's not bad. It's because the Earth isn't a globe, and more and more people are waking up to that.
Well, not just that, man, but they used to think that they had some kind of leeway when they come in here to say something, because they thought their arguments were at least somewhat solid. But we show them how ridiculous their arguments are, and then they just get deterred from ever coming in here. It's like the Kessler fallacy, which you didn't know about him, Indio. Maybe you did, or
I know
you
who
heard.
he is. Kessler, yeah.
But yeah, he was using the eruption of the Tonga eruption that just happened not too long ago.
Oh my God, yes. I'm aware of that argument.
The sound waves, not freaking seismic waves going through the Earth. The sound waves over that the eruption made, it was traveling over the Earth from the weather stations that were picking it up. The the barometer was showing spikes in all the barometers in the weather stations, and therefore covering the entire Earth. It wrapped around the ball. The sound did, hitting the point, the antipodal point, and then once the sound waves collided, they bounced back off of each other, back onto the the reverse way. They went the opposite.
That's a cool story.
So as soon as the Globers talk, then the Doppler effect also stops. Interesting.
He had a little cartoon ball. I'm in my phone right now, but I want to show you. But and he rage quit once again because everybody was poking holes through all his garbage. Because that's like the weakest arguments they come up with. Can it happen on a flat or globe Earth? Yeah, it can. Okay, well, it's all garbage what you just said. Like, this doesn't prove globe. But they're in here trying their hardest, trying to get some traction going, and they just can't get anywhere.
Did he cite a paper? Because I'm pretty sure I read that paper.
Yeah, a video. There's a video.
Yeah, but that video actually goes with a paper, and that there's, I think the number of data stations was I want to say it's less than 60. So 60 data points for the whole world. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And if I remember right, the timing, it isn't exactly as they show in the animation once you dig into the paper. Most of that animation is a model, obviously. It's a model of what they predict the sound wave should have done based upon the globe. But I don't think that the data actually matches that animation, if I remember right.
Yeah, the
animation was theoretical. The actual paper shows the actual data, which doesn't exactly match. I mean, it's consistent with enough, but as far as the reflection and all that stuff, that's kind of a bunch of hooey.
So we're talking about a prediction that may or may not have, according to the data points, happen.
Well, it's a post-diction, technically.
I was gonna say it should have been a post-diction, wouldn't it? Because then they would have
it's a post-diction. Yeah.
After the fact, then they would have gathered that data and so forth.
Yeah, and then come up with a model to make it work.
Yeah.
And they could do the same thing, let's we think the Earth is a jar of tomato soup. Let's make it work on a jar of soup.
That's what I keep telling everyone. It's it doesn't matter what they superimpose the Earth to be on. They could make it be whatever it is. So long as the math works out, it's just fine. It could work on whatever geometric shape they put it on.
And and this is the thing. there's so much crazy stuff in mathematics, right? Especially like topology and differential geometry. They can use all. Look at it. Look, bendy space-time, 3 spatial dimensions and a time dimension. So this fucking pseudo-Riemannian geometry, right? That's just one. There's hundreds of these geometries. They can go out and make it work. They can take some mathematical system, right? Some type of mathematical relationship and stick it on anything because they all start with certain base axioms, right? You just change the coordinate system. Say, oh, okay, we'll assume a hyperbolic geometry. We'll assume a spherical geometry. We'll assume planar geometry. You can just what do we call it? Cherry pick whatever coordinate system you want and make it work.
So why do they always talk about, well, this can only work on a globe? I mean, that's just baloney, man. Because anybody can say that.
What's the proof of that? Like, give us the mathematical proof that this can't work in a flat Earth Cartesian coordinate system. And they can't because they're just saying it. They just believe it, and they think what they believe is reality.
Nobody ever takes them to task, or at least the information that they were told, take that information to task, And I think that's what it usually falls apart when they're shown that this can happen on another concept. It just doesn't have to happen only on a oblate spheroid,
And here's another thing. They're actually taking 2 separate things, which are both theoretical, right? The model, the physics model, and the geometry. They're taking a presupposed geometry, a presupposed physics model, mixing them together and saying, well, this can't work on a flat Earth. Well, maybe your physics was wrong.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe your physics model was wrong. Because they always do that thing like, oh, well, the gravity predicts the Earth is a ball. Well, okay, so how do you verify that? You go out into the world and you actually measure that ball that's supposed to be forming. Where is that?
That's similar to. Hey, Indio, good to hear you, man. It's Jamesy. So I think there was a guy
voice, dude. What the hell?
Hey, bro. Yeah, I know. There was a guy yesterday we spoke to, and he was saying that the FE core laser was missing. They didn't take the mass of the Earth into account to come with the right conclusion.
They are correct. Well, they did not take the mass into account, but they still came to the right conclusion.
So he's basically arguing that they have to add the globe into the calculation to do the measurement, to do the laser test. They have to presuppose the globe first to then come to the right conclusion that the Earth is a globe.
Hey, Jamesy, so you're saying that he just hand-wave dismissed the information because of that?
Yeah, because they didn't put the mass of the Earth into the equation. I asked him, what do you mean by mass? He was like, I go, okay, so you don't know what mass is, but they have to take it into account.
That's
because they have to also account for the moon because it might have some tidal deflection because the moon is in the right position. It might deflect the laser a little bit.
Yeah, that was his argument about that the mass of the Earth will cause the laser to curve, and that's why it was hitting the target.
Yeah, like you can actually Google this. How much does the mass of the Earth deflect light? And it turns out it's 1/16 millionth of a degree. 16 millionth of 1 degree. That's how much it's deflected, according to general relativity. Can't even measure that. Like,
I was gonna say, what are they using to measure that? Like,
you can't. At 25 miles, I think I calculated out it's like 8 nanometers.
Good luck. What device are you to measure that, man? Like,
exactly. What are you measuring that with? A proton, right? Like they're measuring it with 1,000th of a proton, like LIGO.
Yeah,
we use protons themselves to measure things. We got these little tweezers, and we use the proton as a measuring tool.
Yeah, it's unrealistic, man. It's absurd.
I think it's important that at least we have people having the conversation in these channels to kind of bring the information to new people, because that guy, for me, he sounded like he wanted to debate in a sense, but he didn't know what he was debating. He didn't know the radius of the Earth because he didn't know it was important. He didn't know what he said. Refraction, when we brought up the black swan, he said refraction. He didn't know what refraction was, right? So, and he also he sent to me the Jubilee Flat Earthers versus Scientists video that it's like 3 years old. And it was this flat earther sitting in the same room with scientists, and he was bringing these very general arguments from the debunking flat earth videos. And that's what he knows about flat earth.
Yeah,
that's why he joined. He joined the channel to debate us, because in the videos that he watched, the Globers destroyed the flat earthers with this type of arguments: refraction, warping, bending light, or that kind of stuff,
Look,
without
you know what
knowing
they're
the
doing.
actual
They're
information.
sitting there playing Call of Duty, some Professor Dave video in the background, and they're just like hearing little points here and there. Then they're like, I'm going to show them flat earthers. I'm going to go in that flat earth Discord and tear them a new one. And then they don't know anything. It's kind of funny.
The guy before him said something similar, and that he was watching a video of the Mars, the rover landing on Mars, the latest one. And after he watched the video, he said that he heard that flat earth was a thing, and he looked for communities to because to having a laugh about it. He was kind of having a laugh about it, but he spoke to AI and a few people in here, and he was kind of thinking about the arguments and stuff, how illogical that he came in here just to have a laugh.
Yeah, so this is funny, though. How did he go, oh, there's a rover on Mars, so there's planets in space. That means the flat earthers are wrong. He must have knew that we don't believe in space. But then how do they go, is Earth the only flat planet? I don't get that. Like, it's like they know we don't believe that, but they try to come in and act like we believe it at the same time, right? It's just, they just do some things that are very odd to me, because it has to be like, dude, the only way to describe it's like a fucking cult. I don't know what else to say. It's like a cult.
Well, they're getting the questioning and the arguments from these debunking videos, so that's where they get their questions from, I guess.
People, but these people are not elaborating their arguments. They're just making a claim, right? They're making a claim. They're not going into the evidence for their claim. They're just taking the claim, and you're just supposed to like, oh, here's the claim. I just believe this. This is a valid reputation. It's claim, but there's no evidence for their claims.
Yep. I want to, at this point, at this juncture in time, I want to coin a new phrase. The phrase is Stepford Globe cult.
This is the Stepford Globe cult.
Yep, it has kind of a ring to it, and it's really quite fitting. In the category of people that we're discussing here, that's actually the most interesting part is these delusional ideas that these people have. Seems to be quite abundant everywhere.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I gotta go check my oven.
You ought to check with Mick West. He probably built that oven. He worked at an oven factory where he was making gyroscopes. Yeah, so Gemsy, those two yesterday, they they got called out like 6 or 8 times on them not knowing what they're talking about. They'd make statements and then boom. Okay, can you tell us where you got that? They use words. Ask them, what does that mean? I don't know. They didn't know. I've never seen so many people bring up so many topics and try to talk about them like they have some kind of knowledge and not know anything about it. Not even the words they're using. Therefore, Stepford Globe Cult. It's not like I'm just bringing up Stepford Globe Cult for no reason. I mean, I have empirical proof that it exists. Oh. So what you're saying is, as long as the cartoon math fits within the cartoon ball paradigm, then it's still a cartoon globe. Okay, I could go along with that. Everything within their cartoon globe all mathematically fits within the cartoon globe. But I think one of the best ways to deal with this is just like we've been talking about. Miggy said it. A lot of us use this. I think asking them, "Can this be done on flat or globe?" And it immediately rules it out.
Mic check.
Yep. Checks out all right.
Good. I've been having issues with my headset devices. Like, I don't know if it's the app, but every time they just get disconnected, and it's an issue to getting them back connected into the Discord. It's a pain when I'm driving.
Is it a Bluetooth?
Yeah, Bluetooth.
Exactly. The same problem I have when I'm riding on my bike. I literally have to stop everything and reconnect the stupid thing.
Yeah. I think since Microsoft took over Discord, they screwed it up. Just kidding.
Par for the course.
Just kidding. I don't know if they took it over. All I know is that now I can log into my Xbox in the Discord, and it works well. I like it better than in the cell phone. I mean, at least for talking, but not for usage or posting. I could be on my headsets, my Xbox, and then if I want to post something, I just grab my phone and use my phone.
Yeah.
So instead of draining the battery and my data on my cell phone device, I can be connected on the Xbox, and it works pretty well.
Man, I had the best ribeye steak I think I've ever had.
Ribeye is delicious.
Ribeye is great, man. And this one was tender, like really tender. And I was able to chew it. Some of it's so I can't chew it, man. It's too tough. So I think I'm going to find this. It's Angus beef. That might be why.
Man, if you can't chew it much, just chew it a little bit and swallow that stuff.
Yeah.
Especially the fat. The fat is good for you.
I did that too.
Yeah, because I do. If I can swallow all, because sometimes the fat can be tough or some pieces of it, I just cut it in pieces and eat it. Don't let it go to waste. Protein and fat. I need as much. I need as much as I can get.
Me too. I've noticed since I've been on the carnivore diet this week, whenever I do eat like sugar or carbohydrates, I have a terrible crash now, man. Like it.
Yeah, there's something weird about it. Maybe because type 1 diabetes or whatever. Every time I eat flour or sugars, it's horrible for me. It's a bad rap. I wish I could process it. I wish I could just be fine with it, but it's just my body doesn't agree with it. So I need to just eat what my body agrees with, and that's eggs, meat, fish. I can eat that stuff all day and I feel fine.
No dairy?
Cream. Some cream, but if I drink milk, it's bad.
Yeah.
Really bad.
It's probably not good for me either, and I've always drunk a lot of milk, but
It's because of the sugar content, I think, of the milk.
yeah.
They just screwed me with the vaccines and fucked me up with that shit, so fuck them.
Mm-hmm.
From now on, I'm trans-vaccinated. Every time they ask me, I tell them I'm trans-vaccinated, so I'm good.
I told someone I'd rather die alone out in the woods than go see those people. Kind of looked at me a little weird.
It's all good. How about mute? Got my wife in the background, and I don't want you guys listening to my Spanish conversation.
No problema. Igualmente. I'll play something on the bot for all of your listening pleasure, unless someone has a statement, comments. Okay. One moment, please.
Well, let me tell you something about the space station. It's only really there in your imagination. That thing ain't real. It's science fiction. It's there to feed your space addiction. Those astronauts are not in space. It's written all over their stupid face. See, I can spot a lie from 100 miles. And I can spot a fraud from the way they smile. Didn't you learn nothing from the fake moon mission? That puppet show from President Nixon. Well, listen up, they're doing it again, it seems. Check out the harnesses and green screens. I used to work a lot in film and TV. I know a bit about the television trickery to create the illusion that you're somewhere that you're not. A green screen is what you're gonna use a lot. Or if you wear a harness and attach it to the ceiling, the illusion that you're floating is what they'll be believing. All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the human race. So let me tell you something about a zero-G plane. This thing flies up and then down again. Some weird stuff happens if you're on the inside. You start to float as the plane takes a dive. Simply add an actor that's trained to deceive, and you got yourself an astronaut, or so you believe. Plane flies up and that's everyone's cue. Then action, we got some deceiving to do. Plane flies down and then everyone knows to start the ISS live show. Floating in a plane with zero-G, but you only see astronauts on your TV. All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the human race. thing I noticed when I looked at these fools. They're filming spacewalks in buoyancy pools. NASA's gonna tell you that it's just for training, to practice for space station maintaining. Well, I thought about that, but if that's the case, then why the hell can I see bubbles in space? Take a hard look at the next spacewalk. Tell me if you can see bubbles at all. Open your eyes, man, I'll bet you a quarter. Those spacewalks are filmed underwater. I can see space bubbles everywhere. Hey, NASA, how the hell did those get there? All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, Ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the human race. So when you see an astronaut aboard the ISS, take another look at your TV set. They're pretty good at faking, so you gotta look close. Pay some attention to the way the actor floats. If you ask me, that ain't zero gravity, but Hollywood effects that I see on my TV. Take a good look at the whole damn thing. These lying bastards are just puppets on a string. It's all a big science fiction puppet show. The game's up, NASHOs, cause we all know. Thanks for the show, NASA. It's been a blast. Now take your fake station and shove it up your... All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, Ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the whole human race. All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're just actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, Ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the whole human race, man. All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, Ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the whole human race. All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're just actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, Ma, I'm floating in space.
There's this one video where the actor is going around a corner and he is faded out before making it completely out of the viewer's sight. Let's not forget space bubbles.
Dave Williams about to move out of the Quest airlock. Those particles that you see emanating from the airlock is said by the EVA officer Paul Boehm in Mission Control to be particles of water from the crew's sublimators on their spacesuits.
A little bit there. Okay.
So many times during spacewalks outside the International Space Station, we can see air bubbles rising up. Can you touch on how there are air bubbles in space?
Can you be more specific? Air bubbles?
So yeah, like a lot of times during the footage, the NASA footage, you can see bubbles coming up out of the helmets or kind of from underneath you. How do you explain bubbles in space?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about.
Oh, and it just happens that actors train in an underwater tank. NASA tells us that the Earth is photoshopped because it has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
There was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
and then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space.
Some NASA actors say that you can totally see stars when you're in space.
Whilst in space, have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah. Because you can see. Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
Yeah, you can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas. Magellan clouds of the Milky Way
you see
galaxy.
the Magellanic clouds.
Magellanic. See, I just wanted the Magellan
well, there's a large
clouds.
one
I didn't
and a
want
small one, right?
Yeah.
And then you can see the zodiacal light.
Whoa.
But the NASA actors from 1969 say that you can't see the stars in space.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon by eye without looking through the optics. I don't recall during the period of time that we were photographing the solar curl what stars we could see. I don't remember seeing any.
You can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
I don't remember seeing any.
NASA says that we can't leave low Earth orbit.
Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go.
The kinds of technologies that we're testing out on Space Station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
And this is really the beginning, I think, of human beings leaving low Earth orbit.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
NASA tells us that they lost the 1960s technology that took us to the moon.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
The ultimate destination is Mars. So if you gave me all the money in the federal budget today, I could not get a human to Mars.
I think that what you're doing is taking a shot in the dark. You have no way of knowing if any commercial entity will ever be able to put a man in orbit, no matter how much money you throw at them. What you're doing is you're taking NASA's manned space program and making it a faith-based initiative. I yield the rest of my time.
NASA also says that they lost the telemetry data for the moon missions.
I haven't seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence, and as I said, even if we had it, we don't have the machines to play it back.
Unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't really give you much of a clue as to where this data ended up and whether it still exists or not.